Abel was attracted to this palace, attracted to Bacon City. He started as a gifted second child adopted by the Lord of Marshall to cultivate his talent. Then he became the heir of a little knight castle, and then to the Duchy of Carmel's king. Everything that happened to Abel since he was transferred to this world was like a dream, yet it felt so real. At first he still wanted to find a way back to Earth, but now he was fully invested in this world. He found a family, a lover, friends, and many people who relied on him. Suddenly, Abel let go of his mind and soul, as all kinds of emotions arose from within. He didn't care about the benefits from the common world, but an extra duchy would allow his family to live a better life. His offspring would be able to enjoy his glory. Head Commander Hoover wanted to say something to Abel, but Wizard Dunn stopped him. Both Wizard Dunn and Lorenzo had a strange expression on their face. They sensed a scent of leveling up. Hoover, send men to lock up the palace. Kill anyone who enters, Wizard Dunn whispered. Head Commander Hoover also realized something was going on with Abel. Although he didn't know much about wizards, he quickly bowed and left, seeing how serious those two elite wizards looked. Just Wizard Dunn was about to set up a mana gathering circle. Abel reached out a hand and took out a mana gathering circle from his portal bracelet while he was engulfed in the scent of leveling up. Afterward, he placed it on the ground and ignited it. How did he do that? Wizard Lorenzo whispered in awe. Normally, as soon as a wizard was about to level up, they would enter a completely unconscious state. Although a wizard could free himself from this state, his level up would immediately fail. Therefore, if another person didn't help a wizard set up a mana gathering circle during a level up, they could only level up by force, resulting in a 99% rate of failure. Without a supply of mana, a wizard could only rely on the mana within them. It was very hard to sustain them throughout the entire process of leveling up, but of course, there were still some lucky ones who could do it. Those lucky ones had one common characteristic, an extremely weak body. Abel was a burly guy, so there was no way he could level up if he completely relied on the mana within his body. Wizard Dunn shook his head. He knew Abel was very mysterious, but it was still very confusing to see Abel setting up a mana gathering circle while engulfed in the scent of leveling up. It was as though there were two of him. He was not totally wrong. Abel's main soul really was fully unconscious. But not his druid soul. It had automatically taken control of his body and did what was the most necessary at the moment, setting up a mana gathering circle. The scent of leveling up got stronger and stronger. Abel sat down on the ground. His consciousness was fully submerged. Even though his druid soul was not conscious, it was still beginning to get affected. Mr. Dunn, what rank is Abel? Wizard Lorenzo turned and asked. He felt that the scent coming out of Abel was very strong. Since Abel was in the process of leveling up, his transformation necklace couldn't fully hide his power. His true wizard ability was exposed through his scent of leveling up. I heard maybe, probably. Wizard Dunn stuttered. He just couldn't bring him to say rank 7 or rank 8. From his experience, this scent of leveling up definitely felt like the pinnacle of a beginner wizard. He never heard of Abel leveling up in the past. Since when did he become rank 10 already? In the past, Abel's speed of leveling might bring him a little bit of trouble, but this was no longer the case. Just look at Johnson beside him and his ability to freely move around when leveling up. Of course, no one would even think about messing with him. Abel killed every single elite wizard who had died in the past few hundred years. Even the elite priest who died in the orc battlefield was because of Abel. He was notorious, and people learned to be wary of him. After a few hours, his scent faded, but they could tell his body was stronger. Abel opened his eyes and saw two elite wizards standing beside him. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for protecting me." "Abel, I will keep your ability a secret," Wizard Lorenzo said with a smile. "One more rank, and you will have a lifesaver. Then you no longer have to hide." Wizard Dunn knew why Abel wanted to keep his ability a secret, but his rate of leveling up was too scary. When Abel became an intermediate wizard, he would be able to move in a flash, and he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked. With Abel's spell casting speed and his ability to do so with both hands, he would be much more powerful than other intermediate wizards. "I only fulfilled the mana a few days ago, and the good news made me break through the bottleneck. Thank you so much." Abel bowed again. He did not thank them for granting him a domain, but he did so with full gratitude when it came to helping him become rank 10. This might make no sense to ordinary people, but it was expected of a wizard. Wealth and privilege were external to the soul, and the only thing that mattered was power. With power, wealth and privilege came automatically. Leveling up was the only thing a wizard desired. Leveling up meant the increase of power and lifespan. Both of these things were unobtainable by wealth and privilege. Therefore, Abel had to thank the one who helped him along this journey. Wizard Dunn was thankful since Abel was his successor. Wizard Lorenzo also had a smile on his face. He was the only one carrying this favor, and Abel had leveled up unexpectedly. His relationship with Abel had deepened. In the Bakong City Palace Hall, all the servants were doing their job carefully since they didn't know their new master's attitude. The last thing they wanted was to anger him. Burbridge the butler served the royals for many years. Even though the ruler changed, his job was still to serve. He quietly waited in the hall for his new master to call him. He kept waiting. His family had served the royals for more than 10 generations. It was the first time he witnessed a change of king, which probably meant a change of his family. This young king was a wizard and a grandmaster blacksmith with legendary power. This king clearly had the power to rule. His duke title was granted from war glory. Even without a ceremony, a huge welcoming emerged from Bakong City. Just the name Grandmaster Abel was legendary in Bakong City. Becoming the king was just another layer of glory to this name. His power made every citizen in Bakong City feel safe, even including Butler Burbridge. Burbridge, Earl Brooke from the Harry family, Earl Edmund from the Marlowe family, and Earl Eno from the Lands family wants to see His Majesty, Abel. A young servant stepped up to Butler Burbridge and said with a crisp voice, "Take them to rest in the second palace. His Majesty has no time to see them." Butler Burbridge gazed at the hall and spoke with a soft voice. The servant bowed, but Butler Burbridge stopped him the moment he was about to leave. "Make sure to treat Earl Brooke well. Don't embarrass us," Butler Burbridge warned. The Harry family in Bakong City was originally the same as the Harry family in Harvest City. However, ever since the Lord of Marshall was granted a domain in Harvest City due to his war glory, he had established a new family. Still, they belonged to the same bloodline. That was why Butler Burbridge warned the servant to take good care of Earl Brooke. He was basically the king's grandfather. Only Abel and Wizard Dunn were in the hall. Wizard Lorenzo had left earlier. "Abel, the kingdom of St. Ellis did quite a bit to grant the Duchy of Carmel to you," Wizard Dunn said with a smile. "I was not expecting it." Abel shook his head. He still couldn't understand what had happened. "This place belongs to you. Even if you just stay a wizard and don't want to become a king with this identity, this duchy will go directly to your offspring," Wizard Dunn said blankly. "I rather just have Harvest City. A duchy takes too much energy to run," Abel sighed. He was not bragging. The only thing that defined him was being a wizard. Humans did not have unlimited energy. If he didn't put all of it into training, his power would take a hit. "I've told you, the duchy already has a system of running itself. You are a wizard as well as a grandmaster blacksmith. No other duchy or kingdom would want to become your enemy, and if you have the right men keeping everything internally in check, you didn't need to spend much time at all. I hope you can spend more time on training as well," Wizard Dunn said honestly. "I know. I want to build a teleportation circle in the palace directly to my magic tower. I will come here to take care of business when it's essential." Abel nodded. He understood Wizard Dunn's good intentions. "The restaurants you opened in Lion City are driving the Wizard Union mad, but they can't do anything about it since they are your restaurants." Wizard Dunn laughed when he heard that Abel was going to build another teleportation circle. "If the Lion City doesn't want me to open my restaurants, all they need to do is to let me know. I'll close them," Abel said helplessly. He already had more than enough credit points in Lion City, more than enough to sustain his family for many years. "I dare them to. You are a wizard in my line. You are not doing anything illegal. The Wizard Union doesn't have the guts to touch your restaurants." Wizard Dunn widened his eyes. Wizard Dunn cared for Abel was beyond words. He was already rank 18, the pinnacle of existence in the Holy Continent. He was a joke if he couldn't even protect the assets of his followers. "Even if you want to close those restaurants, the customers in Lion City wouldn't let you. They are spoiled by the taste of your food," Wizard Dunn added with a smile. "Thank you," Abel said wholeheartedly. There were only 3 members in the Knight-Mage, including Abel in the Holy Continent. Both Wizard Morton and Wizard Dunn had shown great care to him. It was hard to become a member of Lightning. You needed to be extremely gifted to do so. Even Wizard William, who was an official wizard as well as the disciple of Wizard Morton, was not a member of the Lightning. You now have permission to use a super teleportation circle. Your next task is to level up all the way to an elite wizard. You have too many things around you, so don't let them turn you arrogant. The power of your own body is the most important. Wizard Dunn lowered his voice. Abel knew what Wizard Dunn was saying. He could only kill those elite wizards because of Johnson and the crossbows from the dwarfs. There was more external power Abel had exposed to the world, but Wizard Dunn was right. He had too many external things. Still, if he had not relied on those things, he would have never grown as he did. I understand, Abel said seriously. I hope you are an intermediate wizard the next time we meet, Wizard Dunn said with a big laugh and bowed. Afterward, he vanished from the spot. Abel watched admiringly as Wizard flashed away from the hall. Everything would change when he mastered the move in a flash as an intermediate wizard. Burbridge, invite Head Commander Hoover to come here, Abel yelled from the hall. Your Majesty, Earl Brooke from the Harry family, Earl Edmund from the Marlowe family, and Earl Eno from the Lance family have been waiting for you in the second hall. Butler Burbridge respectfully came towards the door and bowed. Okay, bring them first and tell Head Commander Hoover to come along, Abel waved and said. Abel felt burbles of stress after Butler Burbridge bowed and left. For an amateur like him, he really didn't know how to take care of a duchy. He didn't want to spend too much time on it, so he needed a manager who could run a duchy well. Abel couldn't care less about being the figurehead. In the face of true power, a duchy couldn't help him anyway. My prestigious Majesty, the 3 earls stepped in and bowed. Rise, please, Abel waved and said. Your Majesty, the Harry family will forever pay honor to you. Earl Brooke was the first one to speak up. Grandpa Brooke, we are one and the same. The Harry family has taken control of the duchy. You better contribute as much as you can, Abel said with a smile. Earl Brooke grew excited when he heard these words from Abel. He was initially worried that the Harry family in Harvest City would put up a barrier with the Harry family in Bakong City. Although they were from the same bloodline, they had been divided for many years, and their coat of arms was different. Abel affirmed their status of the Harry family in Bakong City. Although they could not truly become royals, being one of the 4 big families was a minimum. Abel's title as king was not like the George family. George had only achieved stability in the Duchy of Carmel through a fair distribution of benefits to the different families. However, Abel had gathered all the wizards in the duchy to the castle through his power alone. Even if all the families teamed up, they would not be able to overthrow Abel. Majesty, the Marlowe family pays you our honor. The Lance family pays you our honor. Both Earl Edmund and Earl Eno stepped up and bowed as well. The 2 knew their family was not close to Abel like the Harry family, so they waited for Earl Brooke to finish before they began. The Harry family in Harvest City is not a big family. Me and Uncle Marshall will not leave the castle. I hope you can all support me in the future, Abel said in a low voice. He knew the Lord of Marshall didn't want to leave Harry Castle since it reminded him of his wife. There was only the Lord of Marshall and Abel living in Harry Castle. It was too small to turn it into a castle. We will do our best not to disappoint you, Your Majesty. The 3 earls bowed. Regarding the lack of men in Abel's family, the earls didn't have much to say as well. Their king was a wizard. Maybe Abel would still be a very young king after a few generations. Grandmaster Abel, did you need me? Head Commander Hoover stepped in and bowed. As a head commander, he knew that if a person had multiple titles, they would normally be addressed by their most prestigious one. Head Commander Hoover, I want you to keep leading the knights of the duchy. Abel didn't know about the knight forces in the Duchy of Carmel too well, but he knew Head Commander Hoover had the power to lead them. Grandmaster Abel, there are 10 commanders in the duchy and 153 official knights. They are at your command at any moment. Head Commander Hoover bowed. Ever since he pledged the honor, he had already gathered all the knights in the duchy and made sure there were no arguments when it came to their new king. Thank you. I will send some knight training resources over later. I won't mistreat the knights who serve me, Abel nodded and took out that knight's sword he had given head commander Donald, which he later retrieved from his corpse. I'll grant this sword to you to thank you for your service to the duchy. Abel placed the sword in head commander Hoover's hand. Head commander Hoover was a little surprised. His sword was already a top-quality magic sword made by Abel. If Abel gave him another one, it could only mean one thing: this new one was better. As a head commander, he loved weapons beyond everything. A good weapon was a knight's lifeline. He had been holding knight swords all his life, but a curious look suddenly emerged on his face when he held this new one. The sword looked ordinary. It didn't even feel like a magic sword. But this had only made him even more excited. This was Grandmaster Abel's new work, and he trusted Abel more than his own feelings. Grandmaster Abel, I will protect the Duchy of Carmel with the sword you grant me. Head Commander Hoover placed both hands on his sword and bowed. After sending off the heads of the families and Head Commander Hoover, Abel relaxed again. With the help of those people, the Duchy of Carmel would be stable. Your Majesty, I have something to ask you. Burbage the butler stepped up after the guests had left. Speak. Abel took a sip of juice and waved. Your Majesty, since you are new to the throne, everything in the palace needs to be renewed to your liking. The tailors, coachmen, chef, and all levels of servants and guards all need your approval, Burbage said. Abel did not give the palace much thought. He could hardly care for luxury decorations in the palace. He didn't have much interest in clothes, and there was no way the chefs could be better than the ones he cultivated. As for the guards, well, they were a joke. How could a guard ever compete with a wizard? They could only stop thieves from entering the palace. As long as they were loyal, their ability doesn't really matter to Abel. Burbage, I'm the king. But the Harry family in Harvest City is not a big noble family. So the stewards in my family won't serve me in the palace. I hope you can serve me well. I will not mistreat you or your family, of course. Abel gazed at Burbage the butler. Your Majesty, I promise I will serve the Harry family in Harvest City to the end of time. Burbage bowed with excitement. I accept your honor. Abel smiled and signaled him to stand up again. As Burbage stood up again, he added, Since you are familiar with the palace, just run things how it always used to be. As long as the guards are loyal, then it is fine. Their abilities don't matter. Yes, Your Majesty, Burbage bowed again. There's no need to change the look of the palace. But then Abel remembered those countless works of art he got from Lut Golin. It would be a waste to store them in some deserted place, so he added, I will bring some works of art over, and you can put them around the palace. Yes, Your Majesty, you did not have a ceremony after claiming your throne, but we should still organize a wine party for you to meet the nobles of Bakong City. You can also invite your old friends, Burbage suggested. See how long it will take to organize a party. I will send the chefs in my castle here to train the chefs in the palace for the food. I will also provide red wine as well. That's amazing. The food in Harry Castle is legendary in the human world, Burbage said with a smile. He then added, a wine party will take 20 days to organize. Is that okay? Yes, go for it. Just enough time for me to set up a teleportation circle. Abel nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, since the George family had been banished, the treasury of the palace has locked. If you have time, you can go take a look, Burbage reminded. Treasury, Abel felt a tingle. He suddenly remembered that the Wizard Union kicked out the George family. So they did not have time to pack up everything. All of their assets were perfectly preserved. Take me there. Abel grew interested all of a sudden. This duchy had existed for countless generations. He wanted to know what kind of goodies it would have. Burbage bowed with a smile and led the way. He was very happy not only because Abel had affirmed his status, but also because his new king was the legendary Grandmaster Abel. He knew this new king would not be too fussy. Especially the attitude Abel had shown when he heard about the treasury was not coming from a place of greed, but curiosity like a child discovering a new toy. At that moment, Burbage felt like he was serving a teenager. There were rows of knights in the palace. They were all official knights organized by Head Commander Hoover. Some kind of military force was always needed with the change of the throne. If not, the ones with the wrong intentions might take advantage. The prestigious Majesty, all the knights bowed at Abel as he passed by. It was glorious to have a powerful king. From a narrow, long passage, they arrived at the basement of the palace. The servants lit candles, illuminating the entire basement. He already expected how poor the Duchy of Carmel was. There wasn't even an illumination circle in Eveline's magic tower, let alone the palace of the common world. He began to wonder if he should install illumination circles all around the palace. Even beginner wizards could not afford those things, let alone nobles. But to Abel, it was like nothing. Abel kept thinking about how he should touch up this place as he walked. This was where his offsprings would living. The more changes he made, the more enjoyable their life would become. 4 knights were guarding this underground structure. Head Commander Hoover sent some men to guard this place after the George family was kicked out, and no one has entered ever since, Burbridge said softly. Abel nodded and said to the 4 knights, "Thank you, stand down." "Your Majesty," the knights bowed, passion leaking from their eyes. They then stood up again and exchanged a glance. Each of them took out a key and jammed it inside the holes on the gate. With 4 twists, the gate was open. Unless those knights had betrayed them. No normal person could open this gate. Abel took 2 steps forward and realized Burbridge was not following him. So he said with a smile, "Burbridge, come along." "Yes, Your Majesty." A spark of excitement emerged on the serious face of Burbridge. The king's trust was reflected in how many secrets they would let their butlers know. Some families would let their butler take care of their treasury, but some wouldn't let anyone other than themselves. Abel's trust had made Burbridge extremely happy. With this, his status in the palace shot up. Actually, Abel just didn't care much about the treasury of this duchy. He just wanted to know if there was an unexpected reward. Most things in treasuries were valuable, but only to normal people, not wizards. Abel was considered very wealthy even among wizards, so he didn't care too much about this treasury. He would have never come down here by himself if he needed to reward something to his servants in the future. Therefore, giving his butler permission to enter was a must. At the same time, it would be a testimony to his butler's ability. Don't underestimate Abel's memory. As long as he focused, he could remember every single thing and quantity in this treasury. There were 3 rooms inside the palace treasure room. The outer part was supposed to be the least flashy one, but Abel could already see 12 sparkling pearls on its top. "That's the outer decoration, I assume." Abel smiled at Burbridge. "That would be the years of wealth the George family has collected throughout the years." Burbridge sighed for a bit, then continued, "Forgive me for being so infatuated with the past, Master, but when the duchy was at its most powerful state, Abel stopped Burbridge before he was about to give a bow. No, that's fine. Everyone's got their story to tell. Come on. You can think and talk about the past all you want here." Burbridge continued with a more careful tone. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Here, as you can see, this room is mostly filled with ordinary treasure. They can all be classified as antiques." When Abel took a closer examination, he saw that the room was filled with various precious items. There were some accessories for both men and women. There were more things with historical value. Since he did receive proper training as a nobleman, he could recognize the origins of some of these things. After handling an art piece made with sea corals, Abel flipped through some other items he was curious about. He hoped that he would find something interesting, but most of them weren't to his taste. Abel said, "I hate to say it, Burbridge, but I don't think these are worth much. Some of them do look interesting enough. It's kind of weird that you're putting them here instead of at the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." Burbridge nodded in compliance. In his mind, he was baffled about how little care Abel seemed to show to these treasures. Not one item here could be called ordinary. But to his master, they all seemed like toys that happened to look a little peculiar. Still, he had to obey his new master's order. Even if Abel asked him to throw away everything here, he would have no choice but to follow that order through. As Abel made it to the second room, he saw that there were also 12 pearls in total there. Something was different, though. This room was filled with weapons and other gears. Abel widened his eyes for a bit. Blazing sun armor, 3 of the same set. No, he didn't remember the blazing sun armor because of how powerful it was. He just happened to see a replica at Lord Marshall's place. Instead of being known for its durability, people usually get it because of how pretty it shone under the blazing sun. Burbridge bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty, that is the blazing sun armor." Sure, Abel took 2 sets into his portal bracelet. "I'll send 2 away as gifts. Remember to write that down." As okay as the other things here were, they weren't close to Abel's knight's big sword. Yes, even all of them were combined was still not as valuable as Abel's super practical hand-made weapon. Abel frowned for a bit. Don't put them here. I want them all as decorations in the palace. Yes, your majesty, Burbage bowed. Sad as it was to see how little his new master appreciated the wealth collected over the past few generations, it did make sense that Abel wouldn't show much care to these gears. He was the only human grandmaster blacksmith, after all. If his friends were to visit here, they would probably laugh at him for possessing these useless pieces. Abel began to make his way into the third room. Again, the 12 sparkling pearls made the room shine very brightly. As far as he could, there weren't a lot of things here. There were 10 scrolls of knight secret techniques. 1 magic knight's big sword, 1 magic shield, and 1 magic armor set. They were all placed on a single rack. Burbage introduced to Abel, that's the magic armor set for the ruler of the Duchy of Carmel. That there, your majesty, is the secret knight's technique that the George family has passed down for generations. Upon flipping through the pages, Abel could see that Georgie's family had a better teaching system than the Harry family. The former just seemed to be more focused on all kinds of areas. There were horse riding, fighting on foot, attacking, defending, and all sorts of other secret techniques in all sorts of different situations. Abel said as he pointed towards the magic armor set, the scrolls can stay here, but that armor set is too mediocre. Have it placed next to the throne as decoration. Yes, your majesty, Burbage complied as he tried to hide his disappointment. Next, Abel found a giant piece of meteoric iron in front of him. With a touch of his hand, he could tell that it came from the same period as what he's found in the secret room in the Matthew estate. They probably came from the same source, actually. Otherwise, it'd be hard to explain why they were both found at the Duchy of Carmel. Keep this, Abel slapped on the meteoric iron piece. He wasn't planning on bringing it away. With his current skill as a grandmaster blacksmith, it'd be more than easy to make materials that could be used as substitutes for making more super explosive balls. If needed, he could even just leave this piece for his future descendants. To Burbage, he was just happy enough to see that Abel found something worth keeping. He wouldn't want to see the palace treasure room being completely emptied. Abel went to pick up a box he found on the side. When he opened it, he found a scepter and a crown inside. The scepter was made of green tourmaline, which had a size that was extremely difficult to be found in nature. The crown was made of gold from top to bottom. Upon a closer look, one could see that there were hundreds of mini gemstones laced on it. It was like a gigantic piece of diamond, but only much more valuable than that. Burbage gave his introduction. Your Majesty, these two were the secret treasures of the George family. No one has ever shown these in public before. Of course no one has, Abel said with a sneer. Just look at that diamond piece. Think about what the wizards would do if they saw it. Burbage didn't seem too familiar with jewelry. Is there something special about that diamond piece? Abel laughed as he shook his head. The wizards would have snatched it away as soon as they saw this. Wait, Abel then turned to ask. I did remember that the previous king had a crown and scepter with him. Will I need to do so as well? Burbage replied, Of course, your majesty. It wouldn't matter most of the time. But you must follow a stringent dress code when you're attending formal events. A crown and scepter are sometimes mandatory. Abel took the 2 items into his portal bracelet. Sure then, I'll be using these at the banquet. Just when Burbage was about to stop Abel from doing so, he was reminded of something once again. Abel was much stronger than the previous kings. There wasn't a need for him to hide anything from the wizards. He could wear whatever he wanted, and no one was going to want to steal them away from him. Finally, there was an anonymous magic gold card with about 10 million gold coins worth saving. This was probably what the duchy had been saving for the past few years. Abel wasn't too interested in stuff like this. After picking up 5 million from it, he dropped the money into a shelf meant to store magic gold cards. These will be used for public spending, he said with an unconcerned smile. From their time together just then, Burbage gained a whole new understanding of the man that was his new master. Abel was less than 20 years old, but even a duchy's entire wealth was like nothing to the wealth that he had to himself. Burbage tried to make another persuasion. I beg your pardon, your majesty, but we can't just keep the treasure room empty like this. Abel laughed in reply. Well, I can't say that you don't have a point there, but why don't you think about it this way? We'll take the stuff here and move them to the throne room. Wouldn't that make the duchy look better to the outsiders? Abel took out 10 knights' big swords, 10 magic armor sets, and 10 magic shields before continuing. He then lined them up neatly on the floor. I want these in the second room. Yes, your majesty. Burbage didn't know how much this cost, but if they were made all by the hands of Grandmaster Abel himself, surely nothing could be enough to be of a match. The two left the treasure room after that. As 4 knights helped them lock gates, they made their way out of the underground chamber. Burbage asked Abel, "So when do we hold our daily meetings, your majesty?" Abel shook his head. "I'll be leaving all the state-related matters to Earl Brooke. It'll be an official order that's coming straight from me. I can't do everything myself when I'm way too busy with other things." As Lord Marshall's father and Abel's grandfather in name, there would be no problems with legitimacy if Earl Brooke represented Abel in state affairs. That being said, there wouldn't be a lot to worry about when it came to facing opposition. Burbage didn't carry the order out immediately. "Your Majesty, orders such as this are called a decree. Also, you'll need your own private stamp if you want to make any sort of official command." Abel just kind of laughed in response. It was only the first day, and he already had to learn so much about being a king. Well, Abel didn't seem too keen about this sort of thing. "I'll leave it all up to you. I need to go back to Harry Castle now. By the way, since you're so familiar with this place, I'll let you decide where to install the new teleportation circle. Remember to treat the wizards kindly when they come here in the future." And there he went. Abel didn't take much time to get out of Bakong City with Black Wind. On his way out, he did find a lot more knights than usual. There were also a lot of shops and institutes that remained open. The duchy seemed to do very well after it got a new king. Actually, maybe it was the new king that made everything run so smoothly. When Abel reached the old Morton Magic Tower outside of Bakong City, he used the teleportation circle to move back to Harry Castle. Once he did, the first thing he did was show off his new sun blazing armor to Lord Marshall. "Wow," Lord Marshall said in ecstasy. "Did you scam someone to get this, Abel? The whole family has had only one set for years. I kept trying to get more, but nobody has ever said yes. It was a dream that came true." Lord Marshall was a second son that was separated from his family. The blazing sun armor was like a medal that certified his right to the Harry name, but all he ever got was a replica that he was not quite satisfied with. "Here," Abel said as he took out another set, "one for my father." "My spirits," Lord Marshall screamed in bewilderment. "What is this sorcery? Did the prices go down or something?" Wait. Did you steal from the palace treasure room?" "So what did you steal, Abel?" the Bennett Knight asked. He happened to walk in just on time. "Bennett." That Lord Marshall pointed at the set that was on the table. "It's Abel's gift to you. I don't think a Bennett would appreciate something like this, but hey, I'm just saying." The Bennett Knight quickly spoke back. "Keep that as well if you want, but you have to give me your golden bull armor." "No, you sly old fool with a face of a 20-year-old. Lord Marshall slapped his thigh as he laughed. "The golden bull armor is mine. What kind of offer do you think you're making?" Abel coughed as to stop the two from spouting words at each other. "All right, I have something serious to talk about." "Okay. I don't want to scare you too. So what I'm going to do is to start by explaining to all this." "Okay. Go on." "I was granted the title of a lord for my accomplishments in the Miracle Wall battle." Lord Marshall was already bragging about himself. "Well, I got my Harry Castle from doing service at Miracle City, so why shouldn't you?" The Bennett Knight asked. "Okay, even with your narcissism, Marshall, so what was your reward, Abel? Did you get a lot of military points? And what kind of title are you rewarded with?" Abel nodded. "I got a lot this time. It's about 30,000 points in total. I was also granted the title of a duke." "Are you sure you got the right sum?" The Bennett Knight wasn't sure if he heard correctly. 30,000 military points. It was the first time that he's ever heard of so many points being given to one person in one time. Both he and Lord Marshall had done their time at Miracle City. They knew how hard it was to earn military points there. Lord Marshall wasn't sure what to ask. "Did the orcs, did they, offer to give you the military points?" "Did they? I don't know. Form a line together so you can cut them all up one by one." Abel replied calmly. "I've lost count of my kills, but the whole sky was filled with the combat kai smoke of the orcs I've killed. Okay, just stop. Lord Marshal slapped Abel's head like a child. You're making us look bad here, Abel. Don't talk like that in front of us again. Yes, Uncle Marshal, Abel nodded obediently. Bennett just came back to his senses. So you were granted the title of a duke. Does that mean you have more land now? If Abel wanted to buy properties with his 30,000 military points, he wouldn't be able to do so. There wasn't any land on the Holy Continent that was big enough to worth so much. About that, Abel tried to speak calmly about this. Okay, bear with me. So the George family of the Duchy of Carmel has been exiled because they sided with the Orc Empire. When it happened, everyone connected to the George family had been removed from the Duchy of Carmel. They stared at each other and Abel. Both Lord Marshal and the Bennett Knight couldn't believe what they were hearing. Lord Marshal couldn't even speak properly. Wait. Abel, so what you're saying is that the two old men spoke slowly together. The Duchy of Carmel has. Like Abel, who was indoctrinated with the concept of equality back on planet Earth, Lord Marshal had spent his entire life striving to become the higher or better man. It was the same for Bennett. He only fought at Miracle City because he wasn't happy with the status that he originally had. Both of Abel's fathers risked their own lives for reputation. As a result, they only managed to become the lowliest among the nobility rank. They knew how hard it was to move up from the hierarchy. They were in, but they just couldn't help but think about it. Lord Marshal was Lord Marshal only because of Abel's generosity a while ago. None of this would happen if Abel didn't decide to help them out. A king. My son Abel became the king of the Duchy of Carmel. This was what both Lord Marshal and the Bennett Knight were thinking. They had a different bond with Abel, but the feeling was mutual. Abel turned to ask the Bennett Knight, so how's Zach doing with his training, father? The Bennett Knight said proudly, ever since he restarted his path into becoming an official knight, he's been doing very well. It's all thanks to the Dark Knight scroll you gave him. While Zach was nowhere as brilliant as Abel, he did have talents of his own. With his former experience, his diligence, a huge amount of Knight's potion Abel gave him, and most importantly, a perfect training system, it didn't take him much time to become an official knight once more. Also, unlike what he learned from the Holy Continent system, he didn't have to risk his life once he reached the rank of a knight's commander. That was just how good the Dark Knight's training system was. Even now, Zach was able to feel the subtle mana wave was surrounding his own body. It wasn't enough for him to use his special skill, but it was enough to show that he was on the right track. Father, Abel said softly to the Bennett Knight, I think you should move to Bakong City with Zach and Mother. There are too many things from the George family that have been passed down to me. I need someone to take care of them for me. Abel wasn't joking about the too many part. Right now, he had an entire list of industries that the George family had control of. It was an impressive total sum, but the most the George family had was properties. Almost all of the land in the Duchy of Carmel belonged to them. Of course, it meant that they would be receiving all the taxes. Now that Abel's the one to handle all of this wealth, he decided to let Burbridge handle most of it. Still, it was never a good idea to have a single person handling too much on his own. It's one thing to place your trust in someone, but it was also very important to not tempt them by giving them an excessive amount of power. The Bennett Knight couldn't give a quick answer. I'll have to ask your mother first. I don't know if she'll want to move to Bakong City. If you're asking just me, though, I'll be delighted to do it. And you, Uncle Marshal? Abel turned to Lord Marshal. Lord Marshal just kind of smiled in response. That's a bit of a silly question there. Come on now, you know I'm not leaving Harry Castle. I thought so, Abel nodded before continuing. So as of now, with the leave of the George family, I'm free to make any two people earls for the Duchy of Carmel. I can't grant any land yet, but what I can give is a few vacant fruit groves, and on top of that, I'll be handing over enough gold coins to provide for all necessary daily expenses. Both the Bennett Knight and Lord Marshal knew what Abel meant. By letting the two of them become earls, their status would soar. The wealth was meant more for the Bennett Knight, really. As the new king's foster father, it'd be perfectly natural for Lord Marshal to receive a sufficient amount of wealth, but for the Bennett Knight, he needed some reasons to receive the wealth that he could be giving to his descendants. Lord Marshal was shaking his head. You're wasting these titles, Abel. Don't give it to me. Give it to someone that's not on your side yet. Abel gave a bit of a cocky reply. Are you implying that I need to make friends by giving out things, uncle? They'll all be pleased enough to just get to know me. Lord Marshal understood what he meant. Well, sure, fine. I'll become an earl then. I didn't think I'd get to be one, but I'll take it. But wait, Lord Marshal continued with a sly smile, isn't there something more important than all of this? Abel, I think we need to find someone for you to marry. Abel was a bit taken by surprise by that question. He never really had the time to think about marrying someone. After Lorraine went to receive her shutdown training, he'd been busy with all kinds of things. He was being chased by people. He was chasing after people. He was doing all sorts of quests. If there was one thing that he'd like to blame his age. Right now, Abel had a physical age of 16, but his mind was the same as that of an old warrior that had been fighting for the majority of his life. Even from a nobleman's perspective, it was simply too early for him to consider marrying someone. The Bennett Knight couldn't contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. I think you've forgotten something, Marshal. Abel is a wizard. He can marry at age 100 if he wants. Lord Marshal sighed. That's not what I'm really talking about. I'm trying to say that the Duchy of Carmel is too big. Bennett, our two families aren't enough to help him rule the state. Taking the title of an earl was one thing, but ruling a duchy was much bigger in scale. The easiest way was to get it done through marriage. As long as Abel could marry into a giant nobleman's family, it'd be easy to find enough people to run the Duchy of Carmel. Abel interrupted the two. No, I don't think marriage is necessary for this. I just told Grandfather Brooke to take care of all official affairs. He'll be taking the lead from here. Well, Lord Marshal tried to be gentle about it. You could do it the other way. Abel said in a more serious tone. Now, I'm very thankful to you too, but I only have one wish for the Duchy of Carmel, and it's that it becomes a duchy that's truly shared by the future generations of both families. Yes, Abel. The Bennett Knight quickly gave Abel a bow. Yes, the Bennett family swears its eternal loyalty to the Duchy of Carmel. From Bennett Knight's perspective, he was more than happy to see the way things were running. The Bennett family was now a family of an earl. He was allowed to live in Bakong City with the real noblemen that lived in the city. He wouldn't be looked down on by others anymore. It was something that he had been fighting hard for since youth, but despite his war efforts at Miracle City, he was still very far from that goal on his own. Now, with the rise of his second son, the Bennett Knight managed to achieve his dreams in his early 40s. Everything seemed like a dream to him. To keep this dream going, he swore that for the next several centuries, a long-living king would be looking after that fate of the Bennett family. That way, there would be a solid guarantee that his family would continue to prosper for a very long time. From then on, after Harry Castle, the Abel Castle, the Bennett Castle, and Harvest City knew about their king, they all began to celebrate at once. Abel became the pride of Harvest City, especially. He started his career off in Harvest, and as one who had partaken in the legendary war against the orcs. He became a local symbol that everyone praised upon. Lord Marshal had yet to become Earl Marshal. He was still waiting for an official reply from the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Still, as Abel would see it, there really wasn't a possibility that the Emperor would turn down an application from himself directly. With that in mind, his title would be Earl Marshal from now on. While he was still staying at Harry Castle, Earl Marshal became very busy with the administration work of Harvest City. He was the one in charge of all official affairs. Ever since Abel became the king of the Duchy of Carmel, immigrants of the nobility class started spiking up. Not only were there more professionals in different fields, but there were also more wizards that had come here to serve as guards and soldiers alike. As of now, there was an entire community of wizards outside the Harry Castle. Harvest City, especially, became a hotspot for where the wizards came together. Abel didn't want to make any adjustments to that. To him, since Harry Castle was his home, he wanted to protect with as much assurance as he could. For Bakong City, it was up to Head Commander Hoover and the other knights to protect it. Abel wasn't quite satisfied with their overall strength. He decided to hide his battle fort 03 right on top of the palace. He did it to protect the teleportation circle that was inside the palace building. The Bennett family chose to move to Bakong City with Abel. However, instead of living inside the palace as Abel requested, the Bennett Knight asked for a large mansion so they could live separately. Abel complied. Other than that, Abel spent the next 2 days setting up the teleportation circle inside his castle. When he was done, He connected it to the whole teleportation network that the Wizard Union had access to. This way, the Duchy of Carmel became one of the few duchies that could move to other regions from the royal palace. For a few days longer, a lot more changes were made to the royal palace. Plenty of lighting circles were installed. Some of them were in the main hall, some of them were in the side hall, some of them were in the bedroom, the walkway. Even the kitchen for the servants had them in place. To make things more ridiculous, even the underground room was installed with lighting circles of its own. To protect his treasure room, Abel decided to guard it with a special defensive circle that he made. Apart from himself and Burbridge, it was intended so that no one else would be able to open it. It was also a special room that was sealed inside the giant underground room. Without a short-distance teleportation circle, it'd be impossible to ever know about this place's existence. And what's so special about here? Well, inside this room, there was a spirit that Abel bought in the Lionty City Wizard Union branch with his points. He was powering it with the perfect gemstones that he made. The purpose of this spirit was very simple: to control all of the lighting circles that were inside the palace. Most people couldn't see places that would also cover nearby areas with a large number of circles. Usually, it'd be controlled by the Battle Fort 03, but if Abel had to use Battle Fort 03, it was always to work in the way that it was programmed to. That was a lot of resources Abel had put into the renovation. Actually, the amount he committed was enough to make several intermediate wizards go bankrupt. The palace he was building was one of artificial intelligence, which was the first of its kind that was ever made in history. No, there was a magic tower right next to his palace. But if it did get attacked, the Battle Fort 03 would be the first thing that comes into aid. Even if the Battle Fort 03 wasn't there, wizards at Harry Castle could also come through the teleportation circle. In times of emergency, the underground room would be a safe place to hide. There was a room with both a seclusion circle and a defensive circle. Inside was a huge amount of ration potion in case any crisis happened. It was so well prepared, Abel thought that he was being too paranoid about being attacked. He could have built anything he wanted. But going with a mana-proof safe room was taking a step too far. These days, Bardolly became quite busy while acting as Abel's personal butler. She was preparing for November the 5th, which was the day that the Duchy of Carmel would hold a banquet at its royal palace. She was in charge of sending the invitation letters to everyone. Yes, everyone. The dwarves, the elves, the three kingdoms. The nearby duchies included the Duchy of Thunder, the Duchy of Laka, and the Duchy of Cora. There were a few complicated reasons for not inviting the other duchies. To begin with, instead of granting Abel the Duchy of Carmel, the Kingdom of St. Ellis could have just given him the Duchy of Kian, which was a declining power that had barely any influence left. SDLL, he was too powerful as an influential figure. If he wanted to build his own political influence, he could have formed alliances with the nearby duchies, and that would only be detrimental to the existing power balance that the state had tried so hard to maintain. For this reason, Abel decided to not invite too many duchies over to his own banquet. He didn't want to be perceived as a power-hungry dictator. He had other aspirations, and this was not part of what he was after. Speaking of which, Abel had pretty much stopped his search in the dark world recently. Most of his time was now devoted to wizard training. Other than that, he would use his spare time to make equipment and potions. He needed time to increase his strength. If he wanted to explore the cave inside Lut Golin, he needed to become at least an intermediate wizard first. Without the instantaneous movement spell, it'd be extremely dangerous if he was moving in narrow, dark spaces that he wasn't familiar with. Abel needed to care of himself a lot more now. He was not just a person, nor just a person that belonged to a family. He was a king. He had his own duchy to take care of, so all the supplies he could make before, he would now have to make enough for the state that he was ruling. Before Abel left the dark world once more, he decided to pay a visit to the palace at Lut Golin. He was taking away all the art pieces he could inside his space portal bag. He wanted a surprise for the upcoming event. Tomorrow was a special day. It was the day that the duchy would hold its first banquet. It was the first banquet that the new king was holding, and the scale of it was grander than most events that people were familiar with. Even Burbridge hadn't seen something like this very often. When he saw the invitation list, he was astounded by the names that he saw. For starters, there were the names of the emperors of the three kingdoms. While it wasn't too likely that they would come in person, there was still the possibility that their princes and trusted officials would make attendance. There were also important figures from other important places. There was the Dwarven Goth family, the ruling elven family at Angstrom City, the Lion City Wizard Union branch, and other very impressive people. Even some of the personal invites were all quite impressive themselves, since most of them were either master blacksmith, head knights commander, and wizards from low to middle tier. "Hey, hey," Burbage yelled at one of the servants he was taking charge of. "Watch it. That's the special realm statue the king has brought himself. It's supposed to be an irreplaceable item, so watch your hands when you try to carry them." Burbage was thrilled. He was just about to take out the treasures in the treasure room and decorate them all over the palace, but while he was in the middle of doing it, the king decided to bring a bunch of art pieces he got from a special realm. The palace was starting to become a very cultured place. Added with the extraordinary number of lighting circles, it also felt like the king wanted to build a museum. For the banquet tomorrow, the royal palace had ordered all sorts of different food ingredients. There were sealed wines that were stored in the basement, and even the Grandmaster wine was prepared for some very important guests. After training them for about 20 days, the royal palace chefs had learned to create a new sort of dish. Upon agreeing to learn to make them, these chefs were all told to sign a magical contract for confidentiality's sake. Seeing this was enough to make Burbage put a smile on his serious look. Even in the smallest of matters, the Duchy of Carmel was about to reach its most prosperous time. When Burbage was busy with something else, a servant was looking around himself in a very anxious way. He was hiding a precious decoration piece inside his clothing. If he could sneak past the guarding knights, he would be able to sell it at a very high price. The servant thought to himself, "Come on, come on, come on. Don't let me run into anyone and I'll be gold." As someone who had served the palace for many years, he was very familiar with the locations nearby. By walking around in various directions, he was able to bypass the guards and reach a wall near the palace. Not a lot of people knew about this, but there was an underground sewage at the bottom of this wall. It was just big enough to fit one person. The servant thought that he was never coming back. He smiled as he readied himself to say goodbye to the royal palace, but as soon as he went outside the royal palace, Abel's guardian spirit started to flash very rapidly. "The guardian has found someone who tried to steal a royal item. Please come and seize him." This very message was sent directly to Abel and the Battle Fort 03 spirit. Abel shook his head when he saw this, trying to steal from a wizard. Wow, what is this person thinking? No, Abel didn't bother to make the arrest himself. The Battle Fort 03 was here, so there wasn't even the need for him to bother at all. When the servant climbed over the palace fence, he could see that the view in front of him was getting dark. When he raised his head to look for the moon, he saw that there was a 4-meter-tall metallic monster looking at him. It was pointing a super big ballista at him. The servant felt weak. He just wanted to steal something, but that thing, whatever it was and whatever weapon it was using, was enough to take care of even a knight's head commander. It was November the 5th. Since the banquet started at noon, people were already coming in through the teleportation circle in the morning. There were even people that came several days early. The 3 nearby duchies, for example. The people that represented these places weren't qualified to use the teleportation circle, so they had to make their trip ever since they received their invitation. Once they reached Bakong City, they just stayed at an inn until the banquet actually began. In the very early morning, all the servants in the royal palace changed into their costumes. As the head butler, Burbage himself changed into a very fine black suit. After he finished making some early arrangements, he waited for Abel to finish breakfast before leading him to the dressing room. Abel had to get ready as soon as he finished eating. When he was done, he followed Burbage to the dressing room. The dressing room was one of the rooms that was reserved for just Abel. It was mostly just an empty room, which had full-body mirrors on the walls on 2 sides. The mirror's body was made of giant crystals, where the back was sealed to the wall with mercury. Keep in mind that this world didn't have the technology to make glass, so making mirrors like this was ridiculously expensive. Inside the first room on the other side, there were countless costumes for both men and women. Most of them were left by the George family, so Abel planned to throw them all away, but Burbage convinced him not to. He said that the right costumes were supposed to represent a family's heritage. And while the history behind them might not be passed down to the generations onward, its symbolic meaning was more than enough to make them stay. Over the past 20 days, the royal tailors had prepared 4 costumes for Abel. They were working days and nights for them, but there really wasn't time to finish all the linings. The most they could do was lace enough jewelry so it looked high-class enough for the person wearing them. Abel chose a bright yellow safari jacket for himself. He decided to go with a shouldered cape that had a black base and golden linings for the outside. For his head, he decided to wear the golden crown with a perfect gemstone piece. He was wearing white small gloves made with sheep leather, and he was holding the scepter made with green tourmaline. Abel was a handsome man, about 2 meters tall. With a uniform tailored for a king, almost everyone felt like bowing down in his presence. Also, it had only been a month since he came back from the Great War. He did a good job maintaining his postures as a knight, but occasionally, the murderous aura would still come out of him and shun everyone nearby. Great, it's great. When Abel smiled, the overwhelming essence he omitted suddenly disappeared. He realized how intimidating he was being, so he did something about it with his transformation necklace. After that, the royal tailor finally felt the courage to stand up and thank him for his compliment. Burbage sent a reminder, "Your Majesty, you're the king and host of this event. There is no need for you to wait in the hallroom now. You can make your appearance after everyone else has." No, Abel shook his head at the suggestion. "I can, but no. I don't know how the other kings did it, but everyone coming is my friend. I need to be there to show them enough generosity." Burbage quickly changed his tune. "Apologies, Your Majesty. As a powerful king, you are free to do all things under your own free will." When Abel came to the hallroom, he saw Bardali was waiting outside the door. Bardali was in her lady-in-waiting costume, but the wizard badge on her chest was a constant reminder that she was to be respected at all times. This way, not only did she serve as someone to maintain the order of this place, the wizards that would come here today would also feel very respected to be welcomed by her. Bardali called over, "Bernie Goff of the dwarves just came." Bernie was very polite for formal events such as this. "It's a great honor, Grandmaster Abel. I have come to say my greetings to you." Abel smiled at the presence of a close friend. "It's been so long, Bernie. How's everything?" "All good, thanks to you. The Grandmaster's wine has helped to lift our family's reputation. To thank you for all the help you give, they've sent me here to send you gifts." "Forget about the gifts." Abel shook his head. "You know me well enough, don't you? I don't care about gifts." "Of course you don't, Grandmaster Abel. You're not a man interested in money and wealth, so our family has decided to give you 100 small-sized war puppets this time. Of course, each of them would be equipped with their own consecutive crossbow." Abel gave his utmost gratitude. "Thank your father for me. Please, if the Goff family needs something, let me know." Bernie said with hesitation, "Actually, there's a lot we need your help with, but let's see, well. Yeah, this is your day today, so we'll probably do this another time." Just when Abel was about to ask more about it, Bardali's voice came over from a distance. "Derek, the eldest prince of the kingdom of St. Ellis, has arrived." Bernie gave a bow. "I'll stop bothering you now, Grandmaster Abel. Let's leave the talk for the future." "Sure," Abel returned a bow. "Let's leave it for some other time." Prince Derek gave a bow to Abel. "Good day to you, Grandmaster Abel. I've come here on behalf of His Majesty King Ambrose's behalf." Abel returned the bow. "It's a great honor to see you in person. Thank you so much for your arrival, Your Highness. Please send my kindest regard to His Majesty. His Majesty has sent a very humble gift to you, Grandmaster Abel. Here." As Prince Derek said that, 4 leather-armored knights came in and bowed to Abel on one knee. "They are the Griffin Knights. From this day on, they will swear their eternal loyalty to your family." Abel was very surprised to receive a gift like this. The Griffin Knight was the strongest soldier type of the kingdom of St. Ellis. It was the only human soldier type that was trained with the use of flying mounts. If King Ambrose was kind enough to give him his own Griffin Knight, he must have really cherished the help that Abel could potentially offer. As Abel told the 4 Griffin Knights to stand up, he saw that they were all close to becoming head knight commanders. More crucially, when he scanned them with his power of the will, he could see a lot about their current physical states. They all had suffered several injuries before, and while it's mostly recovered now, they seem to have reached their maximum potential already. From that, Abel kind of understood the reasons that they were chosen to be sent here. As knights who little to no space for growth, they would only grow weaker as time went past. Still, they represented the goodwill of the kingdom of St. Ellis. They were past their prime, but they were still the only human soldier type that could use flying mounts. Abel turned to speak to Burbridge. Have their residence arranged, also take care of their mounts. Yes, your majesty, Burbridge bowed in reply. Then he took the 4 griffin knights away from the hallroom. Abel thanked Prince Derek again. I'm very thankful for such generosity. Please, bring back my gratitude and friendship when you return. Prince Derek's eyes kind of swelled when he heard the word gratitude. He was the one who picked the 4 griffin knights as gifts. There were many people who opposed the idea, and without the direct consent of his father, he would have never had the chance to hear such words from Abel. Bardali's voice came over again. His Majesty of the Duchy of Thunder, King Absalom, has arrived. Abel bowed to Prince Derek. My apologies, I'll have to say my greetings. Prince Derek understood. He knew what happened between the Duchy of Thunder and the Duchy of Carmel. More specifically, he knew how Abel captured a wizard and kept him at the Lion City Wizard Union branch. The story went like this. All the Duchy of Thunder requested Lion City to set the wizard free. Without Abel's consent, it'd be impossible for the Lion City Wizard Union branch to do so. King Absalom was sad. Yes, he was very sad. He was an ambitious king, and the state he ruled was at the same geographic location as the Duchy of Carmel. Originally, since all 3 of the neighboring duchies were pretty strong themselves, his only chance for expansion was to target the Duchy of Carmel. If Abel hadn't gotten all the wizards inside Harry Castle, he would have sent his own army very early on. He had 2 head knight commanders and an intermediate wizard at his disposal. When the Duchy of Carmel went out of control, he could have intervened in the area by force, claiming that it was under the name of maintaining stability over the region. Abel changed all that, though. Not only were both of his head commander knights injured, but his wizard was also now a prisoner at the Lion City Wizard Union branch. Without a wizard's support, the Duchy of Thunder would have no way of defending against harassment from the neighboring states. It was just the power of one man, yes, but without him, the Duchy of Thunder was just a weak state that anyone could bully. With that as context, King Absalom sought opportunities in the banquet that Abel was holding. He had all the time he needed to think about the kind of attitude he should be taking. Of course, it'd be terrible for him to act bold and arrogant in front of Abel. But his pride simply couldn't allow him to lower himself over what happened. His only shot, so it appeared, was to appeal to Abel by offering something that both duchies would be happy with. From a long-term perspective, the Duchy of Thunder had to try to remain friendly towards the Duchy of Carmel. The Kingdom of St. Ellis would try to protect the Duchy of Thunder in case a forced invasion happens. Still, from King Absalom's perspective, if Abel really wanted to threaten his power, there would only be so much that the Kingdom of St. Ellis would be able to do. With that in mind, King Absalom couldn't help but sigh at the young man in front of him. It was important to have aspirations, but humbleness was more important at this point. Abel started with a bow. Welcome, King Absalom. Abel didn't really have any personal grudge against King Absalom. The Duchy of Carmel had always been on bad terms with the Duchy of Thunder, so it'd be weird if the latter didn't try to do something when things started to sour. As he saw it, honestly, the only thing worth being angry about was what they did to head Commander Hoover the other day. He did manage to resolve that. But if he came a little later, there would be no doubt that head Commander Hoover would be in a very bad place right now. King Absalom returned a bow. Your Honor, I've come here on behalf of the goodwill of our state. I hope this exchange will bring everlasting friendship to the people that we represent. Abel replied calmly, So do I, King Absalom, so do I. Yes, well, if you'll allow me to be straight, King Abel, I wish to bring back Wizard Mallory with a nobleman's treaty. King Absalom knew that there wasn't enough time. There were many guests at this banquet. We had to make this conversation go faster. The deal he offered was like paying ransom for a hostage. This way, he could ensure that Wizard Mallory would be safe under captivity. Abel smiled as he shook his head. I think you're mistaken, King Absalom. I'm not the one who's holding the person with that title. It seems that I have to reveal my ace card already. King Absalom shook his head. King Abel, if you're willing to accept this offer, I'll exchange Neeking City for a promise from you to show mercy to Wizard Mallory. Gold was meaningless to someone like Abel. With that in mind, the only thing that the Duchy of Thunder could offer was land. Neking City was a city with the same size as Harvest City. It shared its border with the Duchy of Carmel, and the size of its landmass was enough to be granted to at least 10 crested knights. For just one intermediate wizard, Abel surely got a bargain this time. Abel smiled and nodded. Yes, I'll negotiate with the Lion City wizards once they've arrived. And if you would just excuse me for a bit. Abel turned to Burbridge. Is Grandfather Brooke here yet? Burbridge replied with a bow. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I think some time will be needed to wait for him. Abel then reached his hands out to King Absalom, for the eternal friendship between our states. King Absalom fist bumped with Abel. Yes, for the eternal friendship between our states, our people, and between us. Once the two kings finished their declaration for peace, the expressions on their faces started to relax a lot more. King Absalom did pay a huge price for getting Wizard Mallory back, but it was all worth it if he could guarantee his state's safety. Next, it was time for Abel to meet with the King of the Duchy of Laka and the King of the Duchy of Korra. He was very polite to them, and such humbleness was not very often seen before. In all of the previous banquets, the king was supposed to make an appearance only at the final moment. When the four families heard that Abel was not doing that, they were all very moved by his decision to lower himself in front of his guests. When the local noblemen arrived, that's when the banquet really started to get noisy. Almost all of the families brought their most beautiful maidens here. They were all about the same age as Abel. 3 of them were even from the royal families of the neighboring duchies. Now Abel was a very, very, very attractive man in the eyes of these ladies. He was powerful, rich, young, articulate, and humble. He was the king, and all of them wanted a piece of him, but they didn't have the power to speak to a king at their own will. To Abel, he was just not interested in them. He already had Lorraine, and his previous life already taught him to stay loyal to one partner. Bardali's voice came over. Chesterton, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of St. Pirit, has come. Abel was slightly surprised to hear that name. In the Kingdom of St. Pirit, the Prime Minister was supposed to be more powerful than the king himself. The most he expected was a prince, not the one with the highest authority in the whole state. Abel welcomed with a wide grin. Thank you so much for coming here, Duke Chesterton. Duke Chesterton responded with a deep bow. Grandmaster Abel, the Duchy of Carmel will only get more prosperous under your rule. Abel thanked him for the kind words. The Kingdom of St. Pirit has always been good to me. I hope I can bring this gratitude of mine to all of the Duchy of Carmel. Prince Derek was not very pleased to see Duke Chesterton here. On occasions like this, every kingdom was supposed to send representatives of the same class. Since the Kingdom of St. Ellis sent him, a prince, to come here to this banquet, it'd be only right for the Kingdom of St. Pirit to send a prince of their own. What Duke Chesterton was doing here was nothing short of causing drama. When Prince Derek thought about how Duke Chesterton managed to come here safely, he couldn't help but look over towards a specific direction. Yes, where the teleportation circle was located. If Duke Chesterton wanted to get here without bringing any guards, he could come here by accessing the teleportation circle from his own palace. His Majesty of the Kingdom of St. Anwal, Emperor Aldous, has arrived. Bardali's voice had everyone shocked this time. Duke Chesterton might be the one with real power in his state, but title was much more important at places like this. Also, Emperor Aldous was truly deserving of his title. He could even have the Great in front of his title, and no one would argue. Prince Derek had a very sour look now. While it was the Kingdom of St. Ellis that gave Abel his own territory, things started to seem like they were out of control. In fact, it looked like that Duchy of Carmel was already beyond the control of the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Originally, the Kingdom of St. Ellis was composed of 7 sub-states, but that number could easily become 6, with Abel as one of the rulers. Take now, for example, the Duchy of Carmel was speaking on equal ground with the Kingdom of St. Pirit and the Kingdom of St. Anwal. Worse yet, if Abel truly wanted to form a diplomatic relationship with these two, there probably wasn't a lot that could stop him. Abel bowed to Emperor Aldous. "Oh, the great Emperor Aldous, it is my utmost honor to be under your presence." Emperor Aldous bowed back. "Greetings to you, Grandmaster Abel. I've come here with the friendship of the Kingdom of St. Anwal, and we wish that we can do well with the Duchy of Carmel." The emperor was asking to be on equal ground with Abel. There were no other ways of interpreting that. Also, if it was someone like Duke Chesterton saying that, there would be a lot of wiggle room to take back what was said. However, this was an emperor that said this. There was no turning back with anything that he said. Naturally, Abel was not going to turn down an offer as good as this one. In the first place, he only received the Duchy of Carmel so he could provide for the two families that raised him. Now, with a powerful empire willing to ally with him, of course, he would take this opportunity to further ensure the safety of his duchy. Emperor Aldous was taking a lot of the spotlight off from Abel. Like Duke Chesterton, he didn't speak openly about the gifts that they were bringing. It wouldn't be polite if they were to show off their presence. Here, they were whispering to their servants, but Abel didn't think it was enough to ask them about it. Bard Ali's voice came over again. Wizard Cyril of the Dwarves has arrived. Before Abel moved towards him, Wizard Cyril appeared by the side with his instantaneous movement spell. Wizard Cyril grabbed Abel by his cape. Okay, let's cut to the point, Grandmaster Abel. The Grandmaster's wine, where is it? I've gotten thirsty with this trip. Bernie's hands covered his face the whole time. Abel smiled, then spoke to his servant. Yes, Wizard Cyril, I have as many as you want. Hey, you. Bring all of the Grandmaster's wine to the main hall. Wizard Cyril only looked more serious when the servants left. I don't think being a king is good for you. You're still a long way from your journey as a wizard. All the royals weren't sure if they heard correctly. It was not appropriate for Wizard Cyril to speak like this to a king. Still, given that he was a well-respected advanced wizard, it made sense that he'd be this straightforward. Abel smiled humbly. Yes, but my family is not quite big enough yet. I need an environment for them to grow. Sure, Wizard Cyril nodded with the reply. Normally, it'd take the same amount for one to grow with his family. Still, for Abel, because of how extraordinarily powerful he was already at the top of the Holy Continent before his family could find a way to help him. If this kept going, his two families would have no chance but to keep relying on just him to survive. Soon, a few servants brought bottles of the Grandmaster's wine on the long table. It didn't take long before one of them to disappear and reappear in Wizard Cyril's hands. Abel didn't really trust Wizard Cyril to act responsibly. Bernie. Can you watch him for me? Bernie laughed as he joined Wizard Cyril. It's fine. Wizard Cyril gets loose in front of good wine, but he's not all that crazy when he's drunk. Bard Ali spoke again. Duke Alberta and Lady Carrie of the Elven race have arrived. Abel, Duke Alberta performed an elven bow to Abel. Instead of referring to Abel by his title, he only spoke his name, giving off an impression of how close their relationship was. Meanwhile, Lady Carrie just bowed to Abel quietly before standing back behind Duke Alberta. Abel greeted with a bow. How did you get here in person, Duke Alberta? Duke Alberta said with a smile, I come here as a representative of Angstrom C. Ide. I don't know if you'll be interested, but would you like the Duchy of Carmel to become our ally? As soft as Duke Alberta's voice was, it was enough for all the noblemen to be very shocked. Angstrom City was one of the most prominent cities of the Elven race. If the Duchy of Carmel were to become its ally, it had become something that would be far more important than a duchy. Abel smiled in response. It'd be my honor, Duke Alberta. Angstrom C. Ide is a beautiful elven city, and it'd be my honor to have the Duchy of Carmel become its ally. For now, it's just spoken promises. Administrations would negotiate all the necessary paperwork on both sides. Something bothered Duke Chesterton. Wait, Angstrom City is so far away. It'd be very expensive if the elves wanted to set up a teleportation channel that goes through both places. Emperor Aldous was also shocked to hear this. True. Does this duchy have a large-sized teleportation circle or something? I'm afraid not. Duke Chesterton shook his head. Even the three kingdoms don't have the right to make purchases of large-sized teleportation circles. Grandmaster Abel did make a lot of points with the business he was doing in Lion City, but I would say that it was simply not legal for him to buy his own. Prince Derek said with a bitter smile, I think I know something about this. The two turned to Prince Derek in silence. Actually, it would make sense that someone from the kingdom of St. Ellis would know about this better than they did. Prince Derek asked in a soft voice, do you two remember about the Wizard Cliff murder case? Duke Chesterton nodded, yes. It remained an unsolved case. But when it was revealed that Grandmaster Abel had killed 3 advanced wizards on his own. People started to think of him as the real killer. Prince Derek spoke in a very quiet voice. Yes, yes. So then, if the Duchy of Carmel really has its own large-size circle, the answer would be clear. Even Emperor Aldous was interested. Why? Prince Aldous spoke with a painful look. Wizard Cliff's tower disappeared after he was killed. Emperor Aldous widened his eyes. You're talking about a tower. You're talking about a tower that's 16 floors tall. The St. Ellis Wizard Union did try to hide this information. Now, whoever's in charge of the Wizard Union, he's not going to let anyone do any further investigation. It's been a very long time since the information was leaked. Of course, Prince Derek knew all there was to it. If Abel really did have a large-sized teleportation circle, he would have had more than enough time to come up with a legitimate reason for it. P Alphandalpha, Nanua 1 SOM. Yes, Prince Derek nodded. Just then, the teleportation circle and analytic spirit and the magic tower all disappeared together. Duke Chesterton sighed. I don't think even the Wizard Union wants to ask questions about it. The real ruler of the St. Ellis Wizard Union was Wizard Dunn. There were many links between him and Abel, and as a level 18 advanced wizard himself, he was among the most terrifying fighting force that the human possessed. Same for Abel. He's killed a few advanced wizards himself. It was not like the Wizard Union would go after him for some dead people and some items that probably wouldn't come back. Bardali's voice came over. Master Soren of the Blacksmith Union has come. Master Soren bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster Abel. I've brought some gift from the Union itself, and I've also got some things directly from Master Robin himself. Abel returned a bow. Is Master Robin well lately? Master Soren replied, he's been good lately. So good, actually, that he's been locking himself inside his room all day. He's mostly researching the things that you've done, Grandmaster Abel. Abel said with a smile, please, send him my best regards. As the banquet was about to start, more and more people started to gather. All the wizards that were close to Abel came. There was Wizard Murphy, Wizard Morton, Carlos, and Camille. Wizard Eveline couldn't come. He was too busy on his own lockdown training. Due to his injuries, he had no choice but to dedicate more time to enhancing his strengths. When Carlos and Camille saw Abel, they became more careful than they had previously been. It's been a while, you two, Abel said, then proceeded to complain to them. You know, for the days I've stayed at Harry Castle, you've never come to see me. Carlos was already back to his usual ways of mouthing at people. Well, you should be the one that comes to see us. Where have you been, Abel? We couldn't see you anywhere. Camille nodded with a smile. Language. I'm just saying, but it's almost like you're trying to hide from us. Abel tried to hold the urge to give them a big hug. I've heard words that both of you reached rank 5. You two are finally going to become official wizards. Camille said in confidence, you are sure right about that. We don't make the best competition for you, but come on, we're not that terrible. Ever since the training ground was filled with all sorts of equipment bought from Lion City, the wizards that lived in Harry Castle were really starting to make improvements with enhancing their ranks. It was especially true for Carlos and Camille. As direct disciples of Wizard Morton, they had almost limitless resources to use for their training, and it was making their progress go faster than ever before. For Wizard Morton, he was just happy to see that his disciples were good to each other. With all 3 of them as official wizards, he was very proud of his achievements over the years. Suddenly, a white light flashed by Abel. It was Wizard Dunn. He didn't even bother waiting for Bardali's announcement. Wizard Lorenzo from Lion City was also with him. Wizard Dunn was laughing as he greeted, Grandmaster Abel. So good to see you on a day like this. Lorenzo and I are just, you got any drinks for us? Wizard Lorenzo was much more formal in comparison. Grandmaster Abel, I've come to send regards from the Lion City Wizard Union branch. At this time Burbridge came back. Your Majesty, the banquet is about to commence. When Abel walked to the center of the hallroom, he saw quite a lot of diversity among the guests he invited. There were humans, dwarves, elves, wizards, knights, and noblemen. They were the most respected people on the Holy Continent, and that just showed how powerful Abel was now. Everyone. Abel didn't speak with a loud voice, but the sound circle he installed made his voice spread very clearly. Some of the ordinary people didn't know how it happened. They were just surprised with everything that they saw and heard. Since the palace was not supposed to be another magic tower, it must have devices that would allow ordinary people to enter. Abel tried to fix that by installing low-concentration magic gathering circles. While they served as energy supply, the mana concentration wouldn't go so overboard that ordinary people would die. While observing the palace's interior, Wizard Lorenzo noticed the diamond on Abel's crown. It was a top-tier magic gemstone that he was wearing. Even advanced wizards wouldn't do something like that. I am Abel, a blacksmith, a wizard, and now I've become a duke that rules my own territory. I love the Duchy of Carmel. It is the home that raised me. From today onward, I'll fulfill my role to protect it. The Duchy of Carmel will forever remain neutral. It will not be involved in any conflicts between states, and it will never be the first one to declare any of its neighbors as an enemy. However, if anyone dares to invade, I'll make them pay with blood. That's all I have to say. Let's start the banquet now. Abel's speech demonstrated the founding principles of his duchy. It also showed a lot about the strength of the Duchy of Carmel. It wasn't easy for any state to become neutral. Since the three kingdoms were always going against each other, any sort of disagreement would usually lead to the smaller duchies involved. The humans didn't have a lot of space to live in. There was a limited amount of all kinds of resources. If an empire wanted development, it'd always have to take from others. Abel didn't want any of that in his duchy. He served the kingdom of St. Ellis, but that's only in form. He wouldn't want any of his subjects to die from meaningless wars. Now that he's declared neutrality, it would be much harder for the others to ask favors from him. With all that he said, Abel began to lift a crystal wine glass that was filled with red wine. Everyone followed. They all had their own concerns, but they all took their glass as soon as Abel did. Things got a lot noisier after the first sip. The servants started serving the dishes that were cooked by the royal chefs. Some of the gluttons already noticed. These are from the land of Forgotten. Land of the what? Some of those had never heard of the place, but when they found out how much the food cost at Lion City, they simply didn't know what to think. Even for a powerful empire, it'd be costly to hold a banquet of this magnitude. With the arrival of the good wine and food, laughter filled the banquet hall. The guests sorted themselves into small groups. Most of them chose to talk to people of equal status as themselves. For example, a few advanced wizards went to have conversations with Emperor Aldous and Duke Chesterton. Prince Derek was with them, but he was just listening by the side with a smile on his face. Again, Abel was the host of this event. It was only natural for him to take care of everyone that came here. With an overwhelming number of quests here, he didn't have time to touch glass with every single one of them. Instead, while holding a glass of red wine in his hand, he walked around the room and made a greeting gesture with everyone. That's about when he saw a familiar face, Head Commander Markham. As usual, he had a very serious look on his face. Next to him was a young man dressed in high-class clothes who was continuously stuffing food inside his mouth while a lady watched him at the same time. Abel came to ask, "You've come, Head Commander Markham." Head Commander Markham bowed. "Greetings, Grandmaster Abel." Surprised to say, "I've never expected K3516 to be you." The young man beside him swallowed a piece of bread. "So who do you think I am, Grandmaster Abel?" Abel smiled back. "Good to see you out of Miracle City, K3308. "Ah, the pleasure is mine," K3308 said as he looked towards Head Commander Markham for a bit. "I don't think you'll be able to recognize me without him, but oh well." Abel laughed. "You don't know how special you are, don't you? For all my life, I've never seen another wizard who, without wearing his cape, finds himself eating a bunch of food next to a roomful of noblemen. All the while talking to a lady, no less." K3308 wiped his mouth for a bit. "Come to think of it. Pardon me, I've never given you a proper introduction, have I?" "No," Abel nodded. "You might know me as K3308, but my real name is Ramseel. I'm here with my father, Emperor Aldous." "Oh," Abel went to tap Prince Ramseel on the shoulder. "I'll call you Ramseel from now if you don't mind. Remember to stay here for a few days after this banquet. There'll be plenty of food and wine for you to have." Prince Ramseel giggled. "Generous, very generous, Grandmaster Abel. I've heard this from the wizards, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that it takes 10 days of eating at the Land of the Forgotten to have an enhancement." Abel shook his head. "I don't know who told you such rumors, but fine, stay here for 10 days if you want. I've got my own things to attend to, though, so it's not like I've got all day for you. Abel didn't mind giving more food out to people. Actually, given how full of mana Prince Ramseel was now, it'd be very beneficial if he was given an extra dose of the rabbit essence. Being generous here would be very good for both sides. While Abel was chatting with Prince Ramseel, Ramseel's father, Emperor Aldous, looked towards them for a bit. He liked where this was going. After hearing that Ramseel, his 10th son, was going to the orc battlefield at the same time as the legendary Abel, he knew that there was a new chance to form new connections with a potentially powerful ally. Within the 30-something sons that Emperor Aldous had, 6 of them were blessed with the talent to become wizards. Ramseel was one of them, but his potential was just not enough to be worth much attention. Now that he became good friends with Abel, his father might just treat him with a little more recognition. Grandmaster Abel, Head Commander Markham spoke to Abel. Head Commander Bodley didn't come because he didn't receive an invitation. Also, there's something he wanted me to ask you. Sure, Abel replied. He wanted to move his entire family to the Duchy of Carmel, apparently. Abel was very glad to hear this. Head Commander Bodley was a powerful knight. With just Head Commander Hoover as the guardian of Bakong City, there simply weren't enough elite soldiers to defend the Duchy of Carmel. He wanted more men to come to him, and the timing was simply too perfect. Abel asked, I thought Head Commander Bodley preferred Miracle City. Why is he planning on leaving now? Head Commander Markham explained, ever since the Great War, it is expected that there won't be any major conflicts for the next several decades. There won't even be much conflict on smaller scales, because the orcs would try to do anything to de-escalate. It's going to be much harder to gain battle points on the orc battlefield, so what Head Commander Bodley thought wanted was to finally settle down somewhere. With the number of points he's got, there wouldn't be much problem for him to become a crested baron. Abel smiled in response. You have my word, Markham. When you see Head Commander Bodley, tell him that I already have his title and domain ready. From this very instance onward, he will be free to move to the Duchy of Carmel with his family. Thank you so much, Grandmaster Abel. I'll tell him as soon as he can. Head Commander Markham was very pleased to see his friend rewarded like this. The Duchy of Carmel was probably the safest state in the world now. Also, given how close Abel was to Head Commander Bodley, it's pretty much guaranteed that the rewards he gave wouldn't be too terrible. Having his whole family moving would definitely improve everyone's standard of living. Abel turned to ask Prince Ramseel, have you heard from K3305? Prince Ramseel said with a grin, he's still at Miracle City, that man. He needs a little more points before he can say goodbye to that place. Abel raised his brow, but I thought he was better than you. Prince Ramseel crossed his arms, well, you're wrong. I'm K3308. The most explosive man there is, and if I put my mind into something, no one can cross me. This was what Ramseel meant by explosive. Before the war, the wizards would only spend half a day on launching all-out attacks on the enemy orcs. The faster the wizards were at casting spells, the more points they would get for killing the orcs that were coming to the walls. By this logic, it'd be very easy for Prince Ramseel to take the lead. He did was to activate all the magic items that he had at once, and once he used them all up, he continued his attacks by using the rune cards he had. It was a dumb plan, but it worked. After using all the items that he had, Prince Ramseel clumsily started drawing rune patterns to continue attacking the orcs. He was slow at it, of course, but since he didn't have to spend much, he still managed to score a lot of kills in half a day. While Abel was guessing on how much money Prince Ramseel wasted for finishing his service, he saw Carlos and Camille talking to each other with a gloomy look on their faces. He wasn't sure what was going on. So after waving goodbye with Prince Ramseel and Head Commander Markham, before he proceeded to go check on them, Abel put on a warm smile. What happened, you two? Carlos had an upset look on his face. Abel, I should have never come to his banquet. Wait, why? Abel asked. For some reason, Camille was just as upset as Carlos. Camille lowered her head. Mentor just told us that we couldn't have any food here. Do you know how hard it is for us, Abel? We've been trying not to smell them every day when we are in Harry Castle, but now that they are right in front of us. That just reminded Abel. Both Carlos and Camille had yet to become official wizards. It'd be a waste if they were to eat food that contained the rabbit essence. Abel said with a sympathetic look on his face. Mentor is right. You should try to stay away from these dishes. How about I get something ordinary for you too? Camille rolled her eyes. No, I can't eat normal food when I smell all this, you know. Right, sorry, Abel looked away for a bit. Have you heard from Warren and Audrey? Warren and Audrey were Wizard Morton's disciples. Abel hadn't seen them before, but from what he's heard, the two locked themselves up on the 6th and 7th floor of the Morton Magic Tower outside Bakong City. Camille shook her head. Remember when you were chased after by Wizard Cliff? Everyone left the Morton Magic Tower when that happened, but both of them didn't make it when the floors were unlocked. Abel sighed. I'm so sorry to hear that. Mentor must be very sad about this. I should have been there earlier to comfort him. Thank you for saying that. Camille nodded in acknowledgement. Mentor did expect this to happen, but he's been doing everything he can to make sure that it won't happen again. Wizard apprentices don't have a high rate of being official wizards. This is why he only picks really talented students. Abel tried to change the subject. Let's spare that talk for another time. For now, I hope you two focus on your training. I've already prepared magic towers for both of you. Camille quickly changed her tone. Wow, really? Is it all right if I paint the whole tower in pink? Carlos suddenly interrupted. I want short-distance portals everywhere in mine. I've had enough walking on stairs. What Carlos said did bring back some good memories. When the three of them were back at the Morton Magic Tower, Carlos would always complain about how many stairs he had to climb. Anyways, the three started smiling at each other as they reminisced about the time they had together. Meanwhile, Duke Albert drank red wine over the distance. He kept his distance from Abel and his classmates, but nodded when he crossed eyes with Abel. When Abel noticed, he went up to him to say his greetings. Duke Albert smiled. It's only been 2 years, Abel. I didn't expect you to grow so much. Abel lowered his knees. My honorable Duke Albert, it is my pleasure to see you here. I can't stress enough how much I miss the days when I was with the elves. When Abel finished his sentence, Duke Albert quickly activated a magic circle that he wore on his waist. This way, the two were covered with an invisible force field. The energy that was emitted caught the attention of multiple advanced wizards present. But when they saw how natural Abel was, they all didn't bother to ask anything. Still, Abel's elder sign card started sending emergency signals to Abel. The guardian spirit was trying to send a warning to him through the battle command spirit. If Abel didn't shut down the emergency signal device with his power of the will, the battle Fort 03 would have entered into combat mode immediately. Whatever Duke Alberta wanted to say, it must be very important. Duke Alberta looked at Abel. I'm not sure if you've heard about this, Abel. So I'm just going to tell you from the start. Yes, Abel listened. From what I've gathered, the dwarves have suffered a decrease in their food production. The elves are in a similar situation. Fruits and other food products have been on a decline. The humans have yet to face this problem, but according to the elder of my clan, there will be a disaster coming soon. It will be big enough that the whole holy continent will suffer because of it. Abel nodded. What you're saying definitely makes sense. When I was at the Orc Empire, I saw a great decline in the production of food. It's one of the reasons that the Orc Empire started the war. Duke Alberta continued, if the humans suffer a food shortage, then the Duchy of Carmel will be at a very different place than where it is now. It's the same reason that I'm here. The Duchy of Carmel was heavily reliant on its agriculture. It's one of the largest producers of food in the human world, and due to its very southern location, it became the ideal place for running farms and growing crops. In times of prosperity, it'd be selling food that was less valuable than anything, but in times of a food crisis, there would be no doubt that there would be someone who was going to buy it at a very high price. Duke Alberta's objective was simple. By allying with the Duchy of Carmel, no one would feel that it was right to ask for favors from Abel. Yes, not even if there was a lack of food that could be distributed. Abel turned to ask, so how long do you think it'll take? 10, Duke Albert said with a depressed look, at least 10 years. Since the outbreak came too quickly. We elves didn't have enough time to make enough storage for ourselves, and no. We can't just buy from the humans. The diet we have is too different from what humans produce. This just reminded Abel of his 3 goddesses statue. He was a lucky man. With the irrigation device that he had, it would only take 1 month to collect wheat that was ripened. He had to keep it a secret, though. With Harvest City under his control, he would make sure that none of the noblemen would have access to the secret technology he was utilizing. Abel spoke to Duke Albert. "If you don't mind me suggesting, I suppose the elves can try to change their diet." "What do you mean?" Duke Albert asked. "If the elves can change their main diet to what the humans have, I can make sure that there'll be enough supplies to feed the whole population." Duke Albert shook his head immediately. "It's a shocking statement, coming even from you. I'm afraid it's not possible, however. We elves have a very high demand for fruits. What humans eat cannot provide us the necessary nutrition for our survival." "I'll be straight with you, Duke Albert." Abel went closer. "I have a special potion that allows me to create a massive amount of crop harvest. It's not something that I'm prepared to sell to others if you know what I mean." Duke Albert widened his eyes. "You mean you can multiply the food sources that the humans have?" Abel nodded with the confidence of an alchemy prodigy. "Indeed. I've already been testing it with the Harry family. We're using the potion on a massive area that's outside Harvest City." "So is it possible to increase the production of fruits?" Abel wasn't too certain. "I didn't do enough tests for that, but it should be very likely." "Well," Duke Albert scratched his head, "if I remember correctly, Master Bennet doesn't have his own property amongst the elves. You only have a title that was granted to you. Am I correct?" "Well, yes," Abel replied with a bit of surprise. "Very well, when I'm back, I'll talk with the Grand Duke. I'll ask her to grant Master Bennet his own property outside Angstrom City. I'll also advise her to consider promoting Master Bennet's rank amongst the elves." Abel felt unsettled after Duke Albert had freed himself from the magic circle. No one in the human world knew about this news, not even the kingdom of St. Ellis. If they did, there was no way they would give every inch of harvestable land to him. He had unintentionally found the third goddess fountain water. He was capable of providing food for all humans, but no one had forced him. 10 years of food shortage would use up everything in their inventory. The Duchy of Carmel's status had increased, but a corresponding power increase was needed. This included the knights and Abel himself. Knights were very important. According to the rules of humans in the Holy Continent, wizards could not get involved in the common world's business. Therefore, knights were the true defying power. Abel thought about the arrival of Head Commander Bodley and the 4 Griffin Knights. Although their loyalty was a problem, Abel had a solution. As long as those powers could join him, the knight force of the Duchy of Carmel would shoot up. Abel calmed himself down and kept smiling and chatting to his guests. "Grandmaster Abel, what a nice palace you have." Bernie wobbly walked towards Abel with a big glass of Grandmaster wine in his hand. Abel's face palmed himself. He told Bernie to look after elite wizard Cyril, but he had ended up drunk like this. "Bernie, drink less," Abel whispered. "Don't worry, I'm a dwarf. Dwarfs can't get drunk." Bernie took another mouthful of Grandmaster wine and said with confidence. Abel shook his head. There was no need to persuade Bernie anyway. Abel was a good ruler. He would stop his guests from enjoying themselves. "Grandmaster Abel, all of these decorations are worth a fortune. You really are quite willing to show off. Did you clear up the palace treasury?" Even though Bernie was a little drunk, he could still function normally. As the heir of the only dwarf family specialized in trade, he could recognize treasures more than any noble human. "Bernie, you are too good. How did you know I've cleared up the palace treasury?" Abel said with a laugh. Bernie suddenly became alert and pointed at Abel. "How can you do that? Just look at this coral. Look at how mysterious it looks. You can tell it is not from the Holy Continent with one look. Only ancient sites will have something like this. Or maybe I was brought back from some faraway land. But no matter what, this thing is extremely valuable. You are provoking people by putting it out. It's just some decoration." "In the eyes of wizards, it looks just like rubbish," Abel said carelessly. "Grandmaster, have you gotten your artwork stolen before?" Bernie gazed around. Realizing there were no guards dedicated to looking after these artworks, the last one who tried had turned flat. Abel said with a laugh, "Turned flat." Bernie stuttered a little and suddenly realized Abel was joking. So he laughed as well. Bernie was not the only one. Many nobles knew how to appreciate art as well. After the amazing meal, many of them began to look at the artworks. Wow sound, many nobles were in awe. Their eyes were filled with shock, especially when they saw that gray armor. "These are the core gears of the duchy. Earl Eno gasped as he stood in front of that magic knight sword, magic shield, and the full set of magic armor. They all had the George family coat of arms on them. The George family was no longer nobles, and their coat of arms had turned into history, but many nobles were still very much attached to it emotionally. These gears were the ones used to establish the duchy. They all greatly admired them. Of course, many were also thankful that Abel was brave enough to show off these treasures. Most people had only heard about them in legends. Especially these knight gears, they signified the Duchy of Carmel. People had only depicted them through drawings. No one had ever seen the real thing. Abel was happy that people are enjoying his decorations in the palace. This was what he wanted. These things from the palace treasury did not mean much to him, but to normal people, even nobles, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The wine party had gone on for an hour. The dance was about to start. Burbage entirely organized the flow of this wine party, and he followed the traditional royal party flow. As the owner, Abel would first need to select a lady to dance with him. The other nobles could only entire the stage after him. As soon as the royal musicians appeared, every guest lowered their wine glasses and stopped their chatting. They were all excited to see which lucky lady Abel would choose. The music arose. Dancing was included in Abel's noble training, but he had never joined a dance party before, let alone dance with someone. As Abel walked across the ladies, they all looked at him with excitement, but they were met one by one with disappointment. He arrived by the side of his mother, Nora. Nora had used the beauty potion and the full recovery potion, so she looked like a young lady. When Abel reached out his hand, countless gazes turned towards Nora. "Mother, can we have a dance?" Abel's words sent a shock to the other ladies' jealous gaze, but then they became jealous again when they realized how beautiful his mother was. "My spirit, King Abel's mother looks so young," a noble lady was choked. "Yes, I would believe it if some told me she is just 18 years old." Another lady said admiringly. There were nobles from all three kingdoms, so some of them were in the known. They soon realized maybe Abel's mother had used the elves' beauty potion. All of a sudden, gaze turned towards the elven guests, Duke Albert and Lady Carrie. Lady Carrie ground her teeth. She felt the urge to tell everyone Abel was an alchemy master. She had sacrificed a lot of effort, even her life, to get a bottle of beauty potion from Abel. Most of the guests knew how prestigious the elves were, so it was best not to interrupt them. However, powerful rulers of the kingdom, such as Emperor Aldous and Duke Chesterton, stepped up and began chatting with Duke Albert. The kingdom of St. Ellis's eldest prince, Prince Derek, knew his status was lower, so he stepped up to Lady Carrie. However, before he could even speak, Lady Carrie gazed at him with cold eyes. Her attitude as an intermediate druid was exposed, almost embarrassing the prince. Prince Derek quickly stepped back for 10 meters as though Lady Carrie was a snake. He took a deep breath. The wine party lasted until night. Burbage was very experienced. He organized a once-in-a-lifetime performance that only boosted the atmospheres. Excitement. After the party ended, most of the guests left through the teleportation circle. "Father, I accepted Grandmaster Abel's invite. I'll stay in the Duchy of Carmel for 10 days. Please allow me." Prince Ramseel spoke softly and bowed to his father, Emperor Aldous. "Since Grandmaster Abel had invited you, then stay. Make sure to interact well with Grandmaster Abel," Emperor Aldous said with a smile. Abel walked out of his room in his pajamas. Burbage was already waiting outside. He immediately said with a bow, "Your Majesty, Head Commander Bodley wants to see you. Tell him to wait for me in the hall. I'll be there in a moment." Abel nodded. He didn't expect Head Commander Bodley to come this quick. He only mentioned it to Head Commander Markham yesterday, and the man had already arrived early next morning, just in time to increase the night force of the Duchy of Carmel. Abel put on some casual clothes in his changing room and walked towards the hall. Grandmaster Abel. Head Commander Bodley was drinking a cup of coffee. He quickly stepped up and bowed when he saw Abel. "Bodley, long time no see. No need to be this polite. This is not the Head Commander Bodley I know." Abel patted on his shoulder and said with a laugh. Head Commander Bodley began to laugh as well when he saw Abel's attitude. He then stood up straight and said, "I wanted to come follow you the moment I heard you became king of the Duchy of Carmel, but I had some business I needed to finish up in Miracle City, so that's why it had taken this long." Head Commander Bodley had fought alongside Abel before. He trusted him with all his heart. Serving a king like this was far better than those nobles who inherited all their wealth. The Duchy of Carmel is not strong. We need a powerful head commander like you. Abel continued to smile. I, Head Commander Bodley, will forever remain loyal to King Abel till the day I die. Head Commander Bodley kneeled and yelled. I, the King of the Duchy of Carmel, Abel, accept your loyalty. I will be treated as my man. Abel said in a serious tone as he took out a knight's sword from his portal ring and tapped it on the Head Commander Bodley's two shoulders. The ceremony was finished just like that. The relationship between Abel and Head Commander Bodley was one step closer. Grandmaster Abel, I will move my family here, Head Commander Bodley quickly added. I've just gotten a new city, Neakin City. I will divide it into 4 and grant you a knight domain. I will also submit a baron title for you to the Kingdom of St. Ellis. I prepared a mansion for you in Bakong City and a courtyard outside the city. If you need anything else, just tell me. Abel waved his hand. Thank you, Grandmaster Abel, but this is already too much. I am satisfied with it. Head Commander Bodley bowed. For knight domains were the most amount of domain baron could get. But in reality, barons could rarely obtain all 4 domains. The title of a baron signified that you have 2 domains. Therefore, most new barons in the Holy Continent would only have 2 domains, since all kings would like to grant the minimum number of domains. Of course, if Head Commander Bodley's family were nobles with a coat of arms, his rewards would be added on by his war glory. But Head Commander Bodley was only raised in a small noble family. The only reason that his family could maintain their status was that he was serving in Miracle City. As a head commander, he could go to any duchy and obtain a very prestigious title. But that title wouldn't have any coat of arms. Nobles like this would decrease status with each generation and become an ordinary citizen at last. A coat of arms was the most prestigious signifier of status. Even a knight with a coat of arms and without a domain was more prestigious than a normal high-status noble. This was why countless knights had willingly risked their lives in battle. As long as they could obtain a coat of arms, his offspring would be able to enjoy the prestige of this title forever if they did not kill themselves. It was very rare to see a huge coat of arms family, like the George family being banished. If they didn't get exposed for supplying the orcs with secret human weapons to unleash their massive attack on the Miracle Wall, as well as getting in the way of Abel's right to have a duchy as domain, this would have never happened to them. Therefore, the George family incident was extremely rare. After Head Commander Bodley happily left the palace, Abel connected with Bardali through the soul chain. Bardali, come see me. He then turned to Burbridge, the butler, and said, tell the 4 Griffin Knights to see me. Yes, your majesty, where do you want to have lunch? Burbridge replied. Here, I have a lot of things to take care of today. Abel said casually. Although this was not the norm, Burbridge did not question the king too much. He turned and told the servants. It was at that moment Bardali appeared next to Abel in a flash. Bardali, prepare a contract for me. I need it immediately, Abel said with a gaze. But soon he realized there was no mana in the palace. He had disrupted Bardali's training by forcing her to stay in the palace. Yes, Bardali. Also, draw out a forbidden area in the palace and tell the Wizard Union to set up an intermediate mana gathering circle. You can then keep doing your training, Abel added. Yes, master, Bardali replied in excitement. She was Abel's steward, but also Abel's contracted object. Abel had brought her out from the dark world. It was an extremely risky thing to do, but she could help Abel a lot with her noble status. Her work was nothing compared to the amount of joy she had received from Abel. The care Abel had given just further deepened her gratitude. At that moment, the Griffin Knights arrived and neatly bowed at Abel. Your prestigious majesty, the Griffin Knights are at your command. What are your names? Abel asked, confused. Their movements were almost synchronized. I am Griffin Knight No. 24. I am Griffin Knight No. 27. I am Griffin Knight No. 31. I am Griffin Knight No. 33. The 4 Griffin Knights bowed and replied. Dead Knights? Abel realized their identity. They did not have names. They were raised to be a weapon ever since birth. Their loyalty definitely wouldn't be a problem. However, since they were given out, it was hard to say if they could threaten their new owner. The kingdom of St. Ellis probably wouldn't do anything to harm Abel. However, Abel would never wait until a problem arose, so he contacted Bardali earlier. I accept your loyalty, so I'll give you a choice. Abel paused and gazed at the Four Machine like Griffin Knights. He then continued, one is to remain in your current form, another is to sign a contract. If you sign a contract, I will give you potions to increase your power. If any of you can become a head commander, I will grant him a noble identity. Your Majesty, we have reached the peak of our potential. Griffin Knight No. 24 hesitated and bowed. At the end of the day, humans are not machines. Even these Griffin Knights were forced to do Dead Knight training since birth, their human nature remained. Abel had given them a chance to live the life of a normal human in exchange for their full loyalty. Griffin Knights, I am a wizard, I can see your potential, I won't say anything that I'm not confident on, Abel said blankly. I agree to sign the contract. Griffin Knight No. 24 was the first one to bow. Afterward, the other 3 Griffin Knights bowed as well without hesitation. I agree to sign a loyalty contract. Bardali had the lambskin parchments prepared. Each was etched with complicated patterns. In the center, there were some words of loyalty, and below it was a blank space. The knights stepped forward one by one. They bit their finger and pressed it down with their blood. When the last Griffin Knight completed, 5 beams of white light emerged from the pattern on the parchment. The 5 beams of white light connected Abel with the 4 Griffin Knights. The contract was successfully signed. Griffin Knights, follow me. Take your griffins. Bardali, come along as well. We'll go take a walk around Harry Castle. Abel looked at the 4 Griffin Knights, satisfied after they had signed their contract. The 4 Griffin Knights let out a screech and speed out the door. 4 griffins were already waiting outside. The Duchy of Carmel's teleportation circle was located on the palace door's side. 2 official knights were guarding it. Their task was not to protect the teleportation circle. Their power was like nothing compared to those wizards who used the teleportation circle even though they were official knights. Their task was charging the fee for teleportation. Normally, this task would be controlled by a tower spirit. But this place's guardian spirit must be kept a secret, therefore they could do it manually. After they had been accepted as a part of the Wizard Union web of teleportation, the palace's teleportation circle would need to be responsible for some daily teleportation, like people who lay over at the Duchy of Carmel. Since this teleportation circle was not located in a magic tower, it was one of those rare ones that normal people could use. Therefore, despite it being located in the far south of the Holy Continent, it was still in operation quite often. Your Majesty, the 2 knights suddenly saw Abel appear. They quickly bowed. Well done, Abel nodded with a smile. Abel really meant it. The cost of each teleportation was 10,000 gold coins, and this teleportation circle drew its energy from an energy storage room underground, which was lavishly equipped with gems. Gems were worthless to Abel, so all the profit derived from each teleportation could go straight into his palace expenses. Excitement flashed in the gaze of those 2 knights. His citizens often loved a down-to-earth kings. Abel and Bardali entered the teleportation circle first and disappeared in a flash of white light. He then let the 4 Griffin Knights enter, and they disappeared as well. In Harry Castle, Abel saw the 4 Griffin Knights reappeared. Those things were naturally powerful. They had the body of a lion, sharp claws, and the head and wings of an eagle. Lions were the king of the land in the Holy Continent, and eagles were the king of the sky. As a result of the 2 combined, those griffins were extremely powerful, no matter if they were in the sky or land. But of course, they had made their name through their flying skills, since they could correspond it perfectly with their knights on them. Griffin Knights were not only skilled in long-distance archery, but they could also use long spears and weapons to unleash night attacks, so griffins were a perfect match. Griffins were not the fastest flying mounts. Their speed was inferior to the orc's pace eagle, and many other flying mounts could go neck to neck with them. The reason why it was agreed to be the most powerful flying mount was that it was one of the very few practical flying mounts. In the kingdom of St. Ellis, there were enough griffins to form a medium-sized team of knights. The orc's pace eagle could only be possessed by the extremely powerful, and the dwarf's golden eagle was not as powerful as a griffin, even though they could meet up to demand. Abel scanned the 4 griffins with his power of the will. All 4 of them were females. It was expected. There was no way the kingdom of St. Elise would let him breed these things. Too bad. At first, Abel wanted to pass down a team of Griffin Knights guarding the sky, and a team of Mount Wolf Knights guarding the ground for his offsprings. If he could do that, the knight force of the Duchy of Carmel would be perfect. With Abel's scan, he also noticed how many battles those griffins had fought, just like their owners. Although they were not old, their body was filled with hidden injuries. Griffin Knights, stay here from now on. Protect Harvest City. Bring your griffin to the hall. Abel gazes at the griffins. Those griffins' knights were confused about why Abel would want them to bring their griffins into the hall. Those things had the size of a warhorse. With their flying ability, a hall would be too small for them. After they entered the hall, Abel took out 8 golden recovery potions from his portal ring. Although a golden recovery potion was inferior to a full recovery potion, it was still very effective for old injuries. You and your griffin can have one each. I'll see the effect. Abel placed the potions on the table of the hall. The 4 griffin knights each stepped up and took the golden potions. They first poured one down their griffin's mouth and then poured the other down their throat. You could tell how important their griffins were to them just by looking at this. Their situation was very similar to Wizard Eveline. A normal potion could heal an injured human body, but side effects were unavoidable. That was how hidden injuries were created. Normally, hidden injuries were very hard to spot, but it could pile up over time. When it reached a threshold, the body would start to break down. The reason why those Griffin Knights said they had used up their potential was probably due to their hidden injuries. The 4 Griffin Knights flashed in golden light, while Abel kept scanning their changes with his power of the will. Black color impurities were expelled from their body, forming a layer of stinking black oil on their naked skin. Lindsay, bring them to take a bath. Also the griffins as well, bring them back to see me after. Abel's potion was effective. Yes, young master. Steward Lindsay was one of the very few who addressed Abel as a young master, and he would only do so in Harry Castle. The 4 Griffin Knights were brought away by Steward Lindsay with a shocked look on their faces. Just from this, you could tell how amazing Abel's potions were. Bardali, your next mission is to get everyone who is responsible for harvesting those monthly crops to sign a contract. Also, let everyone know the area around Harry Castle. Abel Castle and Bennett Castle will soon be locked down. No one is allowed to enter. Abel lowered his voice. Abel had changed his plan due to the probability of a huge incoming famine in the Holy Continent. Instead of spreading the 3rd goddess fountain water throughout Harvest City, he was just going to use it around the 500 acres of the 3 castles. If the famine did not come true, people would not become suspicious even if the crops around here could be harvested once a month. Food was cheap. However, if there was a famine, the table would turn. Although Abel was not afraid of enemies, it was best not to expose himself and cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, master. Although getting every farmer responsible for those crops to sign a contract was extremely complicated, Bardali still agreed. Also, make more loyalty contracts. I need to get everyone close to the palace to sign one as well, Abel added. Yes, master. Bardali bowed again. Abel was so glad he had brought Bardali back from the Dark World. She had grasped the making of those Dark World royal contracts. It had helped Abel out a lot. For a small noble family like Harry and Bennett, loyalty was a big issue. There were not many people they could trust, and they were constantly worried about people with bad intentions. But it was no longer the case with a magic contract. Their loyalty was guaranteed. Your Majesty, the 4 Griffin Knights came back with Steward Lindsay. They all bowed. If you don't know how to train to become a head commander, you can ask Lindsay. He will give you Head Commander Hoover's Head Commander Training Guide. Use it since I believe all of you have the potential. Abel said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. I am feeling very great. Give me some time and I will definitely become a head commander. Griffin Knight No. 24 spoke up. It seemed like Griffin Knight No. 24 was the leader of the 4 Griffin Knights. Flora, give these 4 permission to enter the wizard circle. Abel spoke to the sky. In this area, Abel's 16th story's magic tower was located in the center. Every inch of land 5 miles from him was controlled by tower spirit Flora. As long as Abel made a command in Harry Castle, Flora would be able to receive it. From now on, you can enter the wizard's circle and do your head commander training. Abel turned back to the Griffin Knights. Thank you, your majesty, the 4 Griffin Knights bowed. In the Holy Continent, you must enter a mana-concentrated environment to feel the forces of mana in order to become a head commander. By slowly absorbing mana, in the end, your body would gain magic power. This process would normally take a long time due to the damage mana does to the body. Therefore, knights needed to spend a long time recovering before they could slowly adapt to the mana environment. Adapting took time, and going into a mana-concentrated environment for training was the only way. If a normal commander wanted to enter a magic tower for training, they needed to complete missions in big cities such as Lion City or Miracle City in exchange for permission. Also, not many wizards would agree to let a head commander enter their magic tower for training in the first place. Most wizards didn't even have enough mana for their own training. Countless of low-ranking wizards roaming outside of a magic tower were scrambling for a tiny bit of mana. You could just imagine how rare mana was. However, there were more than enough in Abel's place. With 2 giant mana gathering circles, his lavishness gave every single wizard in the Harry Castle wizard circle more than though mana. Even low-rank wizards had enough for their training. Other than focusing on training every day, also help me make sure no one is entering Harry Castle, Abel Castle, and Bennett Castle from the sky 500 miles out. Abel commanded. We will give it all we got, the 4 Griffin Knights yelled. Although 500 miles was a vast area, all they needed to do was to guard the north side and the west side. Then humans would only enter from those directions. Normally, such a vast area was impossible to lock down unless you have a few hundred normal knights. However, since those Griffin Knights could fly, 2 of them was enough. This was the power of Griffin Knights. They could see a lot further from the sky, and the flying speed of their griffin allowed them to patrol even faster. Also, every single one of those Griffin Knights had reached the pinnacle of their commander rank. Locking down that area was definitely possible. However, to Abel, this was still not enough. He took out 4 attributed Harry bow from his portal bracelet and placed it on the table. These are called Harry bows. They are attributed to shoot a lot further and faster than normal ones. I'll give them to you, Abel said to the Griffin Knights. These Harry bows were his spirit guardian knight's old weapons. Although they were inferior compared to the rune word Rifuk bow, they were definitely better than anything a normal commander would have. The golden recovery potion that healed their hidden injuries, their knight training conditions, and these attributed Harry bows, all signified to the Griffin Knights that they had made the right decision for signing the loyalty contract. Just like Abel had expected. Although those Griffin Knights were loyal to him, they were also loyal to the Kingdom of St. Ellis royals due to their dead knight training. Normally, this wouldn't cause any trouble, but they would probably turn on Abel if he started having a conflict with the Kingdom of St. Ellis. The loyalty contract had killed this probability, but it was also the Griffin Knight's choice. Abel couldn't stay too long in Harry Castle. He still had something to take care of in Bakong City. After he settled everything, he took a few empty loyalty contracts and left Harry Castle. Bardali stayed at Harry Castle and met up with every single farmer, servant, or knight who came in contact with the 3rd goddess Fountain Water and demanded them to sign a loyalty contract. Just like Abel had hoped, the contract signing went smoothly. Just like that, a harvesting miracle was locked up in Harry Castle. 2 Griffin Knights had also started their patrol. They swapped shifts every 6 hours, so they would never stop. Steward Lindsay also organized some men to set up fences separating the 3 castles from the outer world. There was a sign on each of those fences, warning anyone who dared to enter. As soon as Abel was back at Bakong City, Burbage stepped up and bowed, Your Majesty. The present from the Kingdom of Pirat and Kingdom of St. Anwal had arrived. They are now waiting. What present? You can just put them in the storage room, Abel said gently. Majesty, it's best for you to have a look. Those presents are all warriors, Burbage replied softly. Bring them in, Abel said helplessly. The 3 big kingdoms had investigated Abel. They knew he was not lacking in any materialistic things. Things like weapons were the most common present, but since Abel was a grandmaster blacksmith, no one could give him any gears better than the ones he made himself. In regards to other luxuries, Abel couldn't care less as a wizard. The only thing Abel was lacking was some powerful followers, and the three big kingdoms had the most powerful warriors. Afterwards, Burbage came back with 2 teams of 10 men. One was a team of giant hammer warriors from the kingdom of St. Pirit. They were a special type of fighter often used when invading a city. Their giant hammers could smash through a huge city gate. The prerequisites for these warriors were extremely high. Only one could be successful in 10,000. Therefore, they were extremely rare. Due to how rare these warriors were, they had come away for super big nobles in the kingdom to seek glory. Abel scanned those 10 giant hammer warriors with his power of the will. Every one of them was 2 meters tall, with extremely buff bodies and arms the size of a tree trunk. However, to Abel, these things were just for show. Maybe they would look nice as decorations for big ceremonies. The other team was a team of 10 javelin throwers sent by the kingdom of St. Anwell. They were a social type of fighter as well. A javelin could be very destructive when it was thrown. Would be very effective in the face of a charging team of knights. These 10 men also looked like they were just for show. They all had the same height and body type. Even their faces looked similar. Still, these men were very hard to cultivate. Only the strongest of the strong could become a javelin thrower. Just look at their right arm, it was almost double the size of their left. If they were facing a team of knights, their javelins could immediately kill a few commanders. This reason why giant hammer warriors and javelin throwers was so valuable was because only super big nobles and the 3 kingdoms had the formula to cultivate them. These special fighters were the best way to show off power. Abel couldn't help but sighed. Although the 2 kingdoms had given him something he didn't have, Abel would probably never have a use for these show-off teams in his lifetime. Such a waste. Compared to the kingdom of St. Ellis, although those 4 Griffin Knights had lost their potential, he could still turn them into a member of his powerful knight team in the Duchy of Carmel. Burbage organized them well. Think of a way to train them, Abel said softly to Burbage the butler. The Duchy of Carmel investigation department was fully loyal to Abel. As long as he wanted, someone would get it done. Colin was a rank 9 knight. Although that was not a high rank, he had been selected to join the Royal Guardian Knights due to his young age. However, the George family he was serving was banished after half a year. The Royal Guardian Knights were all very confused about the future of the Duchy of Carmel and their own future. Luckily, Head Commander Hoover had stabilized this team of Royal Guardian Knights, Colin included. After a few days, the Duchy of Thunder began to invade the palace. Colin would never forget that day. When Head Commander Hoover was bravely fighting 2 other head commanders, Abel appeared. He was holding an intermediate wizard in his hand like a little chicken, and the other 2 head commanders were like helpless children in front of him. After that day, Colin received the news that a god like Abel was their new king. Afterward, the training supply of the Royal Guardian Knights was resumed. In fact, it was even better than before. Every training potion they received was at least a blue level. Most importantly, they could obtain the Royal Secret Knight techniques and even better potions through completing missions. Colin came from a small family. They only had 1 knight technique passed down through generations. He just wanted his family to live a better life by serving the royals. He never expected to come in contact with any Royal Secret Knight techniques. Every knight next to him was exploding with passion, ruthlessly accepting missions the palace gave out in exchange for Royal Secret Knight techniques. Although he knew that every knight who exchanged a secret technique would need to sign a contract promising they would keep the technique secret, he knew we would never betray the royals. Those blue-color knight potions he had were unattainable even for big noble knights. Also, the fact that he could exchange secret knight technique and even stronger potions. His potential had become limitless. All of these opportunities, as well as his admiration for his new king's power, had made his loyalty to the king unmatchable. Especially after the wine party the other day. He was the guard outside the hall. He saw the humble look on the king of the Duchy of Thunder's face, the princes, lords, and even emperors from 3 big kingdoms. He also saw dwarfs, elves, as well as the Wizard Union and Blacksmith Union. All of the most powerful groups in the Holy Continent had gathered. He was confident that the Duchy of Carmel, under the leadership of this new king, his duchy would definitely become extremely powerful. Colin was only an ordinary knight out of the bunch, also an ordinary citizen of Bakong City. He was a good reflection of the ordinary in Bakong City. Their duchy was now developing with immaculate speed under the guidance of Abel. Abel was only a legendary figure, but now he had become their king. The weather was turning cold. Almost all crops had stopped growing. The slow rhythm of winter had begun. However, this was not the case for the three castles locked within fences. Their monthly harvest had made the farmers forget about winter. Even the depth of winter could not stop the power of the third goddess fountain water. A few super-gigantic food inventory was built within Harry Castle. In order to preserve food, Abel had exchanged a few giant protection circles from Lion City to protect them. If his speculation was correct, the food inventory would soon become the most valuable resource in the Holy Continent. It was the last day of the year. Abel received an invitation letter early in the morning. It was for Master Bennett. The invitation stated that Master Bennett was invited to Angstrom City to accept his newly granted title and domain. Abel held up this invitation letter. It was written with iron dust on a piece of leaf. He began to plan his trip to the elves. He wanted to see Lorraine the most. They have not seen each other for a very long time, and his yearning for her grew day by day. Going to the elves to accept a domain as Master Bennett did not mean much to Abel. This was because Master Bennett was his elf identity. It wouldn't bring any benefits to his family. However, he could basically guess Duke Albert's intention. He actually just wanted to give him a domain for him to test out if his potion could increase the water spirit fruit production. Burbridge, help me call Head Commander Hoover and Head Commander Bodley. Abel turned his butler and said. Recently, Bardali had been busy getting the important nobles in Carmel's duchy to sign a contract. Abel had also figured it out. With his current rank as a normal wizard, even if he never level up again, he would be able to live 800 more years, especially since he had been altered by a dragon core. According to the normal lifespan of a dragon, maybe he could live up to a few thousand years. Therefore, these magic contracts had put a guarantee on the other party's loyalty. This was the advantage of being a wizard king. He would never let go of this advantage. The heart of a human was the hardest thing to grasp. As the Duchy of Carmel got richer and richer without his official surveillance, all kinds of greed would emerge. A magic contract could solve this problem. Therefore, no matter how much time he spent on training, the duchy would still be in proper operation. Grandmaster Abel, Head Commander Bodley and Head Commander Hoover arrived at Abel's office, interrupting his train of thoughts. Take a seat, Abel pointed at the chairs. The two head commanders bowed and took a seat. The Guardian Knights were growing quite a bit recently. You two have done a great job, Abel applauded. Grandmaster Abel, it was your training resources that won them over. Also, it was your greatness that made them pay you all the loyalty you deserve, Head Commander Hoover said with a smile. The reason I called you today is to discuss something. You both heard about the agriculture contract, right? Abel asked bluntly. Of course, the two head commanders knew about the magic contract. Every big noble in Bakong City needed to sign a contract before they could enjoy some important benefit of the duchy. If you rejected the contract, you could only do some insignificant jobs. Yes, we have heard about the magic contract. The head commanders exchanged glances and nodded. Since we are friends, our relationship won't be affected even if you don't want to sign the contract. But I can only give you permission to access some important resources once you sign the contract. I hope you understand. Abel lowered his voice. Both head commanders knew Abel's intentions, since every important occupation in the duchy had signed the contract. It seemed like they didn't have a choice. Although Abel had made it clear that they would still be friends even if they didn't sign a contract, both head commanders didn't want to drag down their own potential or their family's potential because of a contract. Head Commander Hoover was not young, but his family was extremely important to him. Abel had taken good care of his family because of him, but would Abel still do the same once he died, and there were no longer any power knights in his family? Head Commander Bodley was also in the same situation. He risked his life to help his family develop. Can I see the details of the contract? Head Commander Hoover asked. I'll sign it, Head Commander Bodley said straight away. Abel laughed and waved his hand. Take a good look first and then decide. The reason why I want you two to sign a contract is because I want to keep some resources a secret. He then took out a loyalty contract and handed it to the two head commanders. Head Commander Hoover looked at it in detail and let out a breath of relief. Then he passed it to Head Commander Bodley. Head Commander Bodley and Head Commander Hoover took a look. At the magic contract, they realized it was not demanding. The only requirement was loyalty to Abel, the duchy, and not to disclose the secrets to the public. These requests were very reasonable, so the head commanders had let go of their hesitation. Both head commanders pressed their finger down the magic contract, and a beam of white light flashed out connecting them and Abel. The contract had come into effect. "Thank you for your loyalty. This is my gift. You can't bring it away, so use it now." Abel took out 2 bottles and handed one to each head commander. Head Commander Hoover held the bottle in his hand. There was a drop of dark gold-color blood floating within it. No matter how much he moved the bottle, that drop of blood remained floating in the center. He looked at it curiously. His intuition told him this drop of blood held vast amounts of energy. He then looked back at Abel with confusion. Head Commander Bodley, on the other hand, had his gaze fixed on that drop of blood. His hand would not budge even holding a giant knight's sword, but it trembled as he was holding this little bottle. "Grandmaster Abel, I regret hesitating on the contract just then. Your generosity makes my behavior laughable." Head Commander Bodley lifted up his head and immediately bowed. Head Commander Hoover was stunned. He carefully looked at the drop of blood in his hand again. He knew it was extraordinary, but he could figure out what it was. "Head Commander Bodley, seems like I don't need to explain the purpose of the orc god blood then," Abel said with a laugh. "Grandmaster Abel, this drop of orc god blood can win the heart of any double-attributed head commander," Head Commander Bodley said with great gratitude. "What is orc god blood?" Head Commander Hoover felt ignorant. Hoover, before the Orc Empire had unleashed their attack on the Miracle Wall. 5 double-attributed head commanders and 5 intermediate wizards entered the Orc Empire, all because they heard about the orc god blood and couldn't withstand how attractive it was. In the end, none of them had returned to Miracle City. Head Commander Bodley was one of the core knights of Miracle City, so he also heard about the orc god blood and knew how powerful it was. 5 double-attributed head commanders and 5 intermediate wizards, and none of them returned. Head Commander squeezed the bottle and mumbled to himself. He knew double-attributed head commanders were the pinnacle of head commanders. Those 5 double-attributed head commanders were probably some of the few most powerful knights in the human world. There were less than 20 double-attributed head commanders in the Holy Continent as far as he knew. Most of them were in Lion City or Miracle City. There were also a few in the 3 big kingdoms. They were basically never seen in duchies. As for the 5 intermediate wizards, no need to explain. What could possibly be attractive enough to allure such great powers into the Orc Empire? According to information, Orc God blood is a gift from the Orc God. Every drop can greatly strengthen the body and increase lifespan for 100 years. Head Commander Bodley said with excitement, especially when he said 100 years. Head Commander Hoover suddenly realized Abel's contract before giving them this. It was holy. If it was exposed to the public, even his status as a Grandmaster Blacksmith would not be able to those who were on the verge of death. For a person on the verge of death, even a single bit of hope could drive them crazy. "Grandmaster Abel, please forgive me for embarrassing myself." Head Commander Hoover stood up and bowed. Head Commander Bodley also stood up and bowed as well. Okay, just take it now. It's okay as long as you don't go around saying, "I forced you to work another 100 years for me," Abel said with a laugh as he held the 2 head commanders up again. Abel's request for the 2 head commanders to inject the orc god blood on the spot was also reasonable. For a holy substance like this, it was best to be extra careful. Head Commander Bodley said with a laugh, "I'll take it first. I will give my life to serving the Duchy of Carmel." He twisted open the bottle and poured the drop of orc god blood in his mouth. Almost immediately, his body was wrapped up in red-color smog. Even Head Commander Hoover could not see his body anymore, only the sound of bones altering. Abel did not need to look with his eyes. He scanned Head Commander Bodley with his power of will. It was the first time he saw a human taking the orc god's blood, but according to the commander spirit, head commanders could only use these things. The blood-red smog shifted in and out of Head Commander Bodley's skin and kept alternating his body. Abel realized the logic of orc god blood work after his scan. The orc god's blood was derived from the body of the orc god, then it was formulated by the powerful magic circle in base No. 7. That was why a powerful life force could be preserved. Each drop of orc god blood had a far greater life force than a head commander or top-level beings. Therefore, after a head commander had injected them, their entire body would fully level up. As far as Abel understood, the orc god was a superior being compared to head commanders when it came to life force. However, their differences were not so big to the point where they couldn't handle the alteration of an orc god's blood. For being less powerful than a head commander had injected the orc god blood, they would explode. Head commander Bodley suddenly roared. The blood-red smog was then blasted out. He formed a fist with both his hand and struck forward. Air exploded. It was almost like all the air particles in front of him were blasted away by his strikes. Grandmaster Abel, my strength has doubled, and I am faster. I feel like there is nothing stopping me from becoming a double-attributed head commander now, Head Commander Bodley said with excitement. A head commander's intuition was very strong. They would not say anything if they were not totally confident. My turn. Head Commander Hoover could no longer wait. He had reached the most suitable age to use the orc god blood. He poured the droplet in his mouth, and the blood-red smog appeared again. The alteration process was a little longer this time. It seemed like his body was a little harder to alter than Head Commander Bodley's. Abel knew this was the difference in age. The younger you were, the easier the alteration. As the blood-red smog blasted away, the body of Head Commander Hoover emerged. He looked a little embarrassing, although Head Commander Bodley's hand was a little dirty. After the alteration, most of the dirt had left his body after the blast, so he didn't look dirty. However, the dirt on Head Commander Hoover's face and hands was too substantial. Still, this did not affect his mood in the slightest. Grandmaster Abel, you will have 2 double-attributed head commanders serving you in no time, he yelled. He could not feel any better. The body decay of his old age had completely vanished. He was back in his prime. His strength and speed had doubled. He was certain that he could live another 100 years without any problem. The orc god blood really was holy. Abel smiled as well. He had quite a bit of orc god blood on him, but he could only give it to head commanders since the body of other humans could not handle it. He also knew those orc god blood would be ineffective on him. The dragon core altered his body. Maybe his body was already more powerful than the orc god himself. Therefore, the orc god's blood was not valuable to him. Head Commander Hoover and Head Commander Bodley were the most powerful knights in the Duchy of Carmel, since he had gotten their loyalty to serve him for another 100 years. This made a lot of sense. A new year and a new day. Abel had set up a short-distance teleportation circle in the palace's lounge for him to teleport stuff faster. He pressed on the transformation necklace on his chest, and his body slowly began to shrink. His ears began to get sharp, and his limbs began to slim. After 10 seconds, he had transformed into the elf Bennett. He placed his hand on his portal bracelet, and in a flash, an elven alchemy robe appeared on him. He was satisfied with the way he looked. After he made sure there was no human gear on him, he stepped on the teleportation circle. The 2 knights guarding outside of the palace. Teleportation circle sensed a white flash from the teleportation circle. But before they could even see anything, the white light flashed again, and Abel disappeared. The 2 knights knew the person who had just teleported had full permission to use this teleportation circle. There was no need to charge a fee. Abel teleported from the Bakong City Palace to his 16 stories magic tower in Harry Castle, where the giant teleportation circle was located. He then selected the Alchemy Union teleportation circle in Angstrom City. In a flash, he had teleported from the far south of the human world into the Double Moon Forest, where the elves were. The teleportation did not make him dizzy. As soon as his foot landed, he saw a female elf in an alchemy robe with a shocked look on her face. Master Bennett, that female elf was tiny, but her voice was big. Her yell could be heard throughout the entire Union. All of a sudden, all gaze turned towards the teleportation circle. They saw a familiar body. Master Bennett, welcome back. Elite alchemist Ernest quickly stepped up and bowed. The arrival of Abel had lit up the atmosphere of the Alchemy Union, especially the female elves. The elves loved beauty, and they all went crazy for Abel's alchemy products. The conditioner and lotion he sent over would be divided almost immediately every time. Especially the elven perfume. If Angstrom City controlled them, the Alchemy Union would have divided them as well. Alchemist Ernest, long time no see. I'm here today is because I want to request an elite alchemist pattern. Abel bowed and smiled. The reason he had directly teleported to the Alchemy Union was that he had fulfilled his intermediate alchemist pattern long ago. Since he was still not an intermediate wizard, he did not proceed with his journey underground in the dark world. Instead, he dedicated most of his time to alchemy. His skills had shot up in immaculate speed. Normally, it would take 10 to 100 years to obtain an elite alchemy pattern from an intermediate one. However, Abel had taken advantage of the time difference in the dark world, as well as his sight and data, analyzing the ability of the world's stone. He did not make a single mistake during his potion making, enabling him to progress at immense speeds. He had fulfilled his intermediate alchemy pattern in no time, and he did not have an elite one. That was why he had been stuck as an intermediate alchemist. The rank of a master alchemist had to do with their alchemy pattern. However, alchemy skills was still the most important. Alchemy pattern set the foundation, while alchemy skills depended on techniques. No matter how good your foundation was, you could not unleash your full potential without the right technique. Abel was the kind of alchemist that could fully unleash the potential of his foundation. That was why the Alchemy Union had recognized him as the Honor Master Alchemist. Master Bennett, you can go straight to the library and receive it. Those books are all free of charge to you. Alchemist Ernest pointed at the second floor of the Alchemy Union. Thank you, Abel bowed, and headed towards the library Alchemist Ernest was pointing at. He arrived in front of the library. The library had taken up the entire second floor of the Alchemy Union. As he walked through the door, he sensed an energy wave and scanned his body. The Honor Master Alchemist badge on his chest was scanned. A beam of white light shot out. The energy wave recognized it. When he stepped inside the library, he realized all the books were made with leaves, neatly placed on wooden racks. An old elf was sitting behind an old desk next to the door. The whole place had a strong vintage scent. You have permission to access all the books here. Knowledge is priceless. Please respect these books, the old elf said with an aged voice. This old elf did not have much reaction towards Abel's status. Of course, Abel understood how old this elf must be. An elf like this must have seen quite a lot. In his eyes, an Honor Master Alchemist was probably just another elf. I'm looking for an elite alchemy pattern. Please tell me where it is. Abel bowed. This place was humongous. It would take him a long time to find the pattern from this sea of books. Turn left the third rack second row, but you can only read it here, you can't take it, the old elf said without hesitation. Thank you, Abel bowed again. He turned left and came towards the third rack second row. He saw a leaf with the elite alchemist pattern marking. He didn't know what kind of plant this leaf belonged to. Although it had been plucked from a tree, its jade-green smooth surface was perfectly preserved. On the smooth surface was an elite alchemist pattern drawn with a rune pen. Every stroke was extremely clear. Abel could tell the person who drew this pattern was extremely skilled at pattern drawing while also being an elite alchemist as well. Abel's memory was extremely effective as long as he had the sight and data analyzing from World Stone open. He could perfectly memorize the elite alchemy pattern in no time. Afterward, he placed the leaf in its original position and picked up another leaf. This leaf was written with elite elven language. Maybe even normal elves could not understand it. This leaf had documented the knowledge of an elven alchemist and the formula for healing potions. Looking at the details, this alchemist had great confidence in his healing potion formula. He had written down every single step. Things like this were useless to Abel. At a glance, Abel had spotted many unnecessary steps and even some minor mistakes in the formula. However, for an amateur alchemist who wanted to make a healing potion for the first time, this knowledge could save them a lot of time. Still, they could easily develop some bad right from the start. Abel placed the leaf back and picked up the next one. This was another elven alchemist's knowledge and experience. This time Abel looked at it in close detail. He realized the alchemist who had written this book was born 1,000 years ago. He picked up the one he just put down again and that alchemist was born 1,000 years ago as well. Abel suddenly understood. Most of the leaves here had documented the knowledge of countless elven alchemists throughout history. Those elven alchemists had given out all they got and wrote down the knowledge they gained from their experience, just to pass down this valuable knowledge for the next generation. Maybe this was why there were so many alchemists among the elves, Abel thought to himself. However, maybe this was why the development of those elven alchemists was limited. The past generation was not correct all the time. As far as Abel knew, the elves' alchemy skill was the most powerful in the Holy Continent. But still, they only had an honor master alchemist. They did not have any actual master alchemists. Abel looked through those leaves again. Since he was just aimlessly browsing around, he did not find anything too useful. Only some botany and mineralogy knowledge other than alchemy knowledge. Some books only required one piece of leaf, while some included many stacked together. Just like that, noon had arrived. His biological clock told him it was time for lunch, so he left the library. The Alchemy Union in Angstrom City was lit because of Abel. Although Abel had physically left the elves for many years, his influence remained. Instead, he had gotten more famous due to his endless supply of alchemy work. Abel decided to have lunch at the Alchemy Union's dining hall. Although his mansion was in Angstrom City, he still needed some help from the Alchemy Union. He was confident in regards to fulfilling his elite alchemy pattern, but he didn't have enough of the potion formula. In the past, he would disregard these multipurpose potion formulas since he rarely needed them. He had way better potions on him. However, since he gained a duchy, his knight and wizards also relied on him to supply potions. The alchemy level in the human world was low in the first place, and Abel's status was a grandmaster blacksmith. He did not have permission to get any formula from the Human Alchemy Union. As he walked towards the dining hall, he realized that many alchemists were already having their lunch there. Alchemists were like the nerds of Abel's past life. They spent most of their time in their room and ate at a dining hall, so they didn't need to cook and wash dishes. This was why the Alchemy Union dining hall had attracted so many alchemists. Master Bennett, when Abel walked across an alchemist, he quickly stood up and bowed. Abel also respectfully bowed back. He was a master alchemist by honor, so of course he would get special treatment. Not long after he stepped in, a female elf waitress stepped up and bowed. "Master Bennett, please have a seat. What can I get you today?" "Anything, no special requirements." Abel sat down and replied with a smile. Soon the elf waitress brought on his lunch. It was a few pieces of cut fruit, a plate of fruit sauce, and a glass of juice. All the fruits were exotic. Even the juice was made with the extremely expensive water spirit fruit. Everything in this meal was expensive. Abel couldn't do anything about it. He realized eating here was a mistake. There was no meat, no bread. These things were not satisfying for a human stomach at all. "Thank you," Abel still said to the elf waitress with a gaze of excitement. Seeing the elf waitress happily walking off, he turned his gaze back to his lunch. It was his responsibility. Now he had to finish it in pain. In the dining hall, it was almost like all areas surrounding Abel were forbidden. No elf approached him, most likely because of his status. Most of these elves were just alchemists. They could only admire a master alchemist from afar. As Abel was putting a piece of fruit in his mouth, he noticed Master Alfred sitting in front of him. Master Alfred said with a smile, "Master Bennett, I heard you came back, and I was looking for you." "Master Alfred, you were looking for me." Abel quickly put down the piece of fruit and replied, "I am here to discuss the payment for your alchemy works on behalf of the Alchemy Union," Master Alfred said as he waved a glass of juice over from a waitress. Abel suddenly remembered. He had been sending lotions and conditioner to the Alchemy Union, but he had never discussed the price with them. He didn't have much feeling towards gold coins, and those lotions and conditioners took him almost no time to make. That was why he had forgotten all about it. "Master Alfred, why did they send you?" Abel asked in confusion. "I want you to increase your supply of lotion and conditioner. Your work is too popular, and we can't match the demand. It puts the Angstrom City Alchemy Union in an awkward situation," Master Alfred said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Abel didn't know how much his lotion and conditioner had exploded. He was just making those potions according to the number the Alchemy Union requested before he left. However, that number was far below the demand of Angstrom City, let alone the entire elf race. The Angstrom City Alchemy Union couldn't find a way to contact Abel. They wanted to contact him through the Grand Ducal Palace, but they got ignored because all the druids in the palace had enough elven perfume to use. The Grand Ducal Palace would not bother Abel for any more alchemy work. Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert, and Lady Carrie knew Abel's past identity. They didn't want to affect Abel's training too much. The Angstrom City Alchemy Union was so happy for Abel's arrival. But normal elves didn't have enough status to request an increase in supply from Abel. Therefore, Master Alfred was the perfect candidate. "No problem, I can increase my production, but I have a request." Abel was just looking for a core member of the Alchemy Union to discuss potion formulas. Now the perfect opportunity was right in front of him. "Master Bennett, please speak. You are a master in the Alchemy Union as well. The Union will try their best to satisfy you," Master Alfred replied. He was so happy. The overwhelming demand for lotion and conditioner had made him very stressed these days. As long as Abel agreed, he could discuss anything. "Master Alfred, I want some potion formulas in exchange," Abel said bluntly. "Master Bennett, no one ever explained to you what being a master alchemist by honor signified." Master Alfred couldn't help but laugh, and he then added, "The Alchemy Union potion formula is public to all master alchemists by honor." Abel was caught off guard. He was not expecting this at all. No one had ever told him. It was common sense, but Abel learned his alchemy skills from Lady Lorraine. She was not an alchemist. All she did was taught Abel some basic alchemy method. Abel had discovered everything by himself, and he was granted the title of the Master Alchemist by honor not long after he became famous, so of course, this wasn't explained to him. "Master Alfred, where can I find the formula?" Abel asked. "Master Bennett, let's discuss the payment for your past alchemy work first, then I'll take you to see the formulas." Master Alfred took out a magic gold card and said, "I don't need gold coins. Can you give me potion ingredients instead?" Abel did not take out his own magic gold card. "Of course. Just go to see the assistants in the hall and say you want potion ingredients instead. They will help you, you can get more. We'll just deduct it from your future supply," said Master Alfred with a big laugh. "So can you take me to see the formula now?" Abel couldn't wait. "Of course, Master Bennett, follow me." Master Alfred saw how desperate Abel was. He could sympathize with him, so he laughed and stood up. Abel couldn't care less if he finished his food or not. He took out a blue howling rabbit-flavored hunger potion and poured it into his mouth. He was finally full. But even if he had finished his food, he would drink a bottle of hunger potion. These fruits were just too unsatisfying. Master Alfred saw Abel's movement. That blue howling rabbit flavor hunger potion caught his attention. He sniffed with his nose. "Master Bennett, can I take a look at that hunger potion?" Master Alfred asked. "Of course." Abel took out another bottle of blue howling rabbit-flavored hunger potion and handed it to Master Alfred. Master Alfred twisted open the bottle and sniffed. He looked dreamy, and he quickly poured it down his mouth. Abel stared at him drunk in bliss for 10 minutes straight. Just when Abel was feeling a little bored, he suddenly woke up again. "Master Bennett, you must be kidding." A flash of excitement emerged on Master Alfred's face. "Is there a problem?" Abel asked in confusion. "No, there is nothing wrong with it. It's amazing. It had directly shocked my brain and energized my power of the will." Master Alfred quickly shook his head. Abel suddenly remembered. These blue howling rabbit-flavored hunger potions were made for himself and his contracted beasts to use. So he did not dilute the blue howling rabbit flavor. Even the diluted one was used in dishes that could affect a powerful wizard's power of the will, let alone an undiluted one. "Master Bennett, can you sell these hunger potions?" Master Alfred asked with excitement. An energetic power of the will would not be too much to normal elves, but not an alchemist. An energetic power of the will could speed up their thoughts. When making a potion, this could increase the success rate. Don't underestimate the increase in success rate. To an alchemist, especially a master alchemist, making advanced potions was not easy. The most difficult part was to find the right ingredients since they were all scarce. The increase in success rate could limit the chance of these rare ingredients going to waste. Even a master alchemist might not have many opportunities to make advanced potions in their lifetime. If they could save on those valuable ingredients, they would have more opportunities. Master Alfred, I've added some extremely rare ingredients to this hunger potion. I only have enough for personal use. I'm very sorry. Abel hesitated and rejected. The reason was simple. He did not have full control over the power of these undiluted rabbit's essence. He didn't know what effect it would have if he made it public. Master Bennet, have you heard of the dragon blood wall-breaking potion? Master Alfred was desperate for Abel's hunger potion. He was on a big alchemy project, and Abel's potion could increase his success rate, so he did not hold back. A dragon blood wall-breaking potion. Abel heard about it, but he didn't know about its effect. It was the best thing to help a warrior break through a bottleneck. Yes, the dragon blood wall-breaking potion made by the blood of a dragon beast can double the success rate of a beginner warrior, becoming an intermediate warrior. If you use the blood of a pseudo-dragon, you can double the success rate of an intermediate warrior, becoming an elite warrior. If you use the blood of a giant dragon, it can double the success rate of an elite warrior, becoming a top-level warrior. Master Alfred lowered his voice. Abel knew elven warriors were different from humans. The elves looked weak due to their small bodies, but their attributes were much stronger than humans. Normal elven warriors just needed to develop their combat kai successfully, and they would automatically become a beginner warrior. This was equal to the power of an intermediate human knight. For an intermediate elven warrior, their power was equal to an elite knight. Elite elven warriors equal to commanders, and top-level warriors equal to head commanders. The dragon blood wall-breaking potions could target warriors of each level. As long as one was powerful enough, they would have a decent chance of success. It was a powerful potion, but people had only heard about it. No one had seen the real thing. Therefore, its formula was a precious thing to an alchemist. Master Alfred took out the formula. He heard Abel was an archer, so he might want the formula for this dragon blood wall-breaking potion. Still, he was not confident. Abel felt his heart tingle. With this potion formula, he would be able to cultivate a lot more top-level warriors for his duchy, who was head commander in human terms. Master Alfred, I'm interested, but I don't have much of those hunger potion on me. Abel began to exaggerate the importance of his own potions. Master Alfred couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had carelessly skipped lunch and taken out a hunger potion instead. How valuable could it be? However, Master Alfred knew only Abel's hunger potion had that special effect. Since he was the one begging Abel, he just had to take his words for it. Master Bennet, I don't need much, just 5 bottles. Master Alfred calculated the time he needed for training and said, "Deal." Abel did not negotiate. He directly took out 5 blue howling rabbit flavor hunger potions from his portal bracelet and placed them on the table. Master Alfred couldn't help but shook his head. He knew he had made a low bet, but he still had to place that piece of leaf on the table. Abel picked up the piece of leaf. It was tightly drawn with the formula and ingredients for the dragon blood wall-breaking potion. He trusted that Master Alfred would not betray him, so he put away the leaf in his portal bracelet. From that little scan, Abel knew the dragon blood wall-breaking potion was very hard to make, and its ingredients were not easy to get either. The first ingredient was dragon blood. Abel had seen a dragon beast before. That was when he was escaping for his life with Lady Carrie and her squad. It would be challenging to get a drop of blood from them. But still, Abel was not afraid of them. However, if he wanted to use this potion on a commander, he would need the blood of a giant dragon. He suddenly realized, where could he find a giant dragon? He thought of the legend of the Holy Continent, and then the little bit of dragon vigor he obtained. Just that little bit of vigor from a giant dragon could suppress most spiritual beasts, so how powerful was an actual giant dragon? He would probably be dead if he ran into a giant dragon, let alone getting blood from them. Other than the dragon blood, the other ingredients were extremely unusual as well. This was not a knight leveling up, it was basically throwing gold coins at them. Also, a normal successful dragon blood wall-breaking potion could only double the level-up success rate. A blue one could quadruple the success rate, a gold one could increase the success rate by 6, and a dark gold one could increase it by 8. If Abel had enough ingredients, he was confident he could make a blue dragon blood wall-breaking potion. But if he wanted anything more such as a gold one or a dark gold one, he would need immense luck or his Horadric cube. Seeing the look on Abel's face, Master Alfred realized maybe Abel was too optimistic about the dragon blood wall. Breaking potion, he wanted to laugh, it was karma. Abel was too stingy. Master Alfred, the hunger potions I gave you are special. Normal ones can only last for 3 days, but my one can last for 10, so you need 2 to achieve the duration of 5 normal ones. Abel explained. He did not feel betrayed. In fact, it would be strange if a mighty potion like the dragon blood wall-breaking potion could be made with simple ingredients. Master Alfred's face froze up all of a sudden. He was laughing at Abel's misfortune. But then he felt Abel's kindness. He felt embarrassed by his thoughts. It seemed like these hunger potion really was valuable. He had misunderstood Abel. Take you to see the potion formula now. Master Alfred asked enthusiastically again. He was acting very respectfully. He deeper respected what Abel had done. Master Alfred, you first. Abel gently bowed and said he didn't know why Master Alfred had become so respectful all of a sudden. Master Alfred led Abel out of the dining hall and walked alongside the Alchemy Union Hall. They then came across the stairs and arrived at the 2nd floor. When Master Alfred led Abel into the library, everything made sense. All the potion formulas were stored in the library. The old elf did not stand when he saw 2 master alchemists by honor entering. Instead, he kept his head low and minded his own business. Master Alfred bowed at the old elf and kept leading Abel towards the racks. Who is he? Abel softened his voice and asked. He was inquisitive about that old elf's identity. Even Master Alfred had bowed at him. That is Master Peter, Master Alfred said with a face full of respect. How come I never heard his name before? Abel was still confused. Although Abel had never seen all the master alchemists by honor in the Alchemy Union, he had heard their names. Master Peter was not one of them. Master Peter is my senior. 100 years ago, he tried to change his elite alchemy pattern to a master alchemy pattern, but he failed and damaged the pattern during the process. From that day, he had come to the library. He swore to find the reason for his failure, hoping to level up in the future. Master Alfred lowered his voice. Therefore wasn't any actual master alchemist in the elves, or even in the entire Holy Continent, because transforming an elite alchemy pattern into a master one was extremely difficult. Once you failed, the pattern would fall apart. Therefore, even those alchemist masters who fulfilled an elite alchemy pattern would rarely try to transform it into a master one. There were actually a few master alchemists who successfully obtained a master alchemy pattern in the history of the Holy Continent. Still, their number was so low it was almost hopeless. Also, most of them were elite alchemists approaching the end of their lives, so they had nothing to lose. Abel had a deep respect for Master Peter's situation. His alchemy pattern was destroyed, but he did not give up. Instead, he stayed in the library and investigated for 100 years. He dedicated his life to alchemy. Abel went back in front of Master Peter and bowed. It was a show of respect for him as a senior, but also for his dedication. Master Bennett, the books here are divided into categories. Novice alchemists are forbidden since there are too many problematic findings in these books. Without a good foundation, it could lead them down the wrong path. Master Alfred pointed at the books up front. Abel suddenly realized there were actually other alchemists that spotted the mistakes in these books. Then why do we still keep the problematic ones around? Wouldn't actual alchemists get affected as well? Abel asked in confusion. Not everyone is gifted in alchemy like you. You can discover everything for yourself, and you can end up with a few formulas even without any resources, Master Alfred said with a laugh. Although he didn't know how old Abel was, he could sense this young elf's liveliness and youthful behavior in front of him. What was he doing when he was at Abel's age? Back then, he only had 1 potion formula and had a decent chance of successfully making it. As for Abel, he was already a master alchemist by honor. Master Alfred needed a few hundred more years to reach this level. If a normal alchemist didn't read these books and rely on their own experience to discover potion formulas, the resources, gold coins, and time they would need was unbearable for most. Abel had no comment. His process of becoming an alchemist was way too easy. He had never gone through what Master Alfred had experienced. Especially since he had the sight and data analyzing ability of the world stone. He could perfectly control his movements, and make a potion without making a single mistake in the process. He had made countless potions in the dark world. Master Bennett, these few racks of books are only accessible by intermediate alchemists or above. You need your alchemist badge to take them out, and some union credit points will be deducted each time you do so. As for these few racks, they were for elite alchemists. You need to present your elite alchemist badge to access it. They take union credit points as well. Master Alfred walked along the shelves and explained. Union credit? How can I get that? Abel quickly asked as he thought of the credit points in Lion City and the war glory in Miracle City. I can't believe no one has explained this to you. As a master alchemist by honor, you have unlimited union credit. You can freely pick and choose any book you like. As long as you don't waste any resources, it will be fine, said Master Alfred proudly. So the formula I am looking for is here. Abel stared at the racks of books in front of him. Although there were not many, it would still take him a lot of time to shift through all of them. All the books on this shelf are formulas. You can take a look at any you like. Master Alfred pointed at a shelf. The shelf was located in the elite alchemist area. One needed an elite alchemist badge to read these books. Abel reached his hand towards the shelf and grabbed a piece of leaf. The moment his hand made contact with it, a wave of energy scanned his body and vanished. It had recognized his honor master alchemist badge. The leader he got was as green as any other one. Large amounts of information were written on it. Strength potion can forever increase strength. It can only be used once in a lifetime, and it cannot break through the limit of a species. Although this was not too useful to Abel since he had already broken through the limit of human long ago, he could still use his on the knights in his duchy, or maybe even wizards. Power was the biggest weakness of a wizard. This potion could definitely assist them. However, Abel's face quickly turned strange as he picked up another piece of leaf. Agility potion can forever increase speed. It can only be used once in a lifetime, and it cannot break the limit of a species. He kept proceeding to the next formula and closely examined their ingredients. He looked even more confused. The following vitality potion and will potion could also forever increase attributes, only used once in a lifetime, and cannot break the limit of a species. However, what caught Abel's attention the most was the ingredients. Master Bennett, most of these potions are from ancient times. They are only here for elite alchemists to find inspiration. You might need to substitute the ingredients to make them. Master Alfred saw the confusion on Abel's face, so he explained. Master Alfred, did you say most formulas here are ancient formulas? Were there alchemists in ancient times? Abel had no idea when it came to the history of alchemy. Yes, alchemy was passed down from the elite elves. Ever since they vanished, the elves had inherited their potion-making knowledge, while the dwarfs inherited their forgery. Knowledge, most of the ingredients used in these formulas are extinct, but countless generations of extremely gifted alchemists still managed to find substitutes and made new potions. Master Alfred explained. Abel listened carefully. He really knew nothing about their history. For example, the Power Explosion Potion and the Speed Explosion Potion are both alterations of these ancient formulas. In the end, Abel took away 8 potion formulas from these racks. They were the Chi Increasing Potion, Body Strengthening Potion, Bruise Clearing Potion, Poison Clearing Potion, Bone Cleaning Potion, Windproof Potion, 100 Turn Potion, and Solidify Blue Potion. Chi Increasing Potion was more direct than doing combat Chi training for a human knight. They just needed to drink some before each night breathing session, and they would be able to get an increase in combat Chi. Body Strengthening Potion could strengthen the body of the user. If a knight drank some alongside the Chi Increasing Potion, they would be able to have a stronger body to sustain their combat Chi capacity. Bruise Clearing Potion was self-explanatory. It would be useful during knight training. Also, all potions other than the Master's one had side effects. Therefore, the best way to deal with those side effects and everyday injuries was with another potion. Poison Clearing Potion could clear most of the damage of a poison a while after it was injected. But of course, the power of the poison and the potion plays a big part in the result. Bone Cleaning Potion could strengthen the skeleton of a warrior or knight. Skeleton was the foundation of a fighter. With a stronger skeleton, one could counteract more powerful attacks and unleash more powerful strikes. Windproof potion could temporarily increase speed. They were unique to the elves. It was essentially speed-exploding potion but more effective. 100-turn potion was a type of strong bone healing potion used for fractures. They were also amazing for assisting knights and warriors training since damage to bones was extremely common. They could heal an injury that would normally take 100 days in just 10 days. Solidify blue potion was normally used in druids training, but after Abel had looked at the formula, he realized it might be useful for wizards as well. These 8 potion formulas were all he got. All the other ones were either impossible to create due to the lack of ingredients or not as powerful. Master Alfred, thank you so much for your help. Abel happily memorized the 8 potions and bowed. Master Bennett, I need to thank you too, Master Alfred said with a smile. Seeing Abel had gotten the potion formulas he wanted, Master Alfred added, since your business is sorted, I'll be on my way now. Ever since Master Alfred got the special effect hunger potion, he couldn't wait to go back to his alchemy room and continue his research. Seeing Master Alfred turned and left, Abel couldn't help but smiled. Master Alfred had so much passion for alchemy. Maybe this passion was what led him to becoming a master alchemist by honor. Abel was different. To him, alchemy was just a way for him to get more potions. With his Horadric cube, the potions he made were far superior to the potions from normal alchemists. Sometimes it might also have special effects. Abel walked towards the entrance of the library and glanced at Master Peter. Master Peter still minded his own business, so he did not disturb him. He only respectfully did a bow and left the library. Afterward, Abel arrived at the Alchemy Union Hall. They found the potion ingredient counter and handed over a list of more than a few hundred ingredients. Due to this big number, the Alchemy Union needed some time to prepare. Abel could only come back in a few days to get it. He then left the Alchemy Union and waved a horse carriage over. He jumped on and said, "Lamb Road." The carriage moved forward. After a few turns, Abel arrived at a familiar street. His duchy also had a street like this. When he saw the white building, he knew he was back at his home within the elves. He took out a gold coin and handed it to the coachman. No need for exchange, the extra was the tip. The coachman looked at Abel with eyes of gratitude as Abel walked off. Steward Brewer saw the carriage arriving and a familiar silhouette emerged from it. He quickly stepped up and bowed with excitement. "Master, welcome back." "Brewer, how's everything going?" Abel said with a laugh. "Everything is great. I made the decision to hire Archie's little brother Kurt as a coachman without your consent." "Please forgive me," Steward Brewer bowed. Archie was Abel's past coachman. He had died protecting Abel, so Abel had promised to treat his family well. "Brewer, you did a good job," Abel nodded. Abel stepped into the mansion. It looked like nothing had changed since he left. From the garden and fountain by the gate to the decorations within the mansions, it was exactly the same. It was fresh as always. Steward Brewer had maintained the mansion very well. Abel was very happy. "Brewer, with your organizing skills, taking care of a little mansion is a waste of your potential," Abel said by a side. "Master, please don't let me go," Steward Brewer quickly bowed and begged. Although Abel was just a normal status elven lord, he was also a master alchemist. He had the respect of all elves in Angstrom City, especially the female elves. They basically worshipped him. As Abel's steward, Brewer had also gotten the respect of elves in Angstrom City. He had basically become the highest status steward in Angstrom City other than the Grand Ducal Palace steward Derek. "Brewer, why would I want you to go? You'll understand in a few days," Abel said with a laugh. "Master, I'll go to the kitchen and prepare your dinner now." A smile emerged on Steward Brewer's face again as he bowed. The kitchen knew Abel's taste. The dinner was a mixture of meat and fruit. Although he had already drunk the hunger potion, he still ate a little. After dinner, Abel was getting ready to rest. Suddenly, Steward Brewer found him. "Master, Steward Derek is here to see you." "Invite him in." Abel's invitation date was the following day. He came here a day early to take care of his own business, but somehow the Grand Ducal Palace still found out about it. No surprise. The Grand Ducal Palace controlled the entire Angstrom City. Nothing could escape them. "Master Bennett, my master invites you to the Grand Ducal Palace tomorrow at noon to join the Lord Granting Ceremony," Steward Derek said with a bow. "I will be on time tomorrow. Help me say hi to Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert and Lady Carrie as well," Abel said with a smile. Master Bennet, Lady Carrie wants me to tell you something. She wants to buy some beauty potion from you, Steward Derek added. Why does she want another beauty potion? Every elf could only use it once in a lifetime, Abel said, confused. Abel didn't care much about the beauty potion himself, but its effect was way too powerful. It could almost turn an old elf back into the appearance of his or her prime. Elves were known for their endless desire for beauty, so beauty potions were priceless treasures. Abe didn't want the entire elf race to know about these beauty potions. Although Abel had grown some beauty grass in the dark world, an essential ingredient for the beauty potion, he did not have many of them, and he could not mass-produce it. Therefore, he didn't want to sell those beauty potions. He wanted to tightly regulate it. Master Bennet, Duke Albert's birthday is in a few days. Maybe you are not aware, but Duke Albert also cares about his appearance a lot. Steward Derek looked around and lowered his voice. Steward Derek, please help me thank Lady Carrie for her news. I will personally give the beauty potion to Duke Albert, Abel said with a smile. Since Abel knew about this as well as Duke Albert's preference, a great gift-giving opportunity was right in front of him. Of course, he would save it for himself. There were still the same 12 elven counselors in the same ceremony hall as last time. They were divided into 2 groups of 6. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert sat in the center. Grand Duke Edwina looked even younger. The lotion and conditioner only had the power to make her look like she was 30 years old, but with the improved recipe, now she looked like she was 21. Maybe Abel was thinking too much, but he couldn't help but sense an especially strong gaze from the 4 female elven counselors. Could they stop being so passionate? Normal elves rarely interacted with Grand Duke Edwina, but not the counselors. Ever since Abel, Lady Carrie, and the other ladies went to find the beauty grass for the beauty potion. Lady Carrie had slightly changed, but Grand Duke Edwina's appearance was night and day. If even Grand Duke Edwina could look this young at her age, any female elf in the known would go crazy. Even some male elven counselors wanted a beauty potion, let alone the female ones. Still, they all knew how hard it was to make a beauty potion. Its essential ingredient, the beauty grass, needed to be used as soon as it was plucked. Because of this, many male elven counselors had given up their hope of getting one. Master Bennet, due to your supply of elven perfume for Angstrom City and your outstanding alchemy performance, Angstrom City Council will grant you the title of a baron, and a domain will be given to you, Grand Duke Edwina announced. Thank you, Grand Duke. Abel stepped up and bowed. He did not say anything about loyalty. In the past, he might have mentioned it, but now he was a king. Even if he had transformed, he would not submit to anyone. He wasn't even loyal to the kingdom of St. Ellis, let alone the elves' Grand Ducal Palace. Of course, Grand Duke Edwina knew where Abel was coming from. At the end of the day, granting Abel a title was for the elves' benefit anyway. Also, even though her relationship with Abel had eased up a little, it had not fully recovered. Grand Duke Edwina knew this, and Abel did too. As Abel's status increased, Grand Duke Edwina could no longer suppress him. They were equals. Duke Abel watched by the side. He couldn't help but remember when he first saw Abel and his words back then. Back then, Grand Duke Edwina had said, with his speed of progress, we might have to talk to him as equals in 20 years. Not even 2 years had passed, and Abel had become their equals. Even though Abel was still a beginner wizard. He was a grandmaster blacksmith and had slain 3 or 4 elite wizards. It reflected his superiority in both status and power. The 12 elven counselors scratched their heads. This title-granting ceremony was passed to the council to discuss, but Duke Albert suggested it. It was for a master alchemist by honor, so no one would stop him. Although these 12 counselors seemed like the most powerful group of elves in Angstrom City, they were just representatives from a big noble family. Those nobles wouldn't let them offend a master alchemist by honor. The status of baron was not high for a master alchemist. By honor, they didn't even know where his new domain was located, as the council did not give it out. It was given out by Angstrom City from Grand Duke Edwina. Master Bennet did not pledge his loyalty last time he was granted a title, and he still didn't when he was granted a domain. It made no sense. Granting a domain to a baron signified the potential of becoming a noble with a coat of arms, important in the Holy Continent. How could one not pledge his loyalty when given such a big reward? More strange, Grand Duke Edwina did not react to his lack of fealty in Abel's pledge. Duke Albert still had a big smile on his face, not a hint of dissatisfaction. The reason why Duke Albert was smiling was that Steward Derek had brought home the news that Abel would give him a beauty potion for his birthday. He had wanted the beauty potion for a long time, not only because he cares about his looks a lot, but his wife, Grand Duke Edwina, had got through so many changes she looked like a youthful girl. Standing beside her made him look even older. Although the other elves did not say much, he couldn't help but sense their shadowy gaze in the past year. Still, he couldn't just ask Abel for a beauty potion. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Abel, since he knew how valuable it was. Therefore, he especially set a date for this ceremony a few days before his birthday, and told Steward Derek to use the name of Lady Carrie to get his desire across. He was so proud of this plan of his, he didn't even notice at that moment Grand Duke Edwina and the 12 elven counselors were all looking at him. "Master Bennet, Steward Derek will take you to your domain. If you need anything, just ask him," Grand Duke Edwina said with a smile and pointed at Derek. "I thank you, Grand Duke," Abel bowed again. The title-granting ceremony was not complicated. Although it would be a huge event for every elf involved, it was just another daily task for the Grand Ducal Palace. After the ceremony, Abel left the hall. The only one who followed him was Steward Derek, as the other elves continued to discuss other businesses. "Steward Derek, is my domain far?" Abel asked as they walked. "Not at all, Master Bennet, but the location is a little special," Derek replied. A silvery horse carriage waited for them by the gate of the Grand Ducal Palace. The half-elven coachman, Kurt, quickly jumped and opened the door for Abel. Abel entered the carriage and waved at Steward Derek to come in. "Master Bennet, this is my place." Steward Derek did a bow and pointed at the edge of the carriage. He knew Abel's status very well. He was not only a master alchemist by honor, but he was also a friend of Lady Lorraine. Also, he realized how respectful Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert was to him. He didn't know what happened to Abel these past 2 years since he left, but he knew something major had definitely happened to Abel's status. He didn't know what since Abel was still a master alchemist by honor. But as a veteran in the Grand Ducal Palace, he could clearly see how different his two masters had acted. Therefore, he also acted more respectfully, just like he was Abel's steward. "Head towards Orwell Palace." Steward Derek's voice was not soft. Both Abel and coachman Kurt heard what he had said. "Steward Derek, can you tell me about Orwell Palace? Is my domain around that area?" Abel never heard this name before, but he was not familiar with most places in the Double Moon Forest anyway. "Your domain is the valley where the Orwell Palace is located. It's a beautiful place. One of the most beautiful palaces in the Double Moon Forest," Steward Derek said pridefully. Abel didn't expect to get a palace in his domain. It seemed like this palace belonged to the Grand Ducal Palace. The silvery white carriage set off from the Grand Ducal Palace. Along the way, all the other carriages gave way to it. Just like that, the carriage had made its way outside the city at immense speed. They moved alongside a road of stone once they exited Angstrom City. After 20 miles, they saw a high mountain in their way. However, the road did not end. There was a cave with a stone-made bridge connecting the outside of the mountain to the inside. Abel deeply realized the importance of the place. Just this road reflected its value. Building a road in the Double Moon Forest was not as simple as laying down rocks, especially a 5 meters wide road that could fit a carriage on each side. There were large amounts of lively plants in the Double Moon Forest. During their growing process, they would most likely tip over the rocks or grow from the cracks. In order to build a road that could last for generations, they needed to heat up the soil until no more plants could grow before laying down the rocks. It was a big procedure and would take a lot of resources. It might be more expensive than the domain itself. "Master Bennet, this is Orwell Valley, which is where the Orwell Palace got its name from." Steward Derek proudly pointed forward. "Is this a man-made road?" Abel gazed at the road in the cave, dividing this tall mountain into two. "It was a gift of the Double Moon Goddess, granted to the Double Moon Forest," said Steward Derek passionately. Abel watched as the carriage passed on the stone bridge. Under the bridge, there was a clear stream with fishes swimming in and out. At the same time, Abel also realized the importance of this stone bridge. It was the only entrance. The stone bridge was 20 meters long. After the bridge was ended, they continued to move along the stone road in the cave. Each side was a steep cliff. There is a magic circle here. Abel suddenly sensed an energy wave. Although it was very faint, it did not escape Abel's senses. Master Bennett, your power of the will is powerful. There is a protection circle here, but it is not open right now. Steward Derek said admiringly. The carriage continued for a few hundred meters in the cave. Soon, the lights began to rise and the carriage was out of the cave. A valley emerged in front of them. The place was filled with neatly lined up trees, and it seemed like men planted them. Those trees were lined up perfectly, no matter if you looked at them horizontally or vertically. You could see how much effort was put into planting them alone. Abel suddenly felt a change in temperature. It was supposed to be winter, but this place felt warm. Like spring. The carriage kept moving forward for another 20 miles, and Abel saw a white palace castle leaning against a mountain. If Abel was not mistaken, this was fully built with white how jade. How jade was a special stone of the double moon forest. Its surface looked just like a normal jade. It was a top-quality material for construction. Normally, nobles would only use them on their tiles or interior walls. It was the first time Abel saw a building made entirely out of it. This white castle in front of them was called a palace. Castle because it had the construction of a castle, but the style of a palace. It had the protection of a castle, but the luxury of a palace. Master Bennett, this is Orwell Palace, one of the most beautiful palaces in Double Moon Forest. Every time Steward Derek saw this palace, he felt as though he touched paradise. I love it here, Abel said with a smile. He was biased towards the color. He walked towards Orwell Palace. There was a protection river separating the palace from the roads in the front. It was well guarded, even its defense was like a military base. Steward Derek took out an identity card and held it up. Under the reflection of the sunlight, that wooden identity card looked almost like a piece of metal. Soon, a suspension bridge slowly began to lower from the palace, forming a passage. The carriage continued on to the suspension bridge. The palace's wooden gates swung open. 2 rows of elven warriors dressed in black armor stood on each side, and 1 elven warrior with a golden badge on his chest, also in black armor, was standing in the middle. Loka, the Grand Ducal Palace commands that from this day, you will be responsible for protecting Master Bennett. Orwell Valley is now Master Bennett's domain. Steward Derek jumped off the carriage and lowered his voice as he walked towards an elven warrior named Loka. Abel also jumped down from the carriage and looked at the warriors in black armor in front of him. There was a familiar scent on this elven warrior. He was a warrior of death, a true warrior of death. The Orwell Palace was a base for the Grand Ducal Palace to cultivate warriors of death. All the warriors at least had the rank of an intermediate knight. Most of them had the rank of an elite knight. The one named Loka had the rank of a commander. Master Bennett, I, Loka, and the 30 elven warriors will follow and die for you. Loka kneeled down and yelled. The 2 rows of warriors in black armor by each side also knelt on one knee and yelled, die for you. Loka was not like an elf but like a killing machine. His murderous aura was so thick that it was almost palpable, and those 30 elven warriors in black armor were no different. I accept your honor. Abel lowered his voice and signified them to get up. Loka, bring the others back first. There's something I want to talk to Derek about. Come find me later, Abel commanded. He had dealt with countless warriors of death. He knew he just needed to command them, no explanation needed. But still, Abel didn't want to treat Loka as a warrior of death. Yes, master, Loka said loudly. He turned and held up a hand sign. Afterward, the warriors quickly vanished. Seeing Loka disappeared, Abel turned back to Derek. Steward Derek, is there anything the Grand Ducal Palace wants me to know? Master Bennett, Orwell Valley is a domain granted to you by the Grand Ducal Palace. It had always been an important palace for the Grand Ducal Palace to pass through winter. It is also an important fortress. Steward Z. Derek explained. The Orwell Valley is 20 miles deep, 60 miles wide. It is flat surrounded by tall mountains. There is only one entrance, which is the one we just came from. We have been planting thorns on the top of those mountains for many years. It is basically impossible to climb through. This is a fortress protected by nature. There are countless hot springs below the ground. Due to the barrier created by the surrounding mountains, the temperature is very suitable for fruit trees to grow. That's why the Grand Ducal Palace had turned Orwell Valley into a fortress. The fruits in every fruit tree here are essential to thee. Elves, after countless years of operation, this place was fully planted. There are mainly 3 types of fruit trees. One is the sweet fruit tree, the second is the monthly pear tree, and the third is the greed jujube tree. These 3 types of fruit are essential to an elf's diet. We have enough of them to support 1,000 elves, Steward Derek explained. Abel realized why Grand Duke Edwina had granted him this domain. This place was beautiful, but the most valuable thing about this place was the fruit trees. The temperature in this place was perfect for fruit trees. So maybe Grand Duke Edwina thought it might be the perfect place for him to test out his harvesting potion, which was the true intention behind this domain granting. Master Bennett, all the elven warriors here are warriors of death. They will do anything on your command. There are also 20 elves responsible for taking care of these fruit trees living here. They are all your citizens. The servants in the palace will also serve you. Steward Derek continued. I'm very happy with this place. I will thank Duke Albert on his birthday. Abel was very satisfied. This place was great for a vacation. Abel had received the invitation letter from Duke Albert for his birthday. It was in 3 days. He would be on his way after everything was settled. There was a special room in the palace. The reason why so many warriors of death are here was to protect it. Steward Derek bowed. Abel followed Derek into the palace. Everything clearly reflected the extreme elven luxury. The style was graceful in nature, but those countless delicate patterns and art pieces had turned the palace's entire interior into a giant art piece. Most of the interior, including the walls, were also made with jade and some other luxury material mixed within. The elf magic patterns were extremely powerful, so using large amounts of magic circles in this place was unavoidable. Illumination circles, teleportation circles, and protection circles were just some that Abel had noticed the moment he entered the palace. Normally, the use of jade in construction would freeze the place, but due to the warmth of the valley, its interior merely felt cool. It's perfect for a vacation, Abel said admiringly. Master Bennett, a jade mine, was discovered near the valley during the construction of this palace. The designer had completely changed plans and built the palace entirely out of jade. That was how this beautiful palace was born, Steward Derek said proudly. He couldn't understand why the Grand Ducal Palace had given the Orwell Palace to Abel. He was shocked at their generosity, since this palace was an important asset of the Grand Ducal Palace. Although the warriors of death were not a high rank, they all had a lot of potential. According to Elves' lifespan, those warriors of death could all turn into commanders in tens of years. The Grand Ducal Palace wouldn't grant Abel such a high-value asset just for Lady Lorraine. There had to be something more, something Steward Derek didn't know. I love this place, Abel said with a smile as he stepped on the jade tiles and admired the luxury of the interior. He loved the style of this place. Master Bennett, do you want to change the name of Orwell Palace? Steward Derek asked somewhat embarrassingly. Only the royals could use the name palace in a place. Even a master alchemist by honor would be overstepping his status if he used this name. No need, Orwell Palace is a good name. I'm very happy with it, Abel replied without thinking. Steward Derek just asked out of kindness. He thought maybe changing the word palace would be less of a hassle for Abel since this place was now his domain. However, he didn't know that Abel was allowed to use the name palace as well. Grand Duke Edwina knew this as well. This was why she had granted Abel Orwell Palace without changing the name. Seeing as Abel did not have any intentions to change the name, it did not bother them. Abel would marry Lady Lorraine, so he would soon become a royal anyway. Afterward, he led Abel down a long corridor connected to the basement of the palace. The basement was a huge open space. Other than some columns, the place was almost 1,000 square meters. Master Bennett, the warriors of death would normally do their training here while protecting the room in the far end, Steward Derek explained. Abel looked around this basement. It must have taken massive engineering skills to construct it. They said the dwarfs were engineering experts, but the elves were not bad either. It was just that they rarely build anything. Abel ignited his data analyzing ability and quickly calculated the weight distribution of each column. They were all supported by a large amount of magic pattern, perfectly counteracting the weight above. Heavyweight columns like these would be very outstanding, even in his previous world, let alone a civilization like the Holy Continent. He then made his way further into the basement and came across a complicated protection circle. This thing had the ability to protect, identify, hide scent, and many more features. In the center of the circle was 3 stone doors engraved with patterns. Steward Derek took out an identity card and opened the circle. Abel followed closely behind and entered. Master Bennett, this is the core of Orwell Palace. I will transfer the full authority permission to you later, Steward Derek said. What is this place protecting? Abel asked in confusion. You will know soon, Steward Derek said with a smile. Put the identity card on the door on the far left. There was a blank space on the engraving of that stone door. When the identity card made contact with it, a white light flashed, and the door opened automatically with a crispy sound. Abel followed Steward Derek into the door. As soon as Abel entered, he saw a spirit wrapped in an energy circle. That spirit was glowing in blue light. From Abel's experience, he knew the rank of this spirit was not high, only a tower spirit. At first, he thought no one in the Holy Continent would be crazy enough to put a spirit in a palace like he did to his royal palace, but it seemed like he had underestimated this world. Master Bennett, this is the control room and energy base of the Orwell Palace. I will now transfer the permission to command the Orwell spirit to you, Steward Derek said. He took out an identity card and said loudly to Orwell Spirit, Orwell Spirit, the ruler of Orwell Palace will now be changed. The transfer Derek, the receiver Master Bennett. Orwell Spirit accepted the request, transfer in progress. Creating a new identity card. A robotic voice emerged from around the magic circle. Afterward, a white glow appeared in front of Abel. Wooden identity card appeared in his hand. This identity card was a controller for the Orwell Palace as well as the Orwell Valley, and the Orwell Spirit had accepted his power of the will. Master Bennett, we will need you to open the next 2 doors with your identity card. Mine is now useless, Steward Derek said with a smile. Abel walked out of the control room and arrived at the stone door in the middle. Abel placed his identity card on the blank space, and a white light flashed. The stone door opened. When he entered the room, he was caught off guard a little. The room was completely empty other than a large teleportation circle in the middle. He never expected to find a large teleportation circle like this in the Orwell Palace. How valuable was a large teleportation circle? In the human world, only important wizard unions would have them. They could not be owned. Personally, they could only be open to the public. The only reason why Abel had obtained a large teleportation circle was that he had taken advantage of elite wizard Cliff's privilege and moved the kingdom of St. Ellis Investigation Department's large teleportation circle into his own magic tower. This large teleportation circle in front of him was definitely not public. Abel suddenly realized maybe the most valuable thing in this Orwell Palace was this large teleportation circle. This thing alone could be worth a few times more than the palace itself. Derek, why is there a giant teleportation circle here? Abel asked after a bit of hesitation. Master Bennett, the Orwell Palace was an important escape route for the Grand Ducal Palace. If anything major occurs to Angstrom City, the Orwell Palace will act as a place of refuge for important Grand Ducal Palace members. Also, if anything major did happen, this place would become the commanding base for Angstrom City, Steward Derek explained. Abel realized Grand Duke Edwina's intentions. This large teleportation circle could make the teleportation between his teleportation circle in Harry Castle easier. If he didn't have this large teleportation circle, Abel would need to transit through many other teleportation circles every time he went back to the Duchy of Carmel, and his teleportation history would be marked down. If he teleported too many times, people would grow suspicious of his identity. Abel was very happy with this large teleportation circle. If he wanted to use this large teleportation circle very often, he would need to change all the gems in the operation room into top-level gems. This wasn't a problem to Abel at all. His top-level gems couldn't be given out, so there wasn't a problem no matter how many he used personally. They walked out of the room in the middle and came towards the stone door of the far right. Master Bennett, the room on the far right is a little special. Abel opened the door with his identity card. As soon as he stepped in, he noticed it was a huge room through the illumination circle above, however. This room was filled with a strong dimensional energy wave. Is this a dimensional storage room? Abel couldn't help but ask. He was reminded of a legend among wizards. You've heard about dimensional storage rooms. Yes, this room really is a dimensional storage room. We set up some magic circles that could keep the fruits fresh. Only the elves have this technology in the Holy Continent. Steward Derek was a little shocked that Abel had heard of the dimensional storage room. Their technique was top secret, and this magic circle was only known within a small minority of elves. Abel understood this was probably the place where the elves store their fruit. Of course, what other race would waste time researching how to preserve fruit other than the elves? He looked around the room. The space was eerily big. It was almost 10,000 meters square meters and 4,000 meters tall. The amount of fruit it could store was scary. There was a short-distance teleportation circle in this dimensional storage room. It seemed like it was for transferring the fruits outside. 2 iron wooden dolls stood still on each side. Those puppets were only 2 meters tall, and it didn't look as powerful as the dwarf's ones, but they were a lot more refined. The dwarf puppet looked like killing machines, and these iron wooden ones looked like pieces of art. Master Bennett, these puppets are responsible for taking care of the fruits there that were teleported from the outside. Their smaller bodies only needed 1 intermediate gem with each day of work. Steward Derek said with a smile when he noticed that Abel was looking at the puppets. Afterward, they came back up from the basement. Steward Derek said goodbye to Abel. As the steward of the Grand Ducal Palace, he could not be away for too long. He would need to go back as soon as he completed his task. Abel organized a carriage to send Steward Derek off. At that moment, the leader of the black-armored elven warriors of death, Loka, appeared in front of him. Master, he bowed and said, Loka, these are magic contracts. You and your men have to sign it. Everyone responsible for taking care of the fruits here has to sign it. Abel lowered his voice. They were not in human territory. Due to the use of the 3rd goddess spring water, the only way to guarantee the operation of Orwell Palace was through magic contracts. Yes, master. Loka did not reject the magic contract. He would never reject any request of his master. As Abel began to tour around Orwell Palace again, the magic contract was signed by all the other elves under the command of Loka. This palace was very big. There were more than 100 rooms, more than 1,000 elves could live here. It was even bigger than his palace in the Duchy of Carmel. Since it was built alongside a mountain, the palace had 5 stories, which was rare to see. The more Abel toured around, the more he felt like he was wasting the potential of this place. He was right. He didn't have that many elves to live here with him. Although this place was famous, normal elves were forbidden. It was especially now that it had become Abel's domain. No other elves could enter without his permission. This place was not small either. Other than the 200 elves taking care of the fruit trees and the servants of the palace, there were no other citizens. They said they had given him a domain, but it was more like a secret base. Master, here is the magic contract. All 31 elven warriors, 200 elven farmers, and 50 servants have signed it. Loka handed the sheets of the magic contract back to Abel. Abel gave them a quick scan and put them away. He then looked at Loka and said, From now on, I want the Orwell Valley to be fully locked up. No elf can enter without my permission. Yes, master, Loka bowed and said, I'll let my steward brewer be in charge of managing those servants and farmers. He will be arriving on a carriage shortly. You can settle things with him, Abel added. Originally, everything in this place, including the servants and the farmers, were managed by Loka, but Abel saw the potential in those elven warriors of death. He didn't want the Loka to waste his energy on managing. Yes, master, Loka bowed again. Abel waved his hand to send Loka off and arrived at his master bedroom on the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a series of rooms made specifically for the owner of Orwell Palace. All the facilities were fully equipped. In the bedroom, the walls were made with large prices of rarely seen crystals, merging the room with the sea of trees outside. This room had the best view of the entire palace. It was also a training room. Druid training rooms were different from human wizards' rooms. Those training facilities were not that useful to Abel, but most of the time he would do his training in the dark world anyway. He only had a mana gathering circle for appearance's sake. There was also a guest room, which had truly reflected the luxury of the royal elves' lifestyle. Every single piece was of extremely high value. All paintings on the walls were works of famous painters. Even the teacups were made with condensed silver. The price of condensed silver was a few hundred times more than pure silver. Abel stepped into the study room. He was stunned by the shelves. All four walls of the room were equipped with bookshelves made with those highly valued anti-corrosive wood from top to bottom. There were those special leaf books from the elves on the bookshelves from economics, culture, history, military, art, and many more. They seemed like these were the personal collection of Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert. Only the royals would have such a vast variety of books. Normally, nobles only inherited one specific type of knowledge. They would not go too deep into other branches. In the center of the study room was a vintage table. There was a pen holder on that table. Abel randomly picked up a pen. To his surprise, it was actually a rune pen, and the ink in the crystal glass was rune ink. Although this stuff didn't mean much to him, this place had treated rune pens and rune ink as everyday objects. Even Abel had never been this lavish. There was also a huge balcony divided into two parts. One was a mid-air garden with all kinds of strange flowers blooming under the warmth of Orwell Valley. A little road sifted through the garden. As Abel walked along, he discovered something new with every turn. The other was the resting area with an elven-style pavilion. Inside, there were tables and chairs. It was the perfect place to relax. Each room was equipped with a short-distance teleportation circle, so the user could teleport anywhere they wanted. "Master Steward Brewer is here." The Orwell spirit's robotic voice resounded. Abel took out a new magic contract from his portal. Bracelet. This place was an important area for the harvesting of fruits. Both Grand Duke Edwina and Abel didn't want this. News to leak out. Abel stood in front of a sweet fruits tree with a kettle filled with the ready-mixed third goddess spring water in his hand. Afterward, he poured all of it onto the root of the tree, pressed his palm against the tree trunk, and ignited his soul speaker ability. He sensed joy coming from the sweet fruit tree. The third goddess spring water had turned into some kind of catalytic agent, allowing the sweet fruit tree to quickly absorb the nutrients in the soil. This sweet fruit tree was already matured, so it was impossible for it to grow any bigger. Nutrients could only maximize their potential to form fruits. After a little while, new sweet fruit began to form. Normally, it would take a month. And Abel was certain that this was the power of the third goddess spring water. It made sense. This spring water was made to increase the amount of harvest. It was a way for the religion in the dark world to control their disciples. It would be effective on any crops, fruit trees included. Abel walked back inside the palace and arrived at the control room in the basement. He swapped out all the intermediate gems with top-level ones. He locked up the door of the control room. The only way to exit and enter was through the teleportation circle inside. He then scanned the Orwell spirit through the commander spirit. He wanted to make sure he was the only authority controlling it. Luckily, Grand Duke Edwina didn't do anything suspicious to it. With Abel's current status, if he found that Grand Duke Edwina had done something to wrong him, their already tense relationship would fall apart immediately. The only way to enter this control room was through the short-distance teleportation circle controlled by the Orwell spirit, so its safety was guaranteed. Not on that, but Abel then took out 10 little war puppets in the control room and let the Orwell spirit control them. He also left 10 more little war puppets around the large teleportation circle and let the Orwell spirit control them as well to maintain its safety. Those things were a lot more reliable than the elven warrior of death. Abel swapped out the intermediate gem on those 2 iron wooden puppets with top-level gems in the dimensional storage room. This could support their work for months. He also left some extra ones nearby. Once their power ran out, the Orwell spirit would automatically give them a new one. Afterward, Abel came back to the 5th floor and connected with Bardali through the soul chain. The third goddess spring water was only being used in the 3-castle domain. It was not widespread, but as long as the perfect gems on the third goddess statue did not run out of energy, its water supply would not stop. Supplying some for the Orwell Valley would not be a problem. All he needed to do was to tell Bardali to command Tower Spirit Flora to teleport the spring water to Orwell Palace through the large teleportation circle each day. Then, he would tell the Orwell spirit to transfer the water to specific locations through the short Distance teleportation circles in the palace. Steward Brewer would take care of this. With 200 elven gardeners and 10 elven servants, he had full confidence in his ability. He also realized how important Abel's work was. It could save the lives of many elves. Began to work passionately without question. In Abel's magic tower located in Harry Castle's wizard circle, tower spirit Flora poured the third goddess spring water into a huge container and teleported it to Orwell Palace through the large teleportation circle. The teleportation circle transferred the water into a water filter room responsible for importing water from the mountain. Steward Brewer commanded the servants to dilute the third goddess spring water with the ratio of 1/100 and pass it on to the 200 elven gardeners for watering the trees. Abel has full faith in Steward Brewer's ability, so he did not ask too many questions once he told Steward Brewer what to do. Abel stayed on the 5th floor of his palace and began to scan through the potion formula he got from the Alchemy Union, transforming an intermediate alchemy pattern into an elite alchemy pattern was a few times more complicated than transforming a beginner one into an intermediate one. This was why elite alchemists was so rare. He decided that he would level up after Duke Albert's birthday. Currently, he could only simulate making those potions in his heart. However, Abel no longer needed a soul potion to do so. With the sight and data analyzing ability of the world stone, he could easily simulate anything with his mind alone. Abel heard a gentle knock emerged. He scanned with his power of the will and found Steward Brewer. "Come in," Abel said. "Master, there is a problem with the watering process." Steward Brewer walked in and bowed. "What problem?" Abel asked. "Master, the valley is too big, and we have too little gardeners. They were used to maintaining the leaves and picking up ripe fruits, but if we want to water the entire valley, those gardeners wouldn't be able to do it even if they work overnight," Steward Brewer added. Abel suddenly remembered he was not on Earth. Everything was done by hand, and it would be very difficult for 200 gardeners to cover such vast amounts of land. Abel thought of a solution when he recalled his life on Earth. They would use pipes to carry out the water and sprinkle them out automatically from time to time through a sprinkler. He could use the metal pipes as pipes. He just needed to add a layer of rust-proofer on top of it to avoid it getting rusty. He also needed to make some curved openings and seal them with tree rubber. The sprinkler was even simpler to make. All he needed to do was to transfer the water to the water storage box on the 3rd or 4th floor of the palace and then expel them through water pressure. This whole process could happen through simple water pumps. The Orwell spirit could control the set time, as long as those puppets could carry the water storage box on the 3rd or 4th floor. The sprinkling system would be complete. This system could save a lot of manpower, and the gardeners could have more time to take care of the trees in the valley. "Brewer, wait for me. I'll design a sprinkling system. Tell the servants and Loka to help out a bit the next few days. After the sprinkling system is completed, we will no longer be as busy," Abel said after a bit of thinking. "Yes, master." Although Steward Brewer didn't know what sprinkling system Abel was talking about, he had full faith on his master. Abel teleported from the short distance teleportation circle to the large teleportation circle. He then appeared on the teleportation circle in the Goff family. "Mr. Elven Master Alchemist, who are you looking for?" The 2 dwarf knights guarding the Goff family teleportation circle bowed. They noticed the Master Alchemist by honor badge on Abel's chest. Master Alchemists were extremely prestigious no matter where they were in the Holy Continent. "Is Bernie here?" Abel asked. "Sir, I will help you call Master Bernie." One of the dwarf knights bowed and walked off. The other dwarf knight also bowed and said, "Sir, please come to the guest room to have a rest after half a cup of coffee." He heard some quick footsteps, and Bernie soon appeared. "Off you go," Bernie said to the guards. He was a little shocked to see Abel. The guards bowed and walked off. And Bernie said with a smile, "Abel, why did you come here like this? Did you go back to the elves recently?" Bernie was one of the very few people who knew about Abel's identity as Master Bennett. "Yes, I've been back at the elves to take care of some business. I want to order something from your race. Can you help me to get them done quickly?" Abel said as he took out a sketch from his portal bracelet and placed it on the table. "No problem, we will do everything to help you," Bernie said without hesitation. He snatched the sketch and looked at it in detail. "What is this?" he asked in confusion. He just couldn't understand the purpose of those objects. It is a sprinkling system. It can save a lot of manpower. I will first need a system of pipes that cover 100 square miles, Abel explained with a laugh. Under Abel, Bernie closely examined the sketches from top to bottom one by one. Finally, he understood their purpose. Abel, can the dwarves use this system as well? Bernie's eyes suddenly began to sparkle. If another person had shown Bernie this system, he would just copy it immediately without even asking. However, Abel had a very close relationship with the dwarfs. They could not just take something from him without paying something in exchange. Sure, Bernie, but you will need to help me make 2 of them first. I am desperate for them. Abel agreed without thinking. Amazing, Abel. This will help us a lot, Bernie said with a laugh. The dwarfs' harvesting hasn't been great either. The dwarfs and the elves were quite close, so major events would often affect both races simultaneously. The headmasters of both races were beginning to doubt if a famine had started in the Holy Continent. Therefore, the dwarfs were also beginning to stock up their food inventory. The dwarfs were unlike the others. Most prided themselves in forgery. Only a small minority of them were farmers. Although the earth-dividing mountain range they were living in was quite a big area, there was not much harvestable soil. Therefore, the dwarfs had always been buying a big part of the food from the human or the elves. If a famine had occurred in the Holy Continent, purchasing food would be very difficult. Therefore, they had to find a way to increase their own food production. The earth-dividing mountain range lacked water as it rarely rained throughout the year. Their crops would be much better if they were near a lake, but most of them had to rely on wells. Therefore, watering crops required a large amount of manpower. Abel's sprinkling system could solve this problem and free up a lot of farming dwarfs. Although the investment was a little big, the dwarfs had never lacked forgery items. Bernie, do you know about the decrease in the harvest? Abel asked when he saw the look on Bernie's face. You know as well. Bernie gazed back at him with eyes wide open. Most humans did not know about this situation. The humans had the biggest population and the most amount of crops. Perhaps it was due to the separation of MT Budapest, but the crops in the human world had not been affected yet. Therefore, both the elves and the dwarfs did not share this information with the human, mostly, because the dwarfs wanted to use this opportunity to buy as much food from the human as possible. But of course, the humans were different from the elves and dwarfs. They would have a totally different way of dealing with this situation when faced with it. First, those big nobles would begin holding back their food and use this opportunity to generate wealth, which was another reason the elves and dwarfs did not want the human to know. Bernie, you know my status with the elves. Of course, I know about it, Abel said with a smile. That makes sense. Just leave the sketch here. Give me 5 days. These metal pipes are a bit challenging to make. Bernie nodded. Okay, I'll call you in 5 days. How much will it cost? Abel also nodded and asked. Abel, I want Grandmaster wine and Master wine. You know we will have a shortage of them as well, Bernie added. Abel knew what Bernie meant. Once the famine hit, the ingredients for wine would decrease. Who would have extra fruit to make wine when there wasn't even enough to feed everyone? Okay, you can call Bardali, Abel said generously. The 3 castle domains had become a crazy harvesting ground for crops. If they installed a sprinkling system, they would free up a lot of manpower. This would push the production potential of the soil even further. Before leaving the Goff family, Abel whispered to Bernie. Bernie, if the Goff family is running out of food, call me. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. Bernie didn't know the reason behind Abel's words, but he knew his intentions. He guessed that maybe Abel already had many crops stocked up before the famine finally arrived in the Holy Continent. A promise like this showed that Abel was a true brother. After a few days, Duke Albert's birthday had arrived. Before the banquet, Abel teleported from the Orwell Palace to Angstrom City. He first made a stop at the Alchemy Union to retrieve his large amount of ingredients. He had more than enough for all the potion formulas on him. The most valuable ingredients were the ones used in the Dragon Blood Wall breaking potion, which he only received 10 portions. If he wanted to exchange more, he would need to wait even longer. Rarely anyone would make this potion, so normal inventories would not have many of its ingredients. As for the Kai strengthening potion, body strengthening potion, bruise clearing potion, poison clearing potion, bone cleaning potion, 100 turn potion, wind-proof potion, and solidify blue potion. He had gotten quite a large portion. All because he had been supplying lotions and conditioners to the Alchemy Union for so long without getting paid. The price of his lotions and conditioner was constantly shooting up. Originally, the Alchemy Union meant to pay him in gold coins, but Abel had exchanged all of them into ingredients. This was how he ended up with so many ingredients. Afterward, Abel left the Alchemy Union with a big smile on his face. In the next few days, the Alchemy Union would have a slight storage issue when it came to most of their potions. But this would not concern Abel anyway. With the power of the Alchemy Union, they would be back on track in no time. As soon as Abel exited the Alchemy Union, he saw Lady Carrie, so he quickly bowed and said, "Lady Carrie, Master Bennet, I'm here to pick you up to the banquet under my mother and father's command." Lady Carrie gently bent her knees. "Thank you so much, Lady Carrie." Abel bowed again. He didn't expect Grand Duke Edwina to be so caring. His treatment was night and day compared to last time. Even though he was already a master blacksmith back then, he was still treated like a poor fellow, fully under Grand Duke Edwina's dominance. Luckily, he had a breakthrough in alchemy later on and became a master alchemist by honor. This made Grand Duke Edwina look at him in a new light. Despite that, he still left the elves with a bit of dissatisfaction. At this birthday party, the Grand Ducal Palace had sent Lady Carrie to personally pick him up. This signified that they were treating him like an extremely important figure. Abel sat on the carriage. Lady Carrie was cold as always, but Abel could sense her kindness. She was just not the type to show much emotion. When the carriage arrived at the Grand Ducal Palace, Abel jumped down. Steward Derek was waiting by the gate. He yelled, "The prestigious master alchemist Baron Abel is here." Lady Carrie also walked down from the carriage. She nodded to Steward Derek, and Derek quickly whispered something to another steward and walked next to Abel. "Master Bennet, let me lead you," Steward Derek said respectfully. "Thanks, should I give the present to Duke Albert first?" Abel said with a smile. "You can give it to me, I'll help you give it to my master," Steward Derek quickly replied. Duke Albert wanted to appear in front of the elves with a new look, so he needed the beauty potion from Abel. He had commanded Derek to ask even if Abel didn't say anything. Abel smiled and took out a bottle of beauty potion from his portal bracelet. This bottle was wrapped in a delicate box, making the whole thing look very presentable. Steward Derek carefully held the box in his hand. He bowed and kept leading Abel into the hall. Afterward, he quickly disappeared with the box. "Master Bennet, long time no see." Master Mara walked towards Abel and bowed. She looked a lot younger. "Master Mara, long time no see." Abel bowed back. "Do you have any new work lately?" Master Mara looked at Abel with optimism. "I've been busy with some other things lately, so I didn't make anything new. But I did break through the intermediate alchemy pattern. There are some questions I want to ask you," Abel replied with a smile. He skimmed through large amounts of documents. It said that transforming an intermediate alchemy pattern into an elite one was very difficult. Master Mara was very experienced, so she was the perfect candidate to answer. "Congratulations, you can ask me anything," Master Mara said with admiration. She almost forgot Abel was just an intermediate alchemist since he was already recognized as a master alchemist by honor. The skills Abel had shown almost made her feel insecure. Soon Abel would become an elite alchemist. By that point, his skills would increase once again. Afterward, Abel and Master Mara began casually chatting. Although many noble elves wanted to talk to the two master alchemists as well, none of them did since they didn't want to interrupt. As time passed, more and more elves arrived at the hall. The sky was slowly getting dark. Each elf had sat down on their designated seat under the guidance of the servants. Abel's seat was organized on the left side, not far from the master seat. It was one of the most prestigious out of the bunch. "The prestigious Grand Duke Edwina Majesty and the prestigious Duke Albert is here." Steward Derek appeared in the hall and yelled. Afterward, Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert stepped into the hall. Suddenly, everything went quiet. There were two reasons for this. One was the respect and honor for Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert, and the other was for Duke Albert's appearance. Duke Albert's face was so youthful and energized, everyone on the spot thought he was a youngster. It was especially so for the elves the same age as Duke Albert. In their eyes, Duke Albert had returned to his glorious prime time back in the days. Even though Grand Duke Edwina's appearance had gotten even younger, it did not bring anywhere as much shock value to the elves as Duke Albert. Grand Duke Edwina was a female. She would normally put on makeup before attending a party. It made sense for her to look more youthful. She had gotten even younger due to the beauty potion. But this had only shocked a few elves that were close to her. Duke Albert was different. He was a male elf, a worn-out, middle-aged male elf. He had somehow returned to his prime time. What did that mean? All elves were born with a strong desire for beauty. This was the case, no matter female or male. Abel suddenly felt like he had done something stupid. At that moment, all the elves' attention turned from Duke Albert onto him. What does Duke Albert's return to youth signify? Of course, it had to do with Abel. Any elf with a brain could guess it. A master alchemist by honor known for creating miracles had just returned from his trip. And a thing like this had happened. Even Master Mara began to doubt Abel. Abel just said he didn't have any new work. How come Duke Albert had shown up like this in his party? Today, on Duke Albert's birthday, Grand Duke Edwina and I welcome all of you for attending. I didn't mean to celebrate this little birthday, but Master Bennet had returned just in time, so I want to use this chance to give him a warm welcome as well. Everyone, lift up your glass. The star of the party, Duke Albert, lifted up his crystal glass and said loudly. Duke Albert was especially energetic at the party. He was shocked by his audience's eyes. He finally felt he had matched with his wife, Grand Duke Edwina, a young couple just like back in the days. Welcome, Master Bennet. I love your present. Duke Albert lifted up his crystal glass even higher with excitement. Grand Duke Edwina noticed Abel's face was not looking good all of a sudden. She couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh. She didn't interrupt Duke Albert, nor did she warn Duke Albert. Duke Albert was too happy today. Happy birthday to the prestigious Duke Albert. Welcome, Master Abel. All the elves in the hall lifted up their crystal glass and yelled. Abel lifted his glass as well with a headache. It was best for him to never come back to Angstrom City after tonight. This news would soon spread throughout the city, and he didn't want to imagine what those crazy elves could do. He put the crystal glass against his lips and gently twisted. The wine poured out and soaked his suit. I'm so sorry, this is such an embarrassment. How could I make my clothes dirty? Steward Derek, take me to clean up. Abel said dramatically, pointing at the wine on his suit as he waved at Steward Derek. Steward Derek quickly walked in front of Abel and bowed. Master Bennet, please follow me. I will prepare a new suit for you, everyone. Please excuse me, Abel bowed and said. He then followed Derek out of the hall when he finally left. He let out a big breath of relief. The yearning gaze of those elves was too scary. Duke Albert was also too disgraceful. He sold him out, Master Bennet. Please come this way, Steward Derek said, pointing at a change room. Steward Derek, where is the nearest teleportation circle? Abel disrupted. Through this corridor. Steward Derek was confused, but he still pointed the direction for Abel. Derek, I've drunk too much. I don't feel very well. Please help me tell Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert I will go first. Abel finished his words and quickly walked towards the teleportation. Steward Derek was stunned. Did he drink too much? He just drank one glass of wine and most of it was poured on his clothes. However, he didn't stop Abel. He knew how prestigious Abel was, and Abel's accommodation in the Grand Ducal Palace was still preserved. However, Abel did not stay. He directly teleported back to Orwell Palace from the Grand Ducal Palace. Back in the dining hall, many elves no longer had the appetite to eat. They gazed at that empty seat from time to time, thinking about how they could buy some beauty potion off Abel. Of course, only a small amount of prestigious elves had this idea. Most of them knew that a beauty potion could not be mass-produced. Especially Master Mara. She knew the formula for beauty potions. With the beauty grass's nature, this magical potion could only be successfully made when a beauty grass was freshly plucked. That wasn't mentioning the difficulty of making them. Making a highly complicated potion out in the wild was already a daunting task. Its chance of failure was far greater than making one in the lab. It was at that moment Steward Derek returned, and he whispered something to Duke Albert. Afterward, a strange look emerged on Duke Albert's face as he whispered something to Grand Duke Edwina. Everyone, Master Bennet is not feeling well, so he left early. He wanted me to let you all know that he was very sorry. Grand Duke Edwina lowered her voice. She did not blame Abel. It made sense that Abel was worried. With a law-defying beauty potion like that, she should already be thankful that Duke Albert and herself could even get one from Abel. After leaving Angstrom City, Abel stood in the training room on the 5th floor of Orwell Palace. He had not done a thing the entire morning. He only sat quietly, relaxing his body and mind. According to Master Mara, he had the highest chance of leveling up to an elite alchemist at noon. It was even better if your body and mind were in top condition. This was the wisdom of countless elven alchemists. By the time had arrived, Abel felt a twitch in his heart. The intermediate alchemy pattern in his brain began to glow. He quickly focused all of his power of the will on it. His original intermediate alchemy pattern was already fulfilled. Under his power of the will, the glow began to intensify. Soon the intermediate alchemy pattern began to soften. This was a crucial step when it came to transforming an intermediate alchemy pattern into an elite one. It was also the step where most alchemists fail. Golden energy gathered around the intermediate alchemy pattern and solidified it again. Abel had to keep softening it through his power of the will. If he made a single mistake, the entire pattern would fall apart. However, Abel's power of the will was high. He had a full grasp over the softening process. The intermediate alchemy pattern kept softening through time. At that moment, Abel realized why noon was the best time to level up. It was because the golden energy in the pattern was the most energetic at noon. When the entire intermediate alchemy pattern turned into golden liquid form, Abel's power of the will turned into a rune pen with golden rune ink. He needed to quickly draw out the elite alchemy pattern with that golden liquid, or else he would lose the chance to level up. Drawing an alchemy pattern was no big deal for a master in drawing rune cards and rune weapons like Abel. With the sight and data, analyzing ability of the world stone, his power of the will could draw out the elite alchemy pattern without stopping or making a single mistake. Abel passed all the challenging steps Master Mara had warned him without any problems. When his power of the will made the last stroke, the elite alchemy pattern began to glow in gold. Afterward, it solidified in his mind. His power of the will increased to 280 points. Success. Abel was now an elite alchemist. He could finally live up to his Master Alchemist by honor title. In the past, this title felt more like a compliment. As an actual elite alchemist, he could finally be on the same level as the other Master Alchemist by honor. The leveling up process did not feel long, but the sky was already getting dark when he left his training room. "Master, dinner is ready." Steward Brewer appeared beside Abel and said gently. Lately, Steward Brewer had taken full control as the manager of Orwell Palace. His management ability had unleashed the full potential of the palace. Although the sprinkling system was still not ready, the third goddess spring water had been at work on the Orwell Valley for days. Although Steward Brewer told the chefs in the palace to tailor towards Abel's preferences, Abel still missed the food in the Duchy of Carmel. He needed to organize Bardali to teach the chefs how to cook. "Brewer, come to my office," Abel said. Abel then opened a lambskin map on that large table in the center of the office. It was a map of the Orwell Valley with the terrain and passage clearly illuminated. Abel did not draw out this map by imagination. He toured on black wind around the valley and told the Commander Spirit to analyze the terrain. This was the final result. Although the Commander Spirit was known for its war tactics, its processing power and analysis was still far superior to any other spirits. "Tomorrow, the dwarfs will teleport some resources here. You will be in charge of receiving it. Then organize the elves to okay them down according to the markings on this map," Abel said as he handed the map to Steward Brewer. Steward Brewer gave the map a detailed look and cleared up some detail with Abel. After he understood everything clearly, he bowed and left with the map. Abel returned to his training room at night, ignited the barrier circle, and went to the dark world through the portal door. On the first floor of the Lut-Golin Hotel, he began to make potions. The Kai increasing potion, body strengthening potion, bruise clearing potion, poison clearing potion, bone cleaning potion, windproof potion, 100 turn potion, and solidify blue potion. With the Horadric cube, every potion would automatically become a blue potion if it was successful. Since all of these were training potions for his wizards and knights, the blue rank was enough. it was already far greater than any similar potion. The Solidify Blue potion was the only high-rank potion out of the bunch. Its ingredients were the rarest and the most valuable. All the other ones were intermediate potions. Although their ingredients were not cheap as well, Abel had quite a lot of them. His potion-making methods had changed. With the World Stone, his accuracy and movement control had grown tremendously. He could mass-produce these intermediate to high-rank potions with no problem. Other alchemists would definitely fall into an existential crisis if they saw Abel's potion method. The success rate for these intermediate to high-rank potions would be low even for a normal elite alchemist, but Abel was mass-producing it like it was nothing. A few days had passed. Abel noticed the pipes were beginning to get installed throughout Orwell Valley. During his time in the Dark World, the elves had been working nonstop. Bardali would send him a message through the soul chain in the Duchy of Carmel from time to time. Since they were all bound by the magic contract, the entire Duchy of Carmel was also in operation. 8 days had passed. Hundreds of elves had been hard at work under the command of Steward Brewer. Finally, all the pipes were installed through Orwell Valley. The Orwell spirit controlled the puppets to move the water. Pump, seamlessly transferring the third goddess spring water into the water box on the 4th floor of the palace. It then increased the water pressure and spread the water through to the sprinkler through the pipes. Good news began to come from the elves throughout the Orwell Valley. The water sprinkler was successful. The first batch of fruit was almost ready for harvest, so Abel was not desperate to leave. The Orwell Valley looked even more beautiful with the flowers on those 3 types of fruit trees blooming. The elven gardeners even unleashed the bees to help them pollinate. Even though the gardeners were a little confused by how fast the flowers on those trees had bloomed, none of them had questioned it since they were all bound by the magic contract. Instead, they continued their normal flow of work. A flowery scent sifted throughout the Orwell Valley with bees dancing in mid-air. It was the true beauty of Orwell Valley. Even the gardeners didn't know what they were looking at. Days continued to pass. The flowers fell and fruits began to emerge. It was like the whole process hard sped up. The fruits on the grate grew at immense speed, leaving a joyfully shocked look on the gardeners' faces. Master Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert sent a teleportation request. Do you accept? A robotic voice emerged on Abel's identity card. Abel had been in Orwell Palace for 20 days. Accept, Abel commanded the Orwell spirit through his identity card. Simultaneously, he also teleported to the large teleportation circle in the hall through the short-distance teleportation circle in his room. White light flashed. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert appeared. Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert. Welcome to Orwell Palace. Abel stepped up with a bow. Abel, we are here to see how your experiment is going, Grand Duke Edwina said with a smile. Those fruit trees were the reason for her generosity. If Abel had succeeded, Angstrom City would have enough food. If possible, they might even be able to help other elves. Please follow me. Abel bowed and stepped into the large teleportation circle as well. Afterward, they vanished from the spot and reappeared in the hall of Orwell Palace. The black armor elven warriors of death in the hall did not show any emotion when they saw Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert. They only bowed to Abel. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert exchanged a nervous glance. They were shocked. Those warriors of death were picked and cultivated ever since birth, so their loyalty shouldn't have any problem. Although they were transferred to Abel, normally their loyalty would not decrease. However, these 2 warriors of death's gesture had reflected that they were fully detached from the Grand Ducal Palace's control and truly became Abel's warrior of death. Still, Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert did not worry too much, since they had granted these warriors to Abel, so they were not planning to take them back. They were just shocked at Abel's commanded loyalty. Abel led Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert out of the hall and walked across the fields. The gates swung open, and the suspension bridge lowered. The 4 warriors of death in black armor, guarding the place, bowed at Abel with a fiery passion in their eyes. However, their attention was quickly drawn by the scenery in front of them. They were stunned. What they saw was a patch of unripe fruit trees. This wouldn't be as shocking if it was summer, but it was winter. Although the temperature in Orwell Palace was quite warm, it was still impossible for trees to form fruit this time of the year. Abel, you succeeded. The harvesting potion worked on fruit trees. Duke Albert asked in excitement. Duke Albert, everything is going smoothly, but we will need to see if those fruits are harvestable to call it a success. Abel did not say firmly, he remained humble. This is a miracle, you've created a miracle. Grand Duke Edwina said in admiration, as she walked towards a fruit tree and placed her hand on unripe fruit. Ever since she knew about the possible famine, she had been worrying about the future of food in Angstrom City for the elves. The food from the human and dwarfs could be preserved. As long as it was stored properly, a few years shouldn't be a problem. However, elves preferred fruits. If they weren't stored in a place equipped with a special magic circle that could preserve their freshness, they would rot in 10 days. Even if they were stored in a place with that special magic circle, it could only last up to 2 years. This made it very difficult for the elves to preserve large amounts of fruit. Therefore, if their fruit trees had decreased production, the elves would be in the greatest danger, and they would be the first to take this hit. The reason why she had willingly sacrificed so much by granting Abel her own personal palace was so Abel could turn it into a fruit harvesting ground for Angstrom City. She bet on Abel and his crops. Abel's success was also her success. Although those fruits were still not ripe, she knew none of those trees had even formed a flower when she had given Orwell Valley to Abel, let alone fruit. Also, there were 3 types of fruit trees in Orwell Valley, and they all had different harvesting schedules. But at that moment, all the sweet fruit trees, monthly pear trees, and jujube trees were filled with fruit. The entire Orwell Valley was filled with fruit. Looking at the amount of fruit we have currently, this first batch of harvest might be enough to support Angstrom City for 3-4 months, Duke Albert said with joy. It looked like there were even more fruits than in previous years. Abel, how much longer will it take for the fruits to ripen? Grand Duke Edwina asked in excitement. If everything goes according to plan, they will be ready in about 10 days. Abel thought for a moment and replied. Good, I'll leave it all to you, but Angstrom City will buy up all these fruits, Grand Duke Edwina said with a smile. Of course, Abel had accepted this domain to help the elves. Angstrom City was the home of Lorraine, as well as his alchemy ingredients supplier. The elves were not looking for war. Their stability was a good thing for the entire Holy Continent. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert had come here in secret, so they didn't stay too long. They quickly did a tour around the fruit trees and left. Days kept passing by. The fruits hanging on the Orwell Valley's fruit trees had grown at a clearly noticeable rate each day. By the 28th day, since they started using the 3rd goddess spring water, all the fruits had ripened. Master, all the fruits had ripened. Today, I will organize the elves to retrieve them. Steward Brewer stepped up to Abel early in the morning and said with a bow. Let's go have a look, Abel said with a laugh. He had also been very busy recently. He had basically spent all his time in the dark world making potions other than meditating or resting. He had made large amounts of potions, so he was just planning to relax for a bit. The fruity smell of Orwell Valley had intensified compared to 8 days ago. Those fruits were so big, even the branches of the trees were dragged down. The 200 elven gardeners and the 50 elven servants were all busy retrieving the fruits with baskets in hand. The mobility of elves was on full display. There was no need for equipment. The elves could swiftly jump on the fruit trees and directly pluck the fruits. A smile was glowing on the face of every elf. The amount of harvestable fruit this season was far greater than any other. This made all the elven gardeners in Orwell Valley extremely happy. Master, we got a lot of fruit this time. It will be enough to support all the elves in Orwell Palace for years, Steward Brewer exclaimed. Brewer, even if Orwell Palace is my domain, I have to sell all of these fruits to the Grand Ducal Palace. After you retrieved all the fruits, call the Grand Ducal Palace's steward Derek and organize a pickup with him, Abel said with a smile. The power of the 3rd goddess water was beyond his imagination. At first he thought it would just be a little experiment, but it had ended up as a treasure that changed the Holy Continent. Luckily, the 3rd goddess statue was still on the battle fort. No one could get close to it or even know about it other than Abel himself. If puppets, crossbows, and stone throwers were war machines, the 3rd goddess statue was a holy object for livelihood. Abel was no longer worried about the possible decrease in food production. The fruit he had produced in Orwell Valley could not only support Angstrom City in normal operation, but other elven cities as well. He also formed a harvesting ground in his 3 castle domains in Harvest City. This could minimize the upcoming famine's damage. Brewer, from now on, I'll leave Orwell Valley to you. As you see, the fruit tree here can ripen in a month. Your task will be managing the operation here and giving the retrieved fruit to Steward Derek. Abel turned and said to Steward Brewer. Abel's business with the elves had settled. Abel loved Orwell Palace, so he might visit once a month, but he couldn't dwell here forever. He had been away from the Duchy of Carmel for a month. He had to go back. Yes, master, Steward Brewer bowed. All the fruits were placed in baskets and teleported to the dimensional storage space through the short-distance teleportation circle. Afterward, the 2 puppets began to organize the fruits. This entire process had gone even smoothly under Steward Brewer's immaculate management. Steward Brewer didn't know how great the task he was doing was. When the crisis finally struck, he might then realize what Orwell Valley signified. Abel decided to leave several hundreds of training potions to Loka. Was about enough to last 1 year for him and his black-armored elves. Of course, it was up to Loka himself to decide when he should distribute them. As for the rest, Abel just didn't bother too much. There were about 200 elven gardeners that were looking after the fruit grove. Other than that, there were about 50 servants that were responsible for looking after the palace. Loka and the black-armored elves were taking care of all the security work. Since the whole place was built to be a fort, it would be extremely difficult to infiltrate inside. In case of emergency, the Orwell spirit could always call for help from the tower spirit Fiora. Also, given the close proximity to Angstrom City, there was virtually no problem when it came to the safety of this location. Abel left elves without telling anyone. Once he was back at the Abel Magic Tower, he appeared where the large-sized teleportation circle was. Bardali was there to greet him. "You're back, master." Abel asked, "Is the irrigation system ready?" Bardali explained in detail. About 2 weeks ago, the necessary parts were sent to Harry Castle from the 3 castle domains. I've been in charge of all the assembly work this whole time. As you have, please continue. Master, it will take about half a month to get all of them complete. Some of the minor parts are installed, and once the workers become more familiar with the job, they'll become faster as they go. Abel asked something else. How are the Griffin Knights doing? Did any of them show signs of enhancement? No, master, Bardali replied. None of them did. Number 24 promised that he would in 5 years, whereas the other 3 reported that they might take more time than that. Abel shook his head. That's a bit slow. No, actually, that's way too slow. Given what's going on in the world right now, there would probably be a lot of crises happening within the next decade or so. In other words, this was exactly when the service of knights was crucial. If the Duchy of Carmel could always produce a stable amount of food, it was almost guaranteed that its neighbors would start to look for ways to take advantage of it. Abel knew how limited his power was. He could produce as much as he wanted in the 3 castles he owned, but the output would definitely not feed the entire human world. In that case, he had to choose to save himself first before saving others. He needed some ways to protect himself when he was threatened. He couldn't be bullied into giving all he had to save the lives of others. Military might was what he needed. Speaking of which, the dragon blood wall-breaking potion was just about to be finished. It'd be the perfect tool for promoting the knight commanders to become head commanders. Soon, he'd be using it on several knights that were under his service. Bardali reminded Abel, Master, there aren't enough Griffin Knights. Right now, they each have to do 6-hour shifts between switching to the next one. And it was putting on a lot of toll on their training routine. Abel shook his head. Well, we got the Griffin Knights because someone was generous enough to give them to us. As for the Griffin, I do have ways to tune their physical conditions, but it's not like I can just create a new Griffin out of nowhere. Bardali lowered her head in silence when she heard this. She wasn't born in the Holy Continent after all. She could try to provide ideas, but she didn't have ways of actually solving the problem. Abel asked again, how are the Mount Wolves? Bardali replied, as you've requested, Master Marcy, the family trainer, has been in charge of nurturing all several tens of Mount Wolves. As of now, 5 Mount Wolves are already pregnant. Soon, the family will have its first squad of Mount Wolf Knights. Abel nodded his head in approval. I'll raise Marcy's salary. As for the reward for his work, I'll trust that you'll be generous about it. Yes, Master, Bardali bowed. then proceeded to leave as Abel waved her out. Flora, Abel spoke as he looked towards the ceiling. Send me to Harry Castle. Once Abel was out of Harry Castle's hallroom, he saw Lord Marshal busy training a few knights. When the two saw each other, they both stopped what they were doing and had a chat. Lord Marshal said with a smile, "You got anything for me, Abel?" "Very sharp, Uncle Marshal." Abel replied with a smile, "Let's find a place to sit and chat." The two quickly made their way into the castle hallroom. As soon as they sat, the servant brought a cup of juice and a coffee cup. The juice was for Abel. Everyone knew how much he liked juice. Abel asked with concern, "Well, I want to talk to you about your knight's training." Lord Marshal laughed as soon as he heard. "PFFT, haha, come on, Abel, you've been helping this old man too much already. I thought I was going to die as an intermediate knight, but now, with the help of your supplements, I actually think that I can become a knight's commander." Lord Marshal was very pleased with his current condition. Under the influence of the potions Abel gave, his strength had been on a steady spike for a while. Also, since the full recovery potion reverted the speed of his aging, he went from an average talent knight to a man full of promises. It was more than what he could ever ask for. Not Abel, though. He had more plans for his foster faster. Abel shook his head. "Uncle Marshal, I'm afraid to say this, but my goal is for you to become a head knight's commander." It all had to do with the blood of the beastly god. Now that Abel's got it, he wanted to make sure that he shared its power with his family. If Lord Marshal had the power to drink it, there was more time to persuade him to prolong his life. Lord Marshal said with a sigh, "You know, Abel, I do like bragging a lot, but I know where I stand in terms of my talent. When I was young, I tried everything I could to become better than I was, but all I got was an intermediate knight." Abel went to whisper to him, "About that, Uncle Marshal, I have the blood of the beastly god. You can take some if you want." "Wait, no," Lord Marshal replied rather calmly. "It's not going to work on me. I've made up my mind already. I'm not going to become a knight's head commander." Abel persisted, "Come on, Uncle Marshal. If you can become a knight's commander, I'll have ways to promote you to become a knight's head commander." If one bottle of the dragon blood wall-breaking potion wouldn't work, Abel would try 2. If 2 didn't work, he would try 3. If that still didn't work, he might just fuse a dark quality potion for Uncle Marshal only. But no, the man refused. Lord Marshal shook his head. "I don't need to live longer at this point. Ever since you came to Harry Castle, Abel, things have been changed so much. I've had much more than what I could ever ask for. Right now, I'm just waiting. When the day comes, I'll be buried with my wife and watch Harry Castle from our graves." Abel was almost begging at this point. "I want you to be alive, Uncle Marshal. I want you to see me getting married. I want you to see the birth of my child. And when my child grows up, I want you to be there to teach him the ways of the Harry family." Lord Marshal tapped Abel on the shoulder. "Let's leave it all to nature then. When the time comes, this old man will embrace whatever that he's given." Abel respected Lord Marshal's choice, but at the same time, he decided to set up another goal inside his mind. There weren't a lot of people in the world that he could refer to as a family. If there was any way that he could make Lord Marshal live longer, or if there was any way that he could help him want to live longer, he would just go ahead and do that. As for Lord Bennett, he wasn't that worried at all. Head Commander Hoover was already there to be his personal instructor. Soon, it's almost guaranteed that his biological father would become at least a knight's commander. With that in mind, the next step would be to successfully brew the dragon blood wall-breaking potion. Abel was standing next to Flying Flame's nest on the Battle Fort platform, and he was negotiating a deal with Flying Flame. It was a deal indeed. Abel was Flying Flame's master, but the main ingredient for the dragon's blood wall-breaking potion was the blood of a dragon. Flying Flame was much wiser now. After drinking multiple bottles of the soul potion, it knew better than to have its blood taken away for nothing. Of course, Abel could just command Flying Flame to do his bidding. He could do that, but he didn't like the idea of forcing his summoned creatures into doing something that they didn't like. Asking for blood shouldn't be commanded form. Abel raised one finger. "I'll give you one soul potion." Flying Flame rolled its eyes at that offer. It really liked the soul potion, but one bottle wasn't going to do much at all now. "Fine, how about 2? It was not like Abel was being stingy. It had only about more than a year since Flying Flame became a 4-legged pseudo-dragon. It did not have enough time to stabilize its powers, so drinking too much soul potions would only do more harm than good. It happened to Black Wind before. After drinking an overwhelming amount of soul potion, it entered into a severely weakened state for a very long time. Flying Flame shook its head again. It was not satisfied with the number Abel was giving. Abel said with a stiff expression, 3, that's my final offer. If it's not good enough, I'll go to the Double Moon Forest and capture the dragon beast alive. That way I won't need any blood from you. Flying Flame hesitated for a bit. It was smart, but it didn't have thoughts that were as complex as a human. More importantly, it did not consider something very important. It didn't know the difference between the quality of its own blood and that of a dragon beast. A dragon beast was partly a dragon, yes, but the lineage was so thin that not even the Horadric cube could synthesize a giant dragon's blood from it. Flying Flame was different, however. It was in a slightly lower rank than the giant dragons, but it was the top elite of the subspecies that it was in. Unlike Flying Flame itself, Abel actually knew that. When he saw the hesitation in its eyes, he took out 3 bottles of the soul potions from his portal bracelet. There were 3 bottles of the soul potion on the floor. The purple crystals were enough to make Flying Flame's eyes spark. As soon as Abel put them on the floor, it snatched them away with its front claws and put them inside the portal bag on its chest. Abel was pretty proud of how fast he made this process go. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to get any blood from Flying Flame. Besides, he still had the full recovery potions with him, so healing the cuts was no problem at all. Abel tapped on Flying Flame's body. I'll let you do the cut yourself. Don't worry, I'll be here to heal you. Truth be told, Flying Flame's body was just too tough. It would be hard not to leave an injury without using combat Kai. Abel didn't want to hurt Flying Flame too much, so he decided to let it do the job itself. While pointing itself with the tip of its front claws, Flying Flame projected a white light that cut across the blood vessel on its wings. It was enough to make blood spurt out immediately. Abel was quick to react. With a spare portal bag in his hand, he collected the blood that flew across the air. Flying Flame was not good at faking. Its expression soured as soon as it saw the amount of blood that was coming outside. Of course, seeing this made Abel quite hurt. Seeing that there was already enough dragon blood being collected, Abel pressed on his belt to activate his full recovery potion transfer. Soon, a purple light flashed across where the cut was opened. When it disappeared, Flying Flame was immediately in full health. But it made some noises that Abel couldn't quite understand. Abel tried to hear the translation coming from the soul chain, and he was quite surprised to hear what he heard. "Come trade with me next time, master," was what Flying Flame was trying to say. Abel couldn't help but laugh at that, to show his appreciation for Flying Flame's statement. He took out many ration potions and placed them inside Flying Flame's portal bag. There was a part that Flying Flame didn't know about. None of the 100 of soul potions Abel had were for himself. They were all for his summoned creatures. He would give them all out if he could, but making them drink them too quickly would only hinder the progress of their development. Flying Flame screamed in ecstasy when it saw the number of gifts that it got. It roared, and if it wasn't for the protection of the battle fort barrier, it would have made all the nearby horses and mount wolves lie flat on the ground. Once Abel went back to the alchemy room that was on the top floor of his magic tower, he began preparing to brew his dragon blood wall-breaking potion. The dragon blood wall-breaking potion would increase the chance of promotion from a knight's commander to a knight's head commander by twice-fold. Still, that was only if the potion was brewed with the blood of a giant dragon, and there was no way Abel could find a way to collect blood from a true giant dragon. As he would have it, the only way was to synthesize Flying Flame's blood with the Horadric cube. After clearing up everything that was in the cube, he dropped Flying Flame's blood into 21 bottles of crystal bottles. Of course, he already counted the amount when he healed Flying Flame with the full recovery potion. While taking a close look at one of the bottles, Abel could see a bit of blue glowing inside the bottle. As it turned out, Flying Flame was born with blue-quality blood. This meant that when 3 bottles were put into the Horadric cube, it would create a bottle of gold-quality dragon blood. This hypothesis was tested to be correct. When Abel went ahead and synthesized the dragon's blood, he created a gold-quality potion that was full of energy. Now Abel's never seen the blood of a giant dragon before, but when he laid his eyes upon his creation, he could pretty tell that this was it. He had a question in his mind. and that was if he could try to synthesize the blood again. To test out his theory, Abel synthesized all of Flying Flame's blood into 7 bottles of giant dragon blood. After that, he put 3 bottles of the giant dragon blood into the Horadric cube. He pushed the synthesize button on the bottom right corner, which produced 1 bottle of a dark golden quality potion. It was a hit. This was no ordinary dragon blood. It was dragon blood that surpassed even that of a giant dragon. While holding the bottle in his hand, Abel could feel a constant zapping sensation that coming towards him. He was resistant to lightning, so it didn't really hurt that much to him. The dragon's blood continued to boil inside the crystal bottle. If not for the lid, the contents would have spilled out already. Apart from the zapping sensation, Abel was starting to feel something different. It was hot. It was like the whole bottle was burning in his hands. This was nothing short of being strange. The crystal bottle was no ordinary bottle. It was a special item that was just for the Dark World potions. It had an ordinary appearance, but it was strong enough to resist all sorts of volatile solutions. Needless to say, this bottle was suppressing the volatile energy that was coming out of the dragon's blood. Suddenly, Flying Flame started standing up next to Abel. It was looking straight towards the Abel magic tower. Its eyes contained all sorts of different emotions. There was fear, expectation, respect, admiration, and other things. There was a new energy that was coming at where it was looking. From its perspective, it was like witnessing the birth of a proud king. And it was a lowly subject who happened to have the luxury to be in the king's presence. "Can I get a look, master? I want to know what it is." Flying Flame said. It's quite rare that it would want to talk through the soul chain on its. Abel did tune the soul chain so that the channel went both ways, but the summoned creatures tried not to bother. They understood how much privacy Abel needed. Whether it was for his wizard's meditation session, his forgery of equipment, or his alchemy tests, without him and his extreme focus, all it took was a little mistake to ruin his efforts. Abel was inside his Abel magic tower. He held the bottle of dragon blood in his hand, and Flying Flame made him suddenly stand on his toes. That was when he began to understand something. As a pseudo-dragon, it'd only make sense that Flying Flame would know more about the dragon blood than himself. Abel spoke towards the ceiling. "Flora, I want you to take me to Flying Flame." Abel disappeared from the magic tower under the flash of white light and reappeared next to Flying Flame. He was holding the bottle of the dark golden concoction in his hand. Flying Flame was staring at it the moment he appeared. It understood immediately. Whatever this potion was, it had the power of breaking the biological barrier of a pseudo-dragon. It had the power of bringing its power to the very next level. "What level is this dragon blood?" Abel asked. "The blood of a holy dragon." Abel's never heard of a holy dragon before. Still, when this term came through the soul chain, it could be discerned that the existence of a holy dragon was something that's educated down Flying Flame's lineage. Abel asked again, "So what does it do to you? Do you know, you are the strongest summoned creature I have. I know how much you want it, but I can't risk feeding you something that you might be able to consume." Flying Flame spoke through the soul chain. "It can make me become a stronger being. I'll become a new species because of it." Abel raised his brows. "So is it dangerous? You should be able to tell better than I can." Flying Flame spoke in confidence through the soul chain. It's safe, trust me." Despite Flying Flame's certainty, Abel had to consider the risks himself. The blood came from Flying Flame itself originally, so naturally, it wouldn't hurt if Flying Flame was taking it. Unlike humans, dwarves, or elves, dragons determined their strength from the purity of their blood. The rank went from dragon beast, pseudo-dragon, a giant dragon, then finally, as Flying Flame mentioned, a holy dragon. The purity of blood varied significantly among different subspecies. Now Abel had to consider the amount of the holy dragon blood that he had. There was a lot in his one bottle. If he was using it purely for alchemy purposes, the amount was enough to brew 10 bottles of potion. However, if he was to use it all for breaking Flying Flame's biological limit as a pseudo-dragon, he wouldn't know if it was enough to do that. Still, he decided to give it a shot. He placed the bottle in front of Flying Flame. Flying Flame picked it up with its front claw and swiftly opened the lid. After drinking half a bottle, it closed the lid and returned the bottle back to him. Abel sent a command, "Flora, I want you to turn on the maximum protection for the battle fort." Flying Flame was shining in dark golden light. There wasn't a lot of change to its body. Most of the change was occurring on its scales. Strange patterns started appearing. Some appeared on the surface of the scales, while others were hidden underneath the scales. The same patterns also appeared on its teeth and claws. They looked like it was born with them. The most obvious change was with its wings. The size ratio between its wings and body started becoming a lot more different than before. The wings became much larger, and again, patterns started appearing on them. Soon, the patterns connected, and they were on all parts of Flying Flame's body. Thrilled, Flying Flame let out a dragon's roar that was many times more impactful than what it was capable of before. Thankfully enough, it was just Abel that's with it on the battle fort at this moment. Although, a weird noise started coming out of Flying Flame's throat after it did the dragon's roar. It's like it was trying to make a new kind of sound. Then, after a few tries, it tried to speak with its mouth instead of through the soul chain. I think I can be called a young dragon now, master. Some of the words weren't quite articulate, but Abel understood the gist of it. A young dragon. It was not the best name there was, but keep in mind that it didn't contain the word fake. That's right, Flying Flame just became a real dragon. It became a species that wasn't quite known to humanity, but nevertheless, the purity of its blood was enough to classify it as a genuine dragon. Besides, the most crucial ability of a dragon was its ability to speak. It's what separated dragons from pseudo-dragons and dragon beasts. Dragons were supposed to be able to communicate through speech. They were supposed to be intelligent creatures. Abel went to hug Flying Flame by its head. I'm so happy for you. Flying Flame squinted its eyes like a baby. I feel so much stronger now, master. Of course you are. Abel laughed as he released his hug. Look at how fast you're learning to talk. Did you gain any new abilities? Like a child with new toys, Flying Flame flicked the battle fort wall with its front claw. It started shredding the walls like it was paper. When it was done, it waited for Abel's compliment with a very proud look. However, before Abel even spoke, the angry voice of a female started coming over. The tower spirit Flora spoke loudly. Flying Flame, watch yourself. You're damaging the battle fort. Without any precaution, a giant gravitational pull pressed Flying Flame on the ground. Abel waved towards the air. All right, stop, stop. Flora, Flying Flame is a child. Try to educate it instead of just beating it up. Yes, master, Flora replied. Unlike just then, its voice became much more gentle and graceful. Soil, the Abel magic tower. All the flowers and plants, the buildings and statues, they were all parts of Flora's body now. It loved its body very much, and yes, after becoming more than just an ordinary spirit, it was capable of complex emotions such as love. After a few seconds, the part that Flying Flame scratched slowly went back to normal. Flying Flame started getting up to its original position. It was a bit distraught by what Flora just did, and it was not going to try to upset her again. It would go to Battle Fort 03 right now, but it didn't want to leave Abel too far. Instead of going on an hourly-long lecture, Abel laughed and tapped Flying Flame on its neck. Ha 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 ha, just talk to Flora more in the future, don't be scared. You'll learn a lot from her. After putting Flying Flame to rest, Abel went back to the alchemy room inside his magic tower. He still hadn't brewed his dragon blood wall-breaking potion yet. As of now, he had the main ingredient ready. He had the dark golden dragon blood. It was the best thing that he could ask for. He's also got the other ingredients ready. The elves just gave him enough to make 10 portions. If he didn't make any mistakes, he would be able to create the potion right here. The dragon blood wall-breaking potion was supposed to be for knight commanders that had signed magic contracts before. There was no need to use expensive supplements that would reduce the effect of mana. If he wanted to use something good, he could just use the Horadric cube to synthesize basic materials. Right now, there were 10 portions worth of rare materials. It's not like he could synthesize all of them with the Horadric cube, but there were enough chances to make the shots count. It's not like he was going to fail either. He had the digitalization ability of the world stone fragment, his skill as a master alchemist, and far more experience than most alchemists he had ever encountered. It might be a legendary potion that he was brewing, but he could make it look just as easy as any of his other work. Again, there were 10 portions worth of material. An ordinary advanced alchemist had a success rate of about 10 to 30%. Needless to say, 30 was when things got lucky. The more ingredients that the dragon blood came into contact with, the more unstable it would become and cause an unwanted reaction. It would only become stationary once every single step was taken. When the final process, the sublimation process, was complete, all the ingredients added started fusing into one. Then, under a rainbow light, a bottle of golden dragon blood wall-breaking potion appeared in Abel's hands. With the final touch of his power of the will, Abel immediately improved the quality of this potion from white to gold. If Abel was doing this the old way, he would have got a blue quality potion during the sublimation stage. However, with his Horadric Cube's help and the spell rune of a master alchemist, he managed to get himself a golden potion without failure. Also, after having successfully made one bottle, he became more confident that he could make more of the same potion. 1, 2, 3. After a while, 10 bottles of the golden dragon blood wall-breaking potion were brewed. He just managed to do so with a 100% success rate. Abel murmured to himself, "This is a potion that will turn every knight commander insane." One bottle was enough to increase the chance of promotion by 60%. As long as the user wasn't a complete idiot, there was a pretty high chance that he could promote himself from a knight commander to a knight's head commander. Basically, with a 60% increase in success rate, anyone could become a knight's head commander if they did the remaining 20 to 30% through their own efforts. Abel spoke through his soul chain, "Bardali, I want you to send a message for me. Tell the Griffin Knights to wait for me at the Harry Castle." Bardali replied immediately, "Understood, Master. For 2 of them to return from their patrol mission, it should take about at least 2 hours in total." Abel commanded, "I want them to cancel all patrol missions today. Tell them to go wait for me immediately." It was past lunchtime now. After gulping down a bottle of the blue howling rabbit-flavored ration potion, Abel came to the garden located at the battle fort. He grabbed a chair for himself, and he started taking out a book to read. While reading this book, he thought about the best way to fully utilize his 10 bottles of gold-quality, dragon blood wall-breaking potion. Obviously, some of the potions had to go to the Griffin Knights. They were the most powerful fighting force that he had at the moment. That being said, he still wasn't sure if he should reveal their existence to the public. Loka the elf would also need 1 bottle. That way, the Orwell Palace would be much better guarded than it was before. He wasn't sure about that either, however. As far as he was concerned, he didn't leave too many valuables over there. Even if someone did manage to break into the place, the most that they would get was some fountain water that was teleported from the large-sized teleportation circle from the 3 goddess statues. Other than that, there were some perfect gemstones that he didn't want to be taken away, but to get them, one must first use up all the energy that was used to power up the defensive circle. It would be a pointless thing to do that because 1, it'd be way too difficult to waste up all the energy that was powered by all the perfect gemstones, and 2, if the power was all used up, then the gemstones would just turn into dust anyways. Abel was most concerned for his fruit trees. They were about 1 month ripe now, and if someone knew about their existence, there was no telling of the kind of trouble that would come to him. Of course, Grand Duke Edwina would want that less than he would. If massive starvation occurred, those fruit trees would become the final food source of the whole of Angstrom City. Bardali spoke through the soul chain, "Master, the Griffin Knights are waiting for your arrival at Harry Castle." Abel spoke towards the ceiling, "Teleport me to the Harry Castle hallroom, Flora." Speaking of which, Abel really wished that he was an intermediate wizard every time that he was doing this. If he could use the instantaneous movement spell, Flora would not need to use a huge amount of energy to teleport him. "Master." When Abel made his presence at the Harry Castle hallroom, all 4 Griffin Knights greeted him as they knelt on the knee. Abel replied with a simple nod. After that, he examined their physical conditions with his power of the will. Number 24 was very close to hitting promotion. It would be a matter of time before he became a knight's head commander, but without the help of any supplement, that progress would probably take years to finish. It was the same for the other Griffin Knights. They did accumulate a lot of progress, but they were still very far from hitting the line. Abel couldn't wait. He needed powerful flying mounts to serve under him. He needed all 4 of his Griffin Knights to become head knight commander. Abel took out 4 bottles of his new potion. "Listen, the Griffin Knights are the strongest soldier types in all of the kingdom of St. Ellis. You should know this better than I do. You have flying mounts that are more versatile than ordinary knights, and you should deserve more rewards than what's given to most soldiers." The Griffin Knights didn't say anything. "I have 4 potions right here, and I'll be straight with you all. They can make you speed up your progress to become head knight commanders. I did remember my promise to you. When you become head knight commanders, I'll make you all call me your king, and I'll grant you all titles as dukes." Words could not express how much that meant to these Griffin Knights. They were slaves for most of their lives. They lived as others had told them, and no one respected them as the human beings that they were, but now Abel was giving them a chance. He was giving the chance to become citizens of this newfound state. He was giving them hope to live a life with dignity. Whatever these potions were, the 4 knights could tell that they must be extremely valuable. The golden lighting inside the bottle did tell that much. Also, with just a basic understanding of alchemy, anyone could tell how rare it was to get 4 bottles of gold-quality potions. Abel was presenting the Griffin Knights with a miracle. This miracle, as he said, could help knight commanders turn into head knight commanders. The 4 were well aware of what that meant. Fighting might be the only thing that they knew, but they had their fair share of experiences when they were back in the kingdom of St. Ellis. Still, this was the first time they've seen advanced potions of golden quality, and to think that Abel just took out 4 bottles very casually in front of them. "We vow our lives to you, master." The 4 Griffin Knights knew only how to fight, so fighting was what they swore that they would do for Abel. Abel laughed as he commanded the 4 to get up. "Drink it. After you drink this potion, you won't have to bow to anyone anymore." With 1 bottle of the dragon blood wall-breaking potion in each of the Griffin Knights' hands, they went to the wizard community outside of the Harry Castle. Abel teleported to where they were headed. He was standing at least 10 meters away from them the whole time, and he was keeping a close watch on them in silence. It was the first time he's given the potion to any humans, so he wanted to make sure that he would be able to give medical assistance as soon as possible. When the Griffin Knights walked inside the wizard community, they could feel their whole bodies were corroded by mana. Thankfully, due to the efforts they've made during their training, their bodies were strong enough to withstand the damage that would have otherwise killed them. As they all drank the gold-quality dragon blood wall-breaking potion, they started doing special breathing techniques that would channel the mana around them into their bodily system. Then, once the mana was sucked inside themselves, they turned that mana into their own mana supply. It was supposed to look easy, but it was the crucial step that many knight commanders couldn't get past. Needless to say, the dragon blood wall-breaking potion was supposed to enhance a knight commander's physical strength. If the potion were only of white quality, the effect would only be strong enough to bring the user to barely become a head knight commander. Gold-quality potions were different. It was strong enough to bring the Griffin Knights to immediately become a novice head knight commander. With bodies that were this enhanced, they could immediately suck the surrounding mana into the central part of their combat Kai core. Usually, this was the part where they would fail. If they failed, not only would the promotion process be for nothing, the potion that they just drank would lose its effect immediately. Still, if the first batch of mana was successfully stored within the combat Kai core, then the potion would permanently become a head knight commander's body. The mana that was absorbed would lose all its eroding effect, which was why a golden quality potion like this was so powerful in the first place. The 4 Griffin Knights continued to flash in golden light. The dragon blood wall-breaking potion was taking effect. It didn't take long before they all realized the pace, that their bodies were growing physically. Then, with the activation of their knight's special breathing technique, the mana that was floating in the air started going into their bodies. This was when things would start to get tense. Even Abel was feeling a bit nervous. If this turned out to be a success, he would have 10 more head knight commanders under his command. He could ask the elves for more alchemy ingredients, and he would be able to use the remaining dragon blood he had for 30 more bottles. That was 40 head knight commanders that the duchy of Carmel would have. Of course, he was going to feel nervous. It's not just the knights that did drink the dragon blood wall-breaking potion. Put it this way, suppose that there were only 2 head knight commanders in all of the Duchy of Carmel. No matter how hard these 2 tried, there would only be a minimal number of people that they could share their experiences with. It's different with 40 head commanders. If there were this many of them that were in one place, it could be expected that there would be more of them just through training and cultivation. More importantly, the Duchy of Carmel had plenty of potions for knights training. This fact alone spoke of the state's overwhelming amount of firepower. Number 24 was the first to feel a change. He started sensing a thread of mana that was inside of his body. Then, as he used his own combat kai to stabilize the mana that was floating by, he could feel the mana gradually stop moving. It was a subtle change, but Abel saw everything with his power of the will. To him, he was delighted to see that the potion worked for Griffin Knight 24. If 24 continued to increase his maximal mana storage, it'd be only a matter of time before he could perform his own Knight's charging technique. Anyways, he was already a fully fledged head Knight commander now. The same change happened to Griffin Knight 33. After that, it was 27, and finally, it was 31. Even when the others were starting to feel the change, the mana transformation process continued to take place inside 24 body. There was still a while before the potion's effect completely worn off. Abel was watching the whole time. After about 1 hour, the gold quality dragon blood wall-breaking potion finally lost its effect. All 4 Griffin Knights had a sour look on their faces. Afterward, Abel spoke towards the sky. Flora, bring them to the Harry Castle hallroom. Once the effect of the potion wore off, all the Griffin Knights' physical state was reverted to that of a very new head Knight commander. This was when the air around them was literally full of mana. After 30 minutes, they were starting to feel the pain as their bodies were having problems absorbing the mana that was eroding them. Abel placed 4 bottles on the table. Here, take them. These are blue-quality healing potions. Master, the 4 Griffin Knights all bowed on one knee. Abel waved his arm and laughed. No need to call me Master anymore. As I've promised your 4, I'll grant you your own titles and properties as rewards for your services. Remember, though, you will not be allowed to reveal your names for a while. The 4 Griffin Knights understood. Of course, they did. They were sent to Abel as a gift because the Kingdom of St. Ellis wanted political benefits from Abel. Not only would it not be pretty if people found out about their existence, but a massive panic would also appear if people knew about how they instantly became head knight commanders. No, you are our master. Please allow us to keep calling you that for the rest of our lives. No matter what title we have, we'll continue to call you our master. Abel spoke solemnly. All of you are without names, so I'll grant you the surname Harry. From now on, you'll become the eagles of the Harry Castle, and you'll protect the sky for the rest of your lives. Thank you, master, the 4 of them yelled enthusiastically. After that, the 4 Griffin Knights went to Lindsay to have their names written in the family record. Abel was left alone. He wanted time to think about what other knight commanders he could enroll in the family. Obviously, he wasn't going to enroll someone that already had a name. He could go for members of both the Harry and Bennett family, but there weren't enough people with the sort of potential he was after. Take the Harry family, for example. There were about 20 at the start, but after undergoing several major battles, about 10 old warriors were left. The strongest were just novice warriors. They were already in their 40s, and since it was the warrior class that they were in, it'd be logically impossible to turn them into head knight commanders. Unlike those rich nobleman families, the Harry family didn't buy slaves and train them into warriors. This way, the only knight commanders in the duchy could only be found in each major family, and it just wouldn't be right if Abel wanted to take them away from whoever they were serving. He was the king, but there would always be those who were only interested in preserving their own power. The kingdom of Larvid was located in the northeast, part of the kingdom of St. Ellis. It was right next to the kingdom of St. Ellis. Due to its location, it's always been a great tourist attraction for many noblemen. Bahu Valley was one of the most aesthetically pleasing locations in the Duchy of Larvid. The kingdom of St. Ellis's royalty spent their time there during vacation, and it was where they built their own castle to spend their holidays. Prince Horace was King Ambrose's favorite son. He wasn't as healthy as his brother Derek, but his weakness made the other princes like him. As someone who was guaranteed to not inherit the throne. The others didn't think of him as a threat or someone to become enemies with. Of course, it was especially true for Derek. He was the eldest prince, and he had a lot of affection for his sickly little brother. Right now, Prince Horace was inside the castle at Bahu Valley. Winter was coming. As expected, he had to lie on a bed due to his frail body. Even the wizards couldn't do much about it. Potions were all that expensive for a prince, but the side effects were simply too strong to take. Most of the potions that were brewed on the Holy Continent were brewed by knights and wizards. Potions were usually for sale, but there were plenty of times when they were used for self-protection. Wizards that didn't have a strong physical build would use potions that would make their power of the will many times stronger than most normal people. Anyways, Prince Horus was sent to this place to heal his sickness. It was quiet. The view was great. All the medical facilities were available. There was also a head knight commander that was always watching out for his safety. His name was Dunmore, a powerful head knight commander that used the element of ice. Only the most beloved princes would have head knight commanders as their personal guards in all three of the existing kingdoms. Usually, only two kinds would fit such criteria. There would be the princes that would inherit the throne or those who proved themselves to be capable of becoming wizards. Prince Horus was a special case. He was someone that had been loved by the people around him, and Head Commander Dunmore had been with him for years. Head Commander Dunmore spoke, "Pardon me, Your Highness, but the temperature here is too low. It's much warmer in your room." Prince Horus pleaded, "Please, Dunmore, I'm not going to be sick. The worst I can get is a little more hungry." Head Commander Dunmore couldn't help but shake his head at that remark. Prince Horus was just starting to become better. He had been shut in his room for too long before, so he was really desperate for the outside. Head Commander Dunmore tried to be gentle. "Okay, Your Highness, a little longer then, just a little longer." Prince Horus responded with a warm smile. He liked the air that was coming from outside. It was warm inside the castle, but it was the kind of warmth that felt dead to him. He liked the cold. He couldn't survive if he was out in the cold for too long. But the cold made him feel alive. "So is it him?" The voice came from high in the sky. It was an intermediate orc priest. He was speaking to another intermediate orc priests, and they were both riding on their own sky sparrow. Actually, it wasn't just them. There were also 4 bearmen that had double axes in their hands. They were riding on top of giant bears, which was enough to classify them as a small army. Their skills were not yet the same as that of top-level warriors. However, if the people who sent them decided to send someone better, that would draw too much attention into the scene. Put it this way, if a top-level orc warrior was to appear within a human territory, it was obviously going to cause a huge panic. That's when the head knight commanders must interfere. It'd be very easy for them to detect the presence of any incoming orc warriors, so for the orcs, they just wouldn't cross the borders the vast majority of the time. It was different for bear men, however. They did not have the ability to produce combat kai, but their bodies would become extremely durable and extremely powerful once they reached adulthood. This way, they had the potential to become top-level warriors that could not produce any combat kai. Or invading into the human world, such a trait has proven to be very convenient. For the intermediate wizards that were in the sky, it also wouldn't be an easy job to detect their presence. It was one thing to be a powerful wizard, but it was another thing to be within the intermediate rank. That being said, the advanced wizards that the humans prepared would not be able to detect those who were not matched in terms of their power level. The intermediate priest said coldly, "Ready for action." "Yes," the 4 bearmen replied. "Good. Remember what our objective is. If any of you can't control your bloodlust once we're there, then our master will be very angry." "Understood," the bearmen replied again. The intermediate priest raised his command sign, "Sky Sparrow, I want you to lower our altitude." With that command, the Sky Sparrow did a barrel roll in the sky and rushed towards the castle below. "Enemy strike." The shouting came from Head Commander Dunmore. He wanted to tell Prince Horus to go back to his room, and when he looked towards the sky, his reflex told him to call his men. Within an instant, Head Commander Dunmore activated the combat kai around him. It was like thunder that had struck the entire castle. Everyone nearby was shocked by this phenomenon. Then, with one hand, he grabbed onto Prince Horus's body. He carried Prince Horus with as much speed as he could. Head Commander Dunmore darted backward, but a bone wall blocked him from going too far. He couldn't get to his weapons. He couldn't get to his warhorse either. With Prince Horus in one of his arms, he could only fight with one hand. As a white combat kai flashed across the knight's big sword in his hand, he slashed hard at the bone wall that was blocking in his way. At the same time, a cloud of curses appeared right on top of his head. Red rain of curse started pouring on top of him, which made light of curse appear on both his and Prince Horace's heads. Head Commander Dunmore squinted his eyes in pain. Those damn priests and their curses. He was an experienced fighter. He had fought orc priests many times. He understood how curses worked, and since he was a defensive knight, he would always make sure that there was time for him to make a counterattack. It was the reason that he wasn't completely affected by the curses that were cast on him. Yet if he couldn't attack the bone wall, that meant he couldn't go inside the fort and gain any sort of geographic advantage. Head Commander Dunmore pushed Prince Horace to his back. "Your Highness, please stand behind me. This way, as long as I don't die, you won't take any sort of damage." After saying that, he took down the shield that he placed on his back. He and Prince Horace now had their backs against the fort wall. It was at this time that the giant sky sparrows appeared. The first to jump down were the bearmen. They all rode their giant bears down. And as soon as they landed, they started charging straight at Head Commander Dunmore. To guard against this, Head Commander Dunmore generated ice on the shield that he was holding at his front. The further he extended, the more he and Prince Horace were hidden behind a wall of ice. Unlike normal bearmen, the bearmen with double axes were extremely strong strengths. Instead of relying on fighting techniques, they used brute force to break through whatever defense that their enemies had set up. This time, they were using the axes to cut at the ice walls. It was not very effective, however. Every time they chipped a bit away, Head Commander Dunmore would just spawn more ice at the exact same spot. "Find the teleportation circle. Quick, destroy it as soon as you find it." The leading intermediate priest said so to another, who immediately called out 8 skeletons to help him with the task. When he did so, the bone wall blocking Head Commander Dunmore's way suddenly disappeared. The 8 skeletons made their way into the castle, but the intermediate priest just stood in silence as he watched outside. Prince Horace asked while trembling, "Do they want to capture me alive?" "I don't know, Your Highness." Head Commander Dunmore tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, though. Help is on the way." As Head Commander Dunmore would have it, if the intermediate priest joined this battle, he might just last for even less than a minute. Still, it was just the 4 bearmen that were attacking him. They weren't even using their full strength. It was like they were just trying to make him use up all his combat kai. Prince Horace commanded, "Give me a dagger, Dunmore." "Your Highness," Head Commander Dunmore called back. He couldn't turn his head back to look at Prince Horace, but he could sense the sharpness in the voice that he was hearing. "I am the Prince of the Kingdom of St. Ellis. I should give back to the state that has given me so much. I am weak and I cannot attain any sort of glory for anyone. What I can do is to not let the orcs capture me alive." Head Commander Dunmore understood. "Your Highness, there is a short sword at my right waist. It's the final honor for a knight." A knight's final honor was as its name suggested. It was a blade that the humans used when they were captured in battle. Knights weren't supposed to commit suicide during combats with other humans, but against orcs, it was supposed to be a fight to the very end. Prince Horace had the blade in front of his heart. "I shall call this the final honor of a prince, then." Head Commander Dunmore screamed, "Your Highness, stop. The humans will have their revenge soon. The Kingdom of St. Ellis will respond with fires of rage." Like the battle on the fort platform, what was going on inside the castle was a complete massacre. A fort was supposed to be the ideal location for defensive warfare, but things would only start to get bloody once the enemies were inside. It was exactly this situation now. One intermediate priest was going in with 8 of his skeletons and the strongest fight force that the humans had were knight commanders. The skeletons continued to slash at every human that they saw. In their hollow eyes, blue flames would jump every time a swing was made. Every time the flames jumped, lives would be lost. Still, the royalties of the Kingdom of St. Ellis managed to retain their honor at a time like this. None of the warriors had retreated during this cruel assault. The knights would continue to charge at the intermediate priest, and they would just fall as they got closer. "You are a laughable bunch." The intermediate priest spoke as his face jerked a little. With a wave of the bone staff in his right hand, a spell rune appeared at where the intermediate priest was drawing. After that, all the corpses of the knights started flashing red lights. Explosions were ignited. Everyone close by was buried in the bursting air. The intermediate priest took out a smaller spell circle from his portal bag. It was supposed to help him locate the teleportation circle that was in this castle. After he found it, he commanded his skeletons to charge towards it. Bahu Castle has been attacked. I repeat, Bahu Castle has been attacked. Prince Horus is in danger. The orcs are attacking. Please send reinforcements over here. The cry for help came from the castle butler. He was calling directly to the kingdom of St. Ellis for help. Apart from him, there was just Prince Horus and Head Commander Dunmore who had the right to use the call service. An intermediate priest suddenly appeared. So you've called for help. It is time for you to die then. The butler screamed with a pale look. Did you just bait me? They nodded. Why, of course. You think I waited because what? The castle is too tough for me to break through. With a wave of his hand, the intermediate priest commanded the skeletons to charge at the butler. The butler had no choice but to watch his neck being snapped into half. After that, his body was slammed heavily towards the ground. The other skeletons charged towards the teleportation circle, and the weapons in their hands was slashed at the spell rune that was drawn on the ground. One of the knights rushed into the eldest prince's office. Your Highness, Bahu Valley has just requested reinforcement. The orcs are attacking Prince Horus. Horus, Prince Derek quickly changed his expression. Has help been sent yet? The knight replied with a bow. Connection of the teleportation circle has been cut off. The orcs might have destroyed it. I have already called for support from the closest city, but it should take at least 3 hours before they can make it. Understood. I'll go see His Majesty right away. Prince Derek headed towards where Emperor Ambrose was at. He knew it very clearly. The only ones who could help were intermediate wizards and the Griffin Knights, but he didn't have the power to command either. The only thing he could do was to request from the Supreme Leader of the nation. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Emperor Ambrose was doing paperwork when Prince Derek came to him. He was confused with this interruption, and he was slightly discontent with the way Prince Derek was so abrupt. Prince Derek quickly gave a bow. Your Majesty, Horus, he's been attacked by the orcs. That's when the pen in Emperor Ambrose's hand snapped. Prince Horus had always been his most cherished son. The child was weak ever since he was born. If he didn't use to hold him in his arms all the time during infantry, it'd be very hard for him to make it to this age. In anger and anxiety, Emperor Ambrose called for help from both the Griffin Knights and the wizards. He had a secret messenger to relay the message for him, so the word could be spread out as soon as possible. Very quickly, at one corner of the royal palace, 10 knights flew towards the sky and flew towards Bahu Valley. Among the 10 of them, 4 were head knight commanders, while the rest were at the peak level of being knight commanders. With their aerial advantage, they could take on more than 10 head knight commanders all at once. They were very fast. The Duchy of Larvid was located right next to the Kingdom of St. Ellis. It should take less than an hour for them to reach Bahu Valley. Of course, they were only the first squad. More would follow from branches other than the inner part of the royal palace. Another squad of 10 Griffin Knights was deployed. It was 10 minutes after the first squad. They were all going at full speed. Prince Horus was attacked, and no teleportation circle could take them to go to rescue. Griffin Knight 03 was the captain of the second squad. As an experienced leader, he judged that it was already too late to make it into the scene. The teleportation circle was already destroyed. It wouldn't be wrong to assume that the orcs had total control over the fort. He knew that head commander Dunmore was there, but he alone was not enough to secure Prince Horus's safety. Still, that didn't make him slow down, even just a bit. The order he received was to get to the castle and rescue Prince Horus. Even if there was no one when he got there, he was supposed to bring every man with him. As 03 was trying to think of his next move, an evil presence suddenly appeared next to him. Then, a cursed cloud appeared right next to the Griffin Knights. Cursed rain started dropping, and light of curses started appearing on his head. 03 screamed, "It's the spell of fear. Ready your griffins, the orc priests are here." With a flash of his combat kai, 03 wrapped himself and his griffin around in his combat kai armor. At the same time, he readied his bow so that he could aim towards his enemies. The other 3 knight head commanders did the same thing, yet 6 of them weren't fast enough to react. The fear curse got to the griffins that they were riding, and they all started panicking even when their masters told them not to. The fear curse was a very hard curse to dodge. Once it got to its target, the chances were that the target would most likely be affected. Still, as the strongest soldier type of the Kingdom of St. Ellis, The Griffin Knights were well acquainted with the sort of training that would help them endure this situation. If they could manage to spread the fear effect between themselves and their griffins evenly, it'd be much easier to wait for the effect to completely wear off. When 6 of the griffins were traumatized by the curse, they started panicking in the air. This completely ruined the formation of the Knight squad. 03 screamed as loudly as he could, "Still, keep still." It was of no use. The Griffin Knights could survive the curse, but it would be impossible for the griffins to get back to normal when they were first hit. Besides, judging by the enemy attack area, the curses must have come from more than one orc priest. This way, the effect of the curse would definitely be much harder to get rid of. 03 gave up on screaming at his men after the second time. Instead, he and the other 3 head knight commanders looked towards the sky. They could see 4 sky sparrows that were appearing. Next to them were 10 pace eagles, and each of them had 1 intermediate orc priest on their backs. 03 was shocked. He didn't expect to see an aerial force like this in the human world. Without a second thought, he fired an arrow towards their direction. He didn't aim at the sky sparrow. As timid as these creatures were, their bodies were simply too big for the tiny arrow tips to do any damage. The arrow was shot at an intermediate orc priest. Without even batting an eye, the orc priest drew a spell rune with the bone staff in his right hand. He was shooting out a bone arrow of his own. In a second, the arrow pierced right through the body of a griffin knight that just covered from the fear curse. The other intermediate orc priests also attacked at around the same time. The 4 griffin head knight commanders had no choice but to keep dodging the incoming arrows. They had no chance to maneuver the advantage of their griffins. The difference in strength was simply too much. Pace eagles were supposed to be the fastest flying mounts there were, and 10 of them was basically about half of what the orc empire possessed in total. 03 had no choice but to watch 6 of his men fall from their griffins. He was angry, he was sad, but none of his attacks were doing much to the intermediate orc priests. Every single orc priest was a very versatile fighter. With their pace eagle's speed, they managed to dodge all the attacks while pressing closer towards the griffin head knight commanders. Soon, a cloud of curse appeared on top of one of the griffin head knight commanders. Cursed rain dropped, and the light of curse appeared on that man's head. The griffin he was riding started panicking. It turned towards the man that was riding it, and it started pecking at him. That was when 3 bone arrows were shot at him. Since he couldn't move with his flying mount, all 3 of the arrows managed to hit him simultaneously. Retreat, call for reinforcements. 03 was very anxious to see another one of his comrades gone. He didn't mind if his whole squad went down, but the bigger concern was that the same thing would occur to other griffin knights. If they were all going to die, the least they could do was to tell the others not to die the same way. More bone arrows fired. This time, it targeted a griffin head knight commander trying to use a signal bomb. 03 had no choice but to block with his own griffin knights. Griffin knights weren't supposed to wear a lot of protective gear, so the most he could do was to protect his own mount with his combat kai armor. While channeling his own combat kai, 03 managed to create a giant sword of flame and slashed at the bone arrows. The bone arrows didn't quite fall elsewhere because of this, but their speed was definitely slowed. Anyways, it was enough for 03 to pick the body parts that he didn't mind being shot at. Bone arrows went through 03 combat kai armor. They hit at both of his shoulders. The death kai instantly sucked away some of his vitality energy. To clear off the death kai that was trying to erode his entire body, he withdrew his fire combat kai so that it could dig into the deeper parts of his wound. He wanted to clear off the death kai that was already inside of him. In a situation like this, he had to resort to burning himself with his own combat kai. Meanwhile, a fireball was shot towards the sky. When it burst, a unique symbol appeared from the flames that sparked out. It was supposed to be a signal, which specifically translated to "the enemy was just stronger than us. Don't bother fighting." Of course, it was meant to be a warning rather than a call for help. Damn! A voice came from the intermediate priest. As far as he would have it, this signal that the humans sent would reduce their rewards by a lot. Another intermediate orc priest shouted, "Surround them all and kill them." The 10 pace eagles were on full speed now. The curses and bone arrows continued to fly across the sky. There were 4 combat kai smokes that were rising from the ground. 03 and the remaining 3 head knight commanders went down with their fallen comrades. Capture the griffins. With a flash of the bone staff in his right hand, the intermediate priest cast a blinding spell on one of the griffins. The griffin was terrified to have lost its sight, and without someone to rear it, it quickly lost its sense of direction. All this time, the 4 sky sparrows were told to stay out of the battle zone. They stayed in the air the whole time. The blinding did shock them a little, but they were among the steadiest beasts that the Orc Empire prepared for this mission. After the bearmen captured the griffin with a giant net, they dragged it to the back of a sky sparrow. To prevent it from going berserk, they used a special drug that made it stay unconscious. As professionals who spent their careers capturing spiritual beasts, they were all very familiar with this procedure. On each of the 3 sky sparrows, there would be a vulpera to check on the griffins that were captured. 3 males and 7 females master. Once each was checked, the results were all sent to a bearman together. The bearman used his loud voice to repeat the same message to an intermediate priest. The leading intermediate priest said joyfully, "The beastly god blesses us. We'll head home now." The rest of the crew all screamed in excitement. They were finally allowed to go home. This was a very risky mission for them. Treading into the human world was nothing short of risking their lives. Besides, the objective of the mission was to attack the Griffin Knight squad, which was supposed to be the strongest air force in one of the 3 existing human empires. If just one advanced priest managed to find them, they would have all been killed within an instant. Once the crew finished packing up, the 10-pace eagles returned to the back of the sky sparrows. They were supposed to be agile creatures, but the trip home was long and tiring. Long-distance travel was something for the sky sparrows to do. The orcs wanted to conserve the pace eagle's stamina in case the humans were chasing after them. While checking for the right direction, the intermediate orc priest jumped down from his pace eagle to the back of a sky sparrow. He took out a circle plate, activated it, and started sending messages to his fellow soldier that was somewhere else. That someone was at the platform over at Bahu Castle. When he opened his own circle plate, he could see a text that read, "We've killed them all. The mission is complete." "They've been killed. Our mission is completed." The intermediate orc priests shouted towards the 4 bearmen that were attacking Head Commander Dunmore. They were all very pleased with this news. While shouting all at the same time, their eyes started to become bloodshot. With every swing of their axes, they could smash out giant holes out of the ice wall generated in front of them. Head Commander Dunmore cried to Prince Horus, "Your Highness, it's been my greatest honor to have ever served you." The orcs were going on full strength. Head Commander Dunmore knew as much. His defense was enough to block the attack of 2 orcs. If he decided to go for a final push, he could probably manage to block against 3, but that would still leave one to attack him and Prince Horus. He was at his limit now. There wasn't much he could do after spending so much of his combat kai. "My honor is my life." Head Commander Dunmore had no choice but to scream louder. It was a cry of desperation, which activated the fire kai hidden inside of him for his entire life. He had never used fire element combat kai before. If he was a little luckier, he might get the time to become a double element head knight commander properly. It was truly an unfortunate thing. Fire combat kai and ice combat kai were supposed to counter each other. Head Commander Dunmore was using both, and it completely disrupted the vital system inside of his body. All of his energy burst out uncontrollably, like fire on oil. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone the prince that was behind him. The only thing he could do, so it seemed, was to use his shield to cover up Prince Horus. Head Commander Dunmore focused his power of the will to his front. He was a guardian knight, and his mission was to protect Prince Horus at all costs. Once he was too tired to fend on any longer, he was left with no choice but to withdraw his shield. When the ice wall disappeared, the 4 bearmen warriors were left with a giant gap in front of them. Head Commander Dunmore was finally in their sight, and they quickly slashed towards him. Yet something felt strange to them. They couldn't sense the energy that was erupting inside the human they were attacking, but death, as they sensed, was very close. The 4 bearmen wanted to retreat, but as experienced warriors themselves, they didn't think that it was right to hold back a powerful attack that was already launched. Thus, they decided to press on. That's when Head Commander Dunmore did the unthinkable. He threw his sword at the intermediate priest, and without any weapon, he ran towards the 4 bearmen that were going at him. "Go to hell with me, you filthy animals." As though going for a hug, Head Commander Dunmore opened his arms and ran right towards the 4 Bearman warriors. When he was halfway, his body finally couldn't take the energy that was bursting out of himself. Even his armor couldn't withstand the impact of the explosion. Like blades, fragments of what he was wearing shot towards all directions. The Bearmen were the first to notice the danger, but the giant bears they were riding were not fast enough to react. Like that, the 4 Bearmen were shot and sent flying towards the outside. It was the same for their mounts. They were all thrown away like toys. The platform was supposed to be a high-altitude platform. It was about several tens of meters for the Bearman warriors to fall from the top. There was no chance they would survive this. The intermediate orc priest had no idea that this would happen. Still, his white bone armor was powerful enough to block against the knight's big sword and the shattered armor fragments that were coming at him. It was the explosion that he had a problem guarding. Even when he was just at the castle's outer brim, he was still forced to take a few steps back. Almost all the intermediate priests that participated this time were experienced soldiers. Instead of giving up, this one particular orc priest quickly summoned a skeleton before he was about to fall. This was a critical decision that saved his life. The skeleton took some of the shock waves for him and prevented him from going towards the very edge of the castle. When he was really about to fall, the skeleton grabbed his arm and threw him towards the sky. As the intermediate priest was in midair, he took the Sky Sparrow control card and summoned his Sky Sparrow to catch him in time. The fall didn't happen. Once the Sky Sparrow retrieved him, the sour look on his face was starting to look even worse. The skeleton he summoned was smashed into ashes, which damaged his power of the will. The intermediate orc priest stared at Prince Horus. Prince Horus was still under the protection of the shield. There was a dagger on his body. Blood kept on pouring out of him. At the same time, a window nearby was smashed open as another intermediate priest jumped out. A Sky Sparrow also caught him, and they both flew towards a higher altitude. On the platform, Head Commander Dunmore's shield was completely broken into pieces. Due to the impact of the shockwave, the dagger plunged into Prince Horus's body. It didn't go straight into his heart, but it did manage to do some very serious damage to him. As someone who had never been physical, he was very close to losing his own life. Nevertheless, Prince Horus could still feel things. He could feel himself getting colder and colder, and eventually he saw a white light that was appearing next to him. It was an intermediate wizard. He probably tried to come here as fast as he could, but he did realize that it was way too late. As Prince Horus was still found to be alive, the intermediate wizard carefully took out a healing potion and used it. He didn't dare to take the dagger out of Prince Horus. Once the effect of the potion wore off, that was when Prince Horus would most likely die. King Ambrose was sitting inside his palace. He had a grim look on his face, and he wasn't saying anything. Prince Derek, too, was very quiet when he was standing next to him. In front of them were 10 officials that served the kingdom of St. Ellis. Knight rushed in the report. All members of the 3rd Griffin Knight squad were found dead. Their corpses have been recovered. All 4 of our head knight commanders were dead. Yell came out of King Ambrose. Nobody dared to respond to him. They just waited for him as he tried to calm himself to speak. Has our great empire been senile for too long? This is an orc invasion of an enormous scale. Yet not only have we failed to notice them when they intrude into our territory, they've even managed to kill our Griffin Knights. The officials were afraid to reply, but they shared the same sentiment as King Ambrose. This was humiliation. The humans had just won against the Orc Empire, but as it turned out, the Orcs still had enough force to disrupt the harmony of the kingdom of St. Ellis. They've managed to attack the king's favorite, annihilate an entire squad of elite knights, and worst of all, they've managed to turn the kingdom of St. Ellis into the laughing stock of the human world. Revenge is what we'll get. Prince Derek bowed and spoke. King Ambrose turned to his officials. I want a plan from all of you. Discuss amongst yourself all that you can think of. I want something practical, something that'll make the Orc Empire regret doing what they've done. At this time, a white light flashed out in the middle of the palace hallroom. As soon as this light appeared, an extremely powerful aura was locked onto it. It was the intermediate wizard. He was holding Prince Horus in his arms. After using his instantaneous movement spell and the teleportation circle, Prince Horus's injury became worse than before. The poor boy was barely breathing. Horus, Prince Derek almost cried out. He saw the dagger that was on Prince Horus's chest. He understood what happened right away. As weak as his little brother was, he tried to preserve his honor during what could have been his very last moment. King Ambrose saw the dagger, too. After nodding slightly in approval, he turned towards his back and bowed the figure behind him. "Oh, our great ancestor, please save this poor child." "I'll have a look," an old hoarse voice came over. Then, as another white light flashed across the room, an advanced wizard appeared right next to Prince Horus. His name was Bernard. He's been a royal wizard for many years. After serving many generations of emperors and kings, he now spent most of his time training inside a locked magic tower. "Master," the intermediate priest bowed to the advanced priest. "You did good." Wizard Bernard smiled in approval. After that, he quickly scanned Prince Horus with his power of the will. Wizard Bernard turned towards King Ambrose. "Without an extremely effective healing potion, this child will be a lost cause. Given the state that he is in, if I try to do anything with my healing spells, it will only cause him more pain." Wizard Bernard had seen death far too many times in his life. The death of a prince was not going to have too much effect on his emotional state. As sad as that sounded, it actually made King Ambrose a lot calmer. King Ambrose asked Prince Derek, "Any information on top-level healing potion?" Prince Derek nodded immediately. "Yes, Your Majesty. Grandmaster Abel should have something like that." Prince Derek was in charge of the intelligence agency of the Kingdom of St. Ellis. He's read all the reports that were done on Abel. Also, as someone who's seen Abel in person, he was very well aware of what the legendary man could do. From one account collected, Abel was reported to use a healing potion that saved many knights on the orc battlefield. Some of the injuries were supposed to be fatal, but all the injured ones were recovered in a short period of time. He didn't see this happen in person, but just reading about it left a very deep mark on his memory. King Ambrose bowed towards Wizard Bernard. "Please. Oh, our great ancestor, help me preserve this child's life for as long as you can. I'll contact someone to get the healing potion right away." Under normal circumstances, King Ambrose would have never asked for help from his old ancestors. Such help always came at an extremely high cost. Also, as the entire emperor's founding pillar, it'd be an extremely worrisome thing to ask for anything from them. Wizard Bernard nodded as he accepted King Ambrose's request. A cold essence emerged in his hand as he tapped at where Prince Horus was hurt. After that, he took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. Wizard Bernard said before vanishing, 6 hours. That's all the time you have. The child will be beyond rescue after 6 hours. King Ambrose turned to the others. "Call Grandmaster Abel now." "Yes, Your Majesty," one of the officials replied. He then reached for where the contact circles were. A minute later, he came back with a worried look on his face. "Your Majesty, I received a notification from the officials of the Duchy of Carmel. They told me that it had been a month since Grandmaster Abel appeared at Bakong Cid. Even they can't manage to contact him." King Ambrose persisted. "Use your hidden channels. Once Grandmaster Abel is found, tell him everything and have him come here right away." 6 hours were supposed to be long, but for a wizard in training, it's like the blink of an eye. If King Ambrose wanted to contact Abel, he had to try all sorts of methods at his disposal. "Yes, Your Majesty," Prince Derek tried to reply as positively as he could. Usually, it'd be a very unsightly thing to let the secret channels do the investigation work, but this was a time of emergency. King Ambrose said with sincerity, "Know one thing, Derek. Horus is willing to preserve our nation's honor with his life. For that alone, he should receive all that we can provide." Inside Bakong City of the Duchy of Carmel, a servant was supposed to be resting inside his room. However, he used his spare time to walk inside the palace. He had something to report. It was something very serious, and he wanted to report to Burbridge first. The servant spoke solemnly to Burbridge. "Butler Burbridge, my name is Banks, and I belong to the 10th Intelligence Squad of the Kingdom of St. Ellis. There is something I would like to report to King Abel." "Directly. Wait here." Burbridge was bewildered by this sudden visit. As far as he knew, he was the only one that could contact Abel in the Duchy of Carmel. If this servant was reaching him at such quick notice, he must have already noticed the relationship between him and Abel. And for him to do something so risky as to show up in person, there must be something that required immediate attention. Burbridge took out his identity card after drawing some distance from Banks. "This is Burbridge. I wish to have a dialogue with the king." Please connect the call. A mechanical voice came over. The call is on wait. Please wait as the call is being connected. The guardian spirit was using the teleportation circle to reach the teleportation circle at Harry Castle. After doing that, the teleportation circle was connected to the tower spirit Flora. Once it got to Flora, it sent the request to Abel, who was busy reading his book. Flora spoke to Abel, Mazer. Burbridge from Bakong City wants to speak with you. Abel couldn't help but frown at that request. He was finally getting some free time to read the books that he collected. He did give Burbridge the right to contact him in person, but honestly, he couldn't think of much that he couldn't handle on his own. Abel spoke towards the sky. Take me to the teleportation circle. I'm heading to Bakong City now. After he said that, a white light wrapped around his body and made him disappear. Soon, he reappeared at a large-sized teleportation circle, which then took him directly from the Abel Magic Tower to the Bakong City Royal Palace's teleportation circle. Your Majesty, two knights knelt as they zealously looked towards their king. Abel spoke after returning a bow. So what happened, Burbridge, and who's that person you're talking to? Burbridge greeted with a bow. Your Majesty, he is an intelligence agent from the Kingdom of St. Ellis. He's here to deliver you a message. Banks the agent knelt on one knee and announced, the great King Ambrose gives you his best regards, the Honorable Grandmaster Abel. Prince Horace is in a life or death situation at the moment, and our king wants help directly from you. For Abel, it's easy to guess that Prince Horace might be injured. As for why it had to be him to give the aid, it was also quite understandable. He was about the only person that possessed healing potions with special properties. Abel nodded in agreement. I'll head to the Kingdom of St. Ellis now. Agent Banks stood up and knelt again. Thank you so much, Grandmaster Abel. When Agent Banks was about to stab his lower abdomen with a dagger, he could feel a power that was stopping him from doing so. Abel said with a displeased look, Look, I don't know what the rules are for you people, but suicide is a no-go at my place. Agent Banks was a spy that's been working at Abel's palace. Now that the Kingdom of St. Ellis revealed about that, it made sense that they wanted to show some form of apology to him. Still, Abel thought that it was completely unnecessary for someone to die because of it. He was a confident man. The Guardian Knight knew everything in the palace, so he wasn't really offended either way. Instead of asking Agent Banks any more questions, Abel decided to let him be. The St. Ellis Intelligence Agency already gave their regards. There was no point in asking for any more from them. Black Wind, Abel called to his portal beast ring. Soon, he jumped on Black Wind's back and rushed towards the teleportation circle. Whenever Abel left somewhere safe, he would always try to have some sort of backup with him. This time, it was Black Wind. He didn't think that the Kingdom of St. Ellis would do him harm, but if he saw some troubles on his way, he could always tell Black Wind to use its instantaneous movement technique to dodge away from danger. After getting to the teleportation circle, Abel decided to head back to his magic tower first. After that, he used the large-sized teleportation circle to directly move to the St. Ellis Royal Palace's teleportation circle. This way, he didn't have to change his channels at too many stops. Prince Derek was already waiting for him. Please, Grandmaster Abel, Horace is a very dear brother to me. Please lead me the way, Your Highness. Abel bowed to Prince Derek. After that, Prince Derek ordered his men to offer him a war hose to ride on. Since Abel was already riding a Mount Wolf, the two didn't take too long to start the trip. Usually, there were many locations inside the palace that restricted war horses from entering. Prince Derek didn't care about that much now. He was riding as fast as he could. He knew that Abel's Mount Wolf could catch up anyway, so he just focused on reaching Prince Horace as fast as he could. Soon, they reached the palace as everyone watched them come. King Ambrose came to give a bow. I'm so sorry to have made you come like this, Grandmaster Abel. As a father, you have my utmost gratitude for coming to rescue like this. Abel bowed after getting down Black Wind. I'll do what I can, Your Majesty. Please let me check on Prince Horace right away. Fearing that he would make any sort of delay, King Ambrose promptly left after giving an inviting gesture to Abel. He then pointed towards the direction where Prince Horace was. Even the intermediate priest was still holding onto Prince Horace. If he moved just a little bit, it might just take away Prince Horace's life. Abel walked towards where Prince Horace was. With a scan of his power of the will, he could see that Prince Horus's life energy was like a candle that was about to go off. Even without his powers, he could still see the dagger and the pale hands in his view. Abel turned to King Ambrose, a minor injury. I see, it's fine as long as the heart isn't the heart. King Ambrose didn't know how to respond to that remark. This was a stab close to the heart. It was the sort of injury that would be lethal for anyone. Still, for Abel, it was the sort of things that he often experienced during his fight in the dark world. He had his fair shares of escape death with his full recovery potion. For Prince Horus, the full recovery potion's effect was simply just too strong. Abel could use a golden quality potion, but gold quality potion was supposed to be something that only master alchemists could produce. Obviously, the golden quality potions he could produce were different from something made by a regular alchemist. Still, he didn't want to get into trouble by letting people know about how good he was at alchemy. For reasons different from what King Ambrose was expecting, Abel had a worried look on his face. King Ambrose was about to ask, but the next thing he knew, Abel was taking out a red potion from his portal bracelet. Something like this would rarely appear. Abel opened the lid. He pressed Prince Horus's face with the finger of his left hand, and Prince Horus's mouth opened on its own. It was a light healing potion that was used. Since the recipe belonged to the dark world, no one could tell what kind of potion it was. By appearance alone, it looked like Abel was feeding a bottle of water that was blood red. King Ambrose didn't feel relieved when he saw this. He thought Abel was just trying to calm him down, but Abel was already reaching for the dagger that was stuck on Prince Horus's chest. Something weird was happening. When the dagger was taken out, no blood was flowing out. The wound just closed on its own. To start, the light healing potion was never a recommended potion to use in the dark world. It was supposed to heal up a total of 60 life points. For knights, 60 might not be a lot, but it was plenty for saving the life of a sickly prince like Prince Horus. Abel was steady when he took the dagger out of Prince Horus's wound. If he were just a little shaky, the blade would have scraped against the heart and do unrecoverable damage. That being said, the potion still managed to take effect as soon as it was consumed. Prince Horus opened his eyes drowsily. Where am I? King Ambrose was about to cry, You're awake, Horus. Father. Tears started falling down Prince Horus's cheek. It was the first time that he had experienced something this dangerous. The thought of almost being dead made his emotion become very unstable. It's fine, King Ambrose said. He was not an emperor at this moment. Now he was just a father that was calming down his son. Prince Horus finally thought of something. Dunmore is dead, father. He died bringing down 4 bearmen with him. Talking about Dunmore was the least that Prince Horus could do. If he didn't do so, no one would remember the great sacrifice head commander Dunmore made to protect him. The man didn't fear the bearmen. At the brink of death, he managed to rely on nothing but his honor and dedication to the dignity of humanity. King Ambrose patted Prince Horus on the head. Don't you worry about Dunmore, Horus. He will get the reward that he deserves, and so will his family. I'm not going to let a hero die without anyone to recognize him. And sorry, King Ambrose turned to Abel. Excuse us for leaving you like this, Grandmaster Abel, but we are all very grateful for the miraculous help you are giving us. Abel bowed and said, No, that's okay, King Ambrose. I'll be leaving if you no longer need my service. King Ambrose turned to Prince Derek. Derek, send Grandmaster Abel away for me. If King Ambrose decided to give Abel gifts here, that would have ruined the relationship between them. What he asked Abel to do today was a favor, not some trade. This way, the gifts would definitely have to wait for another day. Abel asked Prince Derek on the way back, Your Highness, do you mind if I asked you what happened? It was a genuine question to ask. The Orc Empire should be retiring after the war, but they launched an attack this serious. It was like they were planning to start the Great War all over again. Prince Derek sighed. I'll be honest with you, Grandmaster Abel. The Empire has suffered greatly because of this surprise attack. Horus wasn't the only one that was hurt. A massacre was what happened in the Duchy of Larvid. Even the Griffin Knights we sent were all eliminated during the ambush. There was no point in hiding anything. The other 2 empires would know soon enough, and most of the major associations would too. Prince Derek was telling Abel all this to demonstrate how honest the kingdom of St. Ellis could be to him. Abel was just shocked to hear about all this. Prince Derek was telling him that all the Griffin Knights they sent were killed. It was right in the heart of the human world, no less. The truth was very close to his guesses. The orcs were using half the total of the Pace Eagles at their disposal for this operation. They must have dedicated a lot to try to make this surprise attack work. Abel spoke with some anger. Has the Orc Empire gone insane? How dare they intrude into our civilization like this? Prince Derek shook his head. The worst part is that they've captured the griffins. They've captured about 10 of them in total. Are they trying to breed their own griffins, then? Prince Derek continued to shake his head. That won't be too likely, Grandmaster Abel. While they did capture both male and female, the way of raising them is difficult unless you're a professional. Unless they have their own griffin knights, it will take at least several decades, if not centuries, for them to somehow create their own army consisting of them. Abel knew how griffins behaved. The kingdom of St. Ellis sent 4 to him as gifts, so it was only natural that he knew how to raise them. They were special. Apart from meat, they also required a special feed that was produced straight from the kingdom of St. Ellis. Upon researching, he discovered that this special feed was made from a plant grown in a mana-rich environment. He figured that out about a month ago, and that's when he figured out how to produce this kind of stuff on his own instead of having to buy it. Anyways, it was mysterious that orcs wanted to capture them. The orcs had no access to mana, so they had no ways of finding crops that would be grown in a mana-rich environment. The griffins would die after being weakened for several months. To Abel, it was simply too much of a shame to let such elegant creatures be lost like this. Abel said as he was on the teleportation circle, "I'll see you off then, Your Highness." "Farewell, Grandmaster Abel." Prince Derek bowed as he said goodbye. As expected, the whole thing made big news in the human world. Many major changes started happening. The most obvious one would be the relocation of the military. Large numbers of wizards and knights were deployed at Miracle City once again. New missions were assigned at Miracle City. This time, rewards would be given for killing any orc. More would be given for killing orcs of higher ranks. For orcs about the level of a head wolf rider captain, the reward could go up as high as 10,000 gold coins. Now 10,000 gold coins were not all that valuable for powerful wizards. Money was not very valuable for them apart from buying rune cards, spell circles, and other sorts of magic items. However, for those who were starting to learn about spells, 10,000 gold coins were a very big fortune for them to handle. It was the same for knights. They saw this change as a great opportunity to start turning their lives around. Again, since the Orc Empire had lost the war at Miracle City, they started sending a lot fewer orcs to harass the humans outside their own territories. The humans knew that, so for a change, instead of targeting just the orc battlefield, they started entering into the Orc Empire to hunt down any orcs that they could find. Yes, it was not something that was very often seen in history. Arlo was a scout in the Benton Adventure Team. The Benton Adventure Team was very famous because of the accurate information that they sold. Arlo was just a novice warrior, but he did receive a lot of training in the art of disguising himself. He was very talented at being stealthy. This way, he managed to infiltrate into a lot of places without ever being detected. Like now, he was out in the Orc Empire's Wolf Garden, and he was several hundred miles deep to do his scouting mission. About 10 miles from where he was, there was a hiding spot where his partner was waiting for him at. That partner was waiting for him with the mounts that he prepared, and once he was back, they could just leave the place without anyone noticing. There was a city in front of where Arlo. The infrastructure was not very city-like, actually. The walls, built with clay, were only about 3 meters tall. It was enough to block away snakes, insects, and small animals, but if, say, a lion decided to run it over, there was pretty much nothing that could be done. This was Neon City, where Wirgins lived in. Arlo came here to check on the circumstances. More specifically, he was here to check on how much military presence there was here. He was going to draw everything on a map. And once he was back, he was going to sell the map to other adventure teams. For the past few days, human adventurers had been going on an onslaught of any orcs that they could find. The area was much wider than before. Now, about several tens of miles of radius outside the orc battlefield became the playground of these committed bounty hunters. The Orc Empire had no choice but to take this. The Wirgins, especially. They were the ones that were hurt the most badly during the Great War. With little to no ways to defend the Wolf Garden, their territories had been shrinking by the days. Because of this, the Benton Adventure Team had been able to do scouting at the deeper part of the area. They could get first-hand information faster than anyone else in the business, making them richer and more famous than ever before. Arlo took out some potions and rubbed them carefully around his body. Ever since he came into the deeper part of the wolf garden, he had been relying on these to prevent the Wergens from smelling his appearance. When he was done putting the potion on, he took off his camouflage outfit and lay flat on the ground. The outfit was the same color as the plane, so once he was going inside Neon City, it would be of no use. Again, Arlo was a novice warrior. That being said, it wasn't hard for him to get past walls that were about 3 meters tall. With a simple leap, he grabbed the ledge of the wall and pointed his neck towards the top. As he would see it, there were barely any Wergens within his sight, so it was true that the population had been on a massive decrease. Why does it feel like someone's watching me? Arlo couldn't help but murmur. He was confident in his senses. As an experienced scout, he had been in multiple situations where his very life was on the line. If he hadn't been as careful as he would have been a goner a long time ago. While grabbing onto the ledge, Arlo turned behind him to check if anyone was watching over him. The feeling of being watched was suddenly gone. It was bizarre, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe it's the booze I drank. It was a bit cold yesterday, so I drank a little more than I should. After flipping over the wall, Arlo concentrated on his sight and hearing. He dodged over several packs of Wergens, and at the same time, he counted how many there were in total. Suddenly, a howl came from the garden that was not very far away. It sounded strange. It was the kind of howling that Arlo hadn't heard of before. From what he could tell, it belonged to some sort of fierce beast. He could also hear the sound of chains. As he slowly approached the yard, he could see that the establishment belonged to an orc nobleman. The fences were even taller than the city walls. The city walls were 3 meters tall, and the ones he was looking at were about 10 meters tall. Anyways, he could still find ways to climb it. By finding a corner that was not out in the open. Arlo threw a flying flaw at the top of the fence. He was doing it all without making any sound. After securing the tightness of the rope, he quickly climbed his way towards the top. Once he was finally able to see what's over inside, he was shocked by what he saw. There were 10 griffins that were locked up in chains. Most of them were too weak to even struggle. There was one that still had some strength in it, and it was hissing in anxiety. Needless to say, they all once belonged to the Griffin Knights, who were the heroes that prevented the Sky Sparrows from infiltrating into the human world. Griffin Knights were supposed to the pride of mankind, and yet they were put in conditions that were worse than even domestic animals. Arlo thought that he must return to let the others know about this. He was already climbing down the wall. After retrieving his flying claw, he went back from the way he came. Fortunately, he managed to leave Neon City without facing any danger on the way. Once he was completely out, he immediately put back his camouflage outfit and ran into the wolf garden. Burbridge passed a pile of paperwork to Abel. "Please have a look at this, Your Majesty. This is the information that the intelligence agency has been collecting." Right now, the Duchy of Carmel had just managed to recover its intelligence agency. With more funding than ever before, its size managed to grow twice-fold. Abel knew how important information was. He wasn't very experienced with managing his own nation, but his knowledge back on Earth did teach him a lot about the importance of information. Also, when he was just a duke, he had already begun to take an interest in forming his own intelligence agency. He didn't have the resources at the time, so there was no choice but to postpone that decision. Now, with so much at his disposal, he achieved his goal at an extremely smooth pace. Since he knew that a massive decrease in food was going to happen within the next 10 years, it was easy to assume that the entire world would be in disarray. With this in mind, information was crucial. Abel understood that much. If he could, he would even extend his information network outside the humans resided. As Burbridge handed him the information, he started looking at them at a swift pace. It was about 5 seconds for him to finish looking at one. The higher staff of his intelligence agency already filtered the information he was reading. Only the most important stuff was left. It was information about all the duchies, the 3 human kingdoms, and some major figures on the Holy Continent. What's this? 10 griffins were found in Neon City at Wolf Garden. Abel was confused by this news. He didn't think that Neon City was where the captured would go. He expected them to be taken to the plane of the beastly. God, but the information he read must be true. Abel called Burbridge. "I want Duke Dominic of the intelligence agency here." "Yes, your majesty," Burbridge complied. From what Prince Derek told him, the griffin included both males and females. If he could get his hands on them, they would bring extraordinary benefits to both the Harry family and the Duchy of Carmel. For a huge part of his life, it had been his dream to form a Mount Wolf squad and a Griffin Knight squad for the Harry family. If that dream came true, the Duchy of Carmel would have a military that could even match a human empire. While he was thinking to himself, Duke Dominic came in with Burbridge. Abel passed a piece of paper over. "Is this information true, Duke Dominic?" All the information was already filtered. There wasn't really any need to seek any further confirmation, but this was different. Once this particular information was reconfirmed, Abel would have to go to Neon City himself. Duke Dominic bowed. "Your Majesty, this information was provided by a very famous information organization in the adventurer business. The team consists of experienced adventurers who have spent years doing searches around the orc battlefield. This time, although they were only planning to sell this information to a few of their trusted clients, words got out because of how serious the matter stated is. Within a single day that they've got back from their investigation, all of Miracle City started hearing about this. So someone saw the 10 griffins with their own eyes." Duke Dominic replied, "That would be a positive, your majesty." Still, large numbers of wolf riders were starting to appear in the wolf garden. A defensive line was set up about 100 miles from the wolf garden, and so far, none of the human adventurers are able to break through. Abel's always had some determination for griffins. If it weren't for the diplomatic relationship between the Duchy of St. Ellis and the Duchy of Carmel, he would have gone to steal griffins from King Ambrose a long time ago. Now, with the information put before him, he was starting to have thoughts where he could take all 10 griffins as his own. As the humans would have it, anything that's taken from the orcs belonged to the ones that snatched them away in the first place. The rule was absolute. As long as he was the first one to retrieve them, even the kingdom of St. Ellis would have no choice but to leave them to him. As for the Orc Empire, Abel actually didn't care. The Orc Empire was in shambles now. Besides, King Ambrose was furious at the moment. He'd been spending a huge amount of gold to call for a genocide of the orcs. If anyone should be afraid, it should be those that tried to attack Prince Horus in the first place. There was also something else that was extremely crucial. Even after the Great War, both the humans and the orcs had yet to use their top, elite force. Neither the advanced wizards nor advanced orc priests joined in. The Orc Empire could try to use their advanced priests to defend against the kingdom of St. Ellis, but the consequences for that might just bring it closer to complete destruction. To de-escalate the situation, the Orc Empire had no choice but to withhold deploying their own advanced orc priests. The most that they could do was send large numbers of middle-low-tier orcs into the wolf garden. Of course, this was the same as giving the human bounty hunters a free chance to hunt some heads, but the point was to de-escalate the situation. Right now, Abel was bringing Flying Flame, Johnson, and White Snow with him. They were all riding on top of White Cloud towards the wolf garden. He didn't tell anyone where he was going this time. He told the Duchy of Carmel and Harry Castle that he was going to do a shutdown training. No, safety wasn't an issue for him. He had most of his summoned creatures with him. After being promoted several times, White Cloud was much faster in terms of its flying speed. For long-distance travel as this one, as long as it had the support of the Blue Howling Rabbit ration potion, no time would be needed for it to find something to eat. This way, it could move anywhere without taking any break at all. 2 days after he left, Abel made his way into the wolf garden. White Cloud was invisible, so he had no problems getting close to Neon City without being detected. He was about 3 miles away from Neon City when he was watching it from the sky. As he could see, the city was not that small. The walls were small, but it made sense. Wergens were never good at defending themselves. Instead of having something to protect themselves with, they'd rather have the chance to attack anything that might be threatening them. Speed and explosive powers were their strongest advantage. With walls that were trapping them, they would not be able to use their full fighting potential. Anyways, the humans knew that there were 10 griffins locked up here. None of them managed to break through the defense of the wolf riders deployed here, but they were still trying. Abel didn't mind that. He just wished that the orcs didn't move them to another location. "Fly lower," he commanded White Cloud. When they were on a lower level, he was able to see everything that was going on inside Neon City. Wirgins were walking everywhere. It might look like they were just carrying on with their lives, but given that they were all least in the level of being Wolfrider captains, it was easy to tell that the whole city was in a state of emergency. Abel thought to himself, "These Wirgins are clearly well trained. That's not right. How did the scout break through this kind of security? How did he even get to see the griffins with his own eyes?" He then spoke towards his Elder sign card, Battle Command Spirit. "Yes, Elder. I want you to scan this city for me." "Yes, Elder, please wait." With Abel as the center, a very subtle wave was sent towards an area covering up all of Neon City. The command spirit reported, "Elder, I have detected 200 Wolfrider captains, 20 head Wolfrider captains, 20 intermediate orc priests, and 2 human seclusion circles that are currently active. For the areas that are contained by the human seclusion circles, I am not able to detect what's inside. That calls for analysis then. What's the most likely interpretation of what you're seeing?" The command spirit replied, "There is a 60% likelihood that this is a trap, and 40% chance that this is an ambush targeted towards you. Given that there is a lack of information, this analysis may turn out to be false." From what the battle command spirit was telling Abel, there was a 100% chance that the orcs were trying to set up a death trap just for him. "Where are the 2 seclusion circles?" Abel asked. Soon, he received information that labeled all the Wirgins and the 2 seclusion circles in this area. Those human scum, he couldn't help but curse. The human seclusion circles could only be traded. As it turned out, he wasn't harsh enough to the George family of the Duchy of Carmel. Once he was back, he planned to exile every nobleman who had ever traded with the Orc Empire. The 2 seclusion circles were on either end of Neon City. The design of the trap was very simple. If someone went to steal the griffins locked up inside the garden in the middle, orcs would come out from either side and make sure there was no chance for survival. Advanced Priest Daniel, Advanced Priest Cyrus. Another advanced priest would be waiting at another seclusion circle if it wasn't enough. Priest Cyrus inquired, "Are you sure Grandmaster Abel is coming, Daniel? You are the one that did all the planning for this operation. You are the one that should be held accountable." Priest Daniel's eyes shined with wisdom. "Did you know, Cyrus? After doing a detailed analysis of everything I can find about Grandmaster Abel, I have found a crucial weakness in him." "Like what?" "He's a greedy man, that's what. He is a wizard, but he goes after treasures that are of no use to the wizard class. Take the blood of the beastly god, for example. He was willing to infiltrate into the very deep parts of Mountain Nam for it. For another, after becoming a duke, he has requested for all the noblemen in his domain to switch locations. This way, he would have possession of all the land that is involved." Priest Cyrus felt angry to hear this. Mountain Nam, that just reminded him. Grandmaster Abel cannot be forgiven. It is a great sin to destroy a sacred item. The orcs still mistook Abel for one thing. Abel didn't get the blood of the beastly god because he wanted it. He got it so that he could locate the ancient base that was at Mountain Nam. Priest Daniel spoke, "Yes, he will pay for great sin. We have sacrificed many lives and resources for him to come here. We are going to kill him right here. Right here so that we can mourn for the loss of our sacred item." For the advanced orc priests of the Orc Empire, it didn't matter how many orcs Abel killed on the orc battlefield. He could deter the Orc Empire's invasion plan in however ways he wished, and it wouldn't affect them in any direct way. The advanced orc priests could live very long. They had plenty of time to wait for the Orc Empire to rise again. In fact, having many dead orcs could help ease the problem of the lack of produce. Even if most of them didn't die immediately, the mass starvation would still take their lives away. Still, Abel destroyed sacred relics. That was something that they couldn't tolerate. It was an act that threatened their core interests. They were willing to go at any length to lure him to come to the Orc Empire. It was a desperate measure, honestly speaking. With the Budapest Mountain as somewhat of an exception, the advanced priests would always be detected if they tried to step on human territories. Again, no one wanted to risk a full-on battle between the intermediate high orc priests and the advanced wizards. Other than that, Abel's Harry Castle did kill 3 advanced wizards before, so the orcs weren't all that confident in committing a direct assault anyway. When the advanced priests knew about how Abel got his own 4 Griffin Knights, That was when they began to do a serious analysis of his personality. From then on, they formed a plan that was based on using griffins as baits. Right now, inside 2 of the human seclusion circles, there were a total of 6 advanced orc priests. If Abel was bold enough to charge in right away, that would be 6 advanced orc priests that were going to surround him. He had no ways of knowing about that, actually. He did suspect that some special forces were hidden in this trap, but he didn't think too much of it. Still, just for the sake of safety, Abel put on the invisibility cloak himself. With the headband that was sewn to his hoodie, his power of the will was buffed from 300 to 600. Lower white cloud, Abel commanded. Soon, they were about 100 meters away from the ground. The wind pressure was strong enough to blow up dust from below. "What's this?" Priest Cyrus asked. "Why is it getting windy all of a sudden?" Priest Daniel shook his head. "It's a bit weird to me. We should go check on it together." The advanced priests could try all they wanted, but white cloud was invisible. While it couldn't hide the wind pressure coming from its flapping giant wings, no one was able to spot its body or detect its presence. It wasn't a spiritual beast that excelled at fighting, but it had other perks that would make it be classified as a legendary beast. Abel was already on Balkwind's back. His target was the griffins, so there wasn't any need to fight the orcs. It would be a success as long as he could take the griffins back with him. "Black Wind," Abel shouted, instantaneous movement. After activating its base ability, Black Wind disappeared from White Cloud's back with Abel. They then appeared at the yard where the griffins were captured. Since Abel was already in his invisibility cloak, he and Black Wind became invisible before the instantaneous movement spell was activated. Still, as soon as he appeared in the yard, the griffins were starting to take notice of something. They were starved, however. Normally, they would be very rattled by this kind of presence, but they were just too weakened to show many reactions. Head Wolfrider Captain howled, "Don't move, you flying insects." This head Wolfrider Captain had been in a very bad mood lately. He never wanted it, but he was ordered to take his squad to take care of these 10 griffins. Now that these beasts were about to die of starvation, he started to get worried even more every day. Abel was completely still when he was observing the head Wolfrider Captain. From what he could see, 5 regular soldiers were mixing raw beef behind him. It looked like they were trying to prepare food. Charge. The charge was the only regular head knight commander technique Abel's ever mastered. Because of the speed buff that Black Wind gave him, it just made the attack several times faster than it should. The invisibility mode was gone when the head Wolfrider Captain noticed something strange. It was too late, though. Black Wind had already gone past the 5 Wolfrider soldiers. Abel was cutting through all their throats with one stroke of his knight's big sword. When he appeared in front of the head Wolfrider Captain, it looked like the soldiers were still mixing beef and blood. The head Wolfrider Captain tried to scream, but his voice was slower than the blade swung at him. Charge was a very powerful technique, and the 5 soldiers weren't the target at all. They just happened to be in the blade's way. The real target was the leader himself. Before he even opened his mouth, his head was already severed from his body. He died a very silent death. When the head Wolfrider Captain was about to lose consciousness, he saw the human that killed him. It was the target that they were waiting for. It was a human wizard. If he could still speak, he would have talked about how surprised he was. The information he got was that Grandmaster Abel was a wizard, but the way he died was through a head knight commander's legendary technique. There wasn't much time left. Soon, combat Kai smoke would start to rise from the dead head Wolfrider Captain. Abel tried to be faster. By pointing with his power of the will, Black Wind became an invisible shadow, running only towards the 10 griffins. With a swing of his blade, Abel cut the chains that locked up the first griffin. It was a lot easier than it sounded. Orcs didn't have a lot of metal, and it wasn't like they knew about forgery at all. The chains were made with regular steel. Cutting it with a blade made with fine steel was like cutting thin pieces of parchment paper. Without the time to react, the griffin that was rescued was swallowed by an empty black hole. Abel just activated his portal beast ring. The same happened to the second and third griffins. In just a few seconds, all 10 griffins were put into his portal beast rings. By now, the 2 human seclusion circles had disappeared. The 6 advanced orc priests were coming at Abel on their mounts. They already noticed him when he was using his charge technique, but he was just too fast for them to hit. When they got out of the seclusion circles, all the griffins were already put into the portal beast ring. There was something else that was faster than the advanced orc priests. About 48 skeletons were running towards Abel, and no, they were not skeletons in the mid-low tier. In terms of both offensive and defensive capability, they were all stronger than head Wolfrider captains. Grandmaster Abel, we got him. As the one who came up with the trap himself, it would make sense that Priest Daniel would be so happy to see Abel here. He did get majority support when he proposed the plan, but there was also quite some opposition when it came to the cost that was put in. The Wirgins living in the Wolf Garden, especially, they had to sacrifice a lot just to get Abel to come. Now that Abel was here, the operation was pretty much a success. It was one thing to actually kill Abel, but Priest Daniel's already proven his intelligence by having him come here. He had already proven plenty of his own worth. Warning, 6 advanced orc priests have been spotted. Abel couldn't believe what he heard from the battle command spirit. He thought that the orc empire was way too desperate. He was just one man, but they decided to send a force after him that was enough to destroy an entire empire. They really think highly of me, he murmured to himself. As soon as he finished collecting the griffins, 48 skeletons started charging towards him. Johnson! With a shout, a black hole appeared in front of Abel. Johnson's massive metallic body appeared in front of him. That's it. Kill them. Abel tapped black wind on its back, which made it draw some distance away from the skeletons. That way they could just hide behind Johnson's back and let it do the job. Johnson grabbed the Super Knight's big sword with its left hand. With a flat swing, it swept the skeletons like they were leaves during autumn. As big as its body was, the Dark World's super speed made it carry out a sequence of movements at an extremely fast pace. The first hit managed to fit 4 skeletons. It's not like they weren't trying to dodge the hit, but the hit was just too fast for them to do anything. These skeletons had powers that could match top-level orc warriors. They also didn't have a sense of pain, which made them extremely fearsome foes during direct melee combat. Still, Johnson was simply too strong. Its whole body was made with fine hematite. The mass alone was enough to leave cracks on the ground, and the speed at which it was moving could generate powers that could destroy buildings. Thus, when the 4 skeletons were hit, they all disintegrated in the air. They became a bunch of broken bone pieces. 2 of the 6 advanced priests were very stunned all of a sudden. They were the ones who conjured these skeletons. Johnson's attack stunned both of their power of the will. My head, one of them yelled as he hit his own head. Damn it, my skeletons are dead. The remaining skeletons continued to charge at Johnson before it made its second hit. They didn't fear death. It looked like an army of bees swarming against a bear. Johnson was about 10 meters tall, whereas these skeletons were a little more than 2 meters. Instead of going after Abel, they decided to concentrate all of their attacks on what was supposed to be a bigger threat. The remaining 40 skeletons all charged at Johnson. Once they were close enough, they would swing their weapons frantically at it. 4 of them did go after Abel, which made Abel realize what he needed to do. The 6 advanced priests were coming. He had to be snappy with his next move. The battlefield was divided into 2. One was a battle between bear and bees, whereas another one was a simple 1-on-4. To Johnson, fighting the 40 skeletons wasn't giving it any trouble. Skeletons would emit death kai that could erode flesh, but all they could unleash were physical attacks that couldn't destroy top-level metal. Also, the stone clay monster could always deflect the hits with its terrifying counterattack skill. Every time the skeletons tried to hit Johnson, they would suffer rebounding force that was due to the counterattack ability's effect. Still, the skeletons weren't intelligent enough to notice that. They just keep hitting after being hit by the counterattack. If the advanced priests were commanding them directly, then this battle would have been a lot more difficult for Abel. Abel wasn't giving the advanced priests any time, though. The skeletons were blocking most of the way. The advanced priests must get past some roads before they could get to see him, so now they just moved and watched the 40 skeletons continue to attack Johnson with their super-fast attacks. The result would always turn out the same. Johnson would grab the skeletons with his hand, and without any resistance, it would just crush them into dust by squeezing their bodies. If the advanced priests knew about the counterattack ability, they would have never told the skeletons to come at the start. The skeletons were very valuable, actually. To create ones that could endure top-level combat, they had to choose either a human head knight commander or an elite orc knight as their base. Since the humans were much harder to attain, They would often swindle orcs into becoming advanced warriors before turning them into slaves. It was not a pleasant experience to attain a skeleton, especially when the skeleton was made with a top-level orc warrior. The process was like this. The top-level warriors would have to undergo years of torture by bathing into various potions, doing training that would push them far over their limits, and all kinds of other inhumane procedures. Even then, they would still become just half-finished products. Half-finished products must activate their soul fire by spending countless times killing on the battlefield. For one to truly become a fine skeleton, several decades and limitless resources had to be expended. The skeletons were the same as the priest's work of a lifetime. Johnson could crush them in however ways it wished, and the advanced priests watched as they were about to break into tears at any time. One skeleton destroyed would cause a shockwave to hit their power of the will directly, which made it feel even worse for them. Unlike Johnson, Abel's way of handling the fight was much more elegant. He was scanning the 4 skeletons with his world stone fragment's acute visual ability. Then, by handling his knight's big sword like a tiny feather, he sliced the vertebrae of the first skeleton. He was like a surgeon of death. The clean slice made the skeleton lose the ability to move instantly. Once the skeleton fell on the ground, Black Wind stomped on its skull with its foot. After that, the soul fire inside the skull would become tiny blue sparks that vanished very quickly. For the second skeleton, it didn't even have the time to do any sort of movement. Abel was just too fast when he was stabbing into its eyes. Again, he was extremely accurate in his strikes. The tip of his blade was shattered the soul fire that was inside the second skeleton's skull. The third and fourth skeletons appeared in front of Abel at the same time. The weapons in their hands were already raised, but Abel just cut their arms off before they had the time to strike at him. He severed their dominant arms with one horizontal swing. When they tried to attack him with their spare arms, he used his blade to separate their skulls from the rest of their bodies. "Stop, just stop." The advanced priests finally came. The one shouting was looking at Black Wind. He was screaming because it was stomping on another one of the skeleton's heads. It was aiming at the skulls, which were the only part that was needed to bring the pieces back together into full. Of course, Black Wind didn't bother to listen. It didn't even hesitate to squash the skull into shattered pieces. "You're a dead man," the advanced orc priest screamed like a madman. He threw a bone spear at Abel, which was caught by Johnson's massive metallic hand. Catching, it didn't do any damage to the metallic monster. It just dusted off the bone pieces after it caught the spear. "You are a dead man, Grandmaster." Priest Daniel's eyes were red with blood. He screamed in pain. He couldn't forgive himself for the blunder he made. It was his fault that the 6 advanced priests had to suffer such heavy losses. All their skeletons were dead, and along with that, so was their reputation in the Orc Empire. Still, the feeling of wanting Abel to suffer was greater than the pain of losing so much in an instance. Priest Daniel wanted Abel dead, but before that, he wanted him to suffer mentally. Having the enemies squeal before they die was always one of the many pleasures of being an advanced priest. There were 6 advanced priests against Abel. Even if the skeletons were dead, they still thought that they could fight him and Johnson. Abel shook his head in disapproval. "You know, that's a high price you're paying to go after me. Don't you all think that you're too irrational?" "Everything has a price, Grandmaster," Priest Daniel scoffed. "You destroyed our sacred relic and you will pay the price for it." Abel continued to shake his head. He thought that his disguise in the Orc Empire was good. It should have been enough to make all the orcs mistook him as a virgin traitor. Still, when he went out of the orc battlefield, it wasn't hard for anyone to realize his real identity. To prepare for a possible orc invasion, he even went as far as to reinforce Harry Castle's defense. Just when he thought that the Orc Empire was too weak to even try, here they were, plotting a trap like this to try to end his life. Priest Daniel said pridefully, "Did you know, Grandmaster Abel, I've spent a whole month learning about you to get you here." There wasn't any fear in Abel's face. Instead, he was looking extraordinarily calm. "Well," Abel said with a smile, "I must say, it is a great honor to have you respect me this much. Never in my life, actually, would I expect 6 advanced priests to gather together to just kill me." Priest Cyrus spat, "That's a lot of talking from a dead man." Abel raised his portal beast ring. "Come out now, white cloud and flying flame." Suddenly a black hole appeared out of nowhere in the sky. A loud dragon's roar followed after. It was flying flame. White cloud came after. It didn't dare to go in front of a dragon. The whole Neon city became quieter after that dragon's roar. Flying Flame was no longer a pseudo-dragon after all. It became a real creature of intelligence. It might still be a young dragon, but the ranking that it belonged to was the very top of the dragon kind. The dragon's roar was one of wrath. It conveyed the wrath of a dragon, its desire to conquer the area that it was in. All the wolf riders mount wolves laid flat on the ground. It was the same, even for the 6 advanced priests. A lot of the mounts actually just died from the shock. When they fell from their mounts, the 6 advanced priests still didn't make a sound. They just watched in awe as they saw Flying Flame flapping its gigantic wings in the sky. Flying Flame was about as strong as Wizard done. With its speed, it might just be superior in terms of its actually fighting capability. That's right, it was probably even more powerful than a rank 18 wizard, which was supposed to be the strongest being on the Holy Continent. Just by looking at Flying Flame, Priest Daniel could feel that a fifth of his power lost due to intimidation. This was excluding the fact that all his skeletons were dead. He was confident enough if it was just Abel and Johnson, but when he saw that it was a real dragon that was facing him, he kind of just felt like giving up. The feeling was mutual for the other 5 advanced priests. They all couldn't believe what they were looking at. One thing was clear, even if they did have the ability to kill a dragon, they wouldn't dare to. They didn't want to invoke revenge from other dragons. Priest Daniel finally regained the ability to speak. A dragon. Abel smiled as he introduced, "Yes, this is Flying Flame, my very own summoned creature. You're the first bunch that's ever since it, actually." What? Priest Daniel screamed like a maniac. "Are you insane? You have a dragon as your summoned creature." Abel just laughed back, "Ha. Well, since when do I need your permission to do things?" Priest Daniel laughed even louder. Ha. "You're a dead man, Grandmaster. If one of us leaves this city today, the dragons will be after you till you're gone." Abel went silent after hearing that. He completely forgot. The dragons might actually go after him. They were very unreasonable. If they wouldn't listen to his explanations, things could get very messy. He actually had to kill all the orcs here, but that just seemed way too difficult. Priest Daniel cried out, "Everyone, run for it. Escape here in however ways that you can. If one of us gets out, Abel is dead." Out, Abel quickly activated his portal beast ring. He was calling out 8 of his spiritual guardian knights. Apart from the spiritual guardian knight captain and Naga the poison user, none of the spiritual guardian knights could do much damage. That wasn't the plan, but still. The plan was simple. Abel would have the spiritual guardian knights stall the advanced priests that were trying to escape. If any of them had to flash ability, they could be many times faster than the priest who had lost their mounts. Soon, each of the spiritual guardian knights was commanded to focus on their own target. And so did Flying Flame, White Cloud, and Johnson. It was time for another great battle. Priest Daniel thought that he was prepared, but he seemed to have forgotten something. Dragons were fearsome because of their resistance to magic. He could cast all the curses that he wanted, but most of it would just be neutralized regardless. This way, the powerful aging cloud of curse didn't leave any light of curse on Flying Flame's body. What the curse did was that it made Flying Flame even angrier. After becoming a dragon, it started to gain new knowledge that it learned from its genetics. It learned that a dragon's dignity was not to be stained, and what Priest Daniel tried to do. It was making it very angry. Flying Flame's body came down from the sky like a hurricane. It was using its full strength when it grabbed Priest Daniel with its claws. Its speed and power was not something that Priest Daniel could react to. Flying Flame was Abel's fastest summoned creature now. Its natural ability to neutralize all air resistance made it much faster than anything else alive. Also, the ability to fly made it pretty much capable of going anywhere. This way, it had the perfect capacity to fully utilize its extra speed enhancement. From Priest Daniel's view, all he saw was a black shadow that was coming at his face. His first reaction was to block with his clay stone guard, which he wasn't sure if he could block a dragon's attack with. He also had the white bone armor on, but that didn't matter at all in this situation. Flying Flame's first strike didn't kill him. Still, his clay stone guard was instantly pinched into ashes. As soon as it happened, he summoned his metal stone guard to come to defense. Since the claystone guard and the metal stone guard couldn't be summoned at the same time, Priest Daniel kept his metal stone guard in his bone portal item in case something dangerous happened. When the metal stone guard was summoned, it immediately went to attack Flying Flame. Flying Flame and Abel were too smart, though. They both knew that physical attacks wouldn't work against it, so Flying Flame went to spit out hot flames at it. The flame it spat was pure white, something that couldn't be matched by any flame that men could produce. It was enough to make the metal stone guard stop in just one step. Without taking even a second, the metal stone guard was melting. It lost the ability to move. The parts that didn't melt quickly wiggled about, but then came Flying Flame's second spit. The heat was enough to turn the head into a pile of metallic liquid, and once the head was destroyed, all the remaining parts just became a bunch of junks that scattered on the floor. Priest Daniel's face was pale when he saw this. Both his clay stone guard and metal stone guard were killed. He had suffered great damage in his power of the will, more devastating, yet he had no ways of doing a counterattack. The only thing he could do was to swing his bone staff and create a few bone walls to stop Flying Flame from closing in. Priest Daniel screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill Abel. Kill Abel, or we won't make it alive. These are all his summoned creatures. As long as Abel's dead, we will all live." It was the right call. There was no chance of matching Flying Flame. The only shot was to aim at Abel. Priest Cyrus yelled as well, "Right, kill Abel." But it was not possible. There were 2 regular spiritual guardian knights beside Priest Cyrus. It wasn't too much for him, but it was just enough to make him unable to move away from where he was standing. To respond to Priest Daniel's command, he retrieved his clay stone guard and commanded his metal stone guard to go towards Abel. Abel didn't bother responding to the metal stone guard's attack. It was a being that he could damage, so he couldn't try to attack it. No physical attack was good enough to damage it, and his current spell levels were just too low. It's not like he could just take the hits, either. His level was not high enough to just tank on the incoming hits. With all the other options gone, Abel could try to keep dodging the attacks. That was exactly what he was going to do. The metal stone guard might be fast, but he had a lot more advantage in terms of his speed. Black Wind had no problem dodging, which was making Priest Daniel all the more frustrated. With a flash of his bone staff, Priest Daniel managed to create an aging cloud of curse on Abel's head. Still, Abel was already very experienced with dealing with curses. As soon as he saw the dark red cloud appearing on his head, he quickly switched into his druid spirit. This way, the curse did manage to get on the druid spirit, but after switching back to his main spirit, the effect pretty much lost its intended purpose to slow him down. As soon as Priest Cyrus launched his curse, he had to face the attacks of 2 spiritual guardian knights at the same time. Before he had to block the hits, he shot out another bone spear at Abel. "Keep pushing," Abel cried out as he dodged the spear with ease. He was actually very unsatisfied with the current situation. White Cloud and Johnson could beat advanced priests on their own, but none of his enemies were down yet. Not that it mattered to Priest Daniel. He was more focused on something else. "Damn you, Abel. These are all skeleton knights, aren't they?" The advanced priests were frightened to hear this. They knew the consequences of learning the resurrection of skeleton spell, but Abel didn't look like he had his entire body eroded by Death Kai. He was not eroded by Death Kai. And that was absolutely the most shocking thing for them to know. The skeletons as well. They were usually from real human beings, but Abel didn't look like skeletons. Their appearance was much closer than real living knights. If Priest Daniel wasn't so experienced, he would have never told that Abel was using the same type of spells as the orc priests. Hybrid spells, he knows hybrid spells. Even in a dangerous situation such as this, Priest Daniel couldn't help but scream. Hybrid spells were what all advanced wizards and advanced priests dreamed of. Very occasionally, by altering the patterns of a spell, one could attain a new spell that had very different effects than the original. Most of the time, however, what was going to happen was that the spell was just going to fail. Worse yet, it might even damage the user's power of the will and even his own soul. Priest Daniel laughed out like a maniac. "You are dead, Abel. If one orc gets out of this city, everyone will know about your secrets. All will know about how you can cast orc priest spells. All will know about how you have a dragon of all things as your summoned creatures. The whole world will be after you." Priest Daniel could let his voice be heard within a radius of at least 2 miles by enhancing his voice with spells. He wanted to make sure that all the orcs in Neon City would be a living threat to Abel's survival. Priest Cyrus knew how many orcs there were in Neon City. There were about 10,000 virgins that were ambushing here. Their objective was very simple: trap Abel so that he had no way out. There was something that Priest Cyrus didn't take into account, however. Abel had more tricks up his sleeves than he appeared to have. They couldn't force him to use everything that he had at his disposal. Actually, all it took for him to threaten the 6 advanced priests were his summoned creatures. Still, when Abel heard the words that were said, he felt like murdering everyone in his sight. He felt like he seriously wanted to commit a massacre. Here, Flying Flame could feel this, so it decided to go for the first blood. It crushed the bone walls in its way, and eventually there was nothing between it and Priest Daniel. Right now, Priest Daniel was shooting bone spears at Abel. It didn't give Abel any trouble. Abel had the world stone fragment with him. The slightest movement was enough for him to dodge everything thrown at him. If anything, Priest Daniel was putting himself at a disadvantage by attacking because he was giving himself less time to run away from Flying Flame. When Flying Flame threw its claws at Priest Daniel, despair appeared on his face. The bone armor he wore was destroyed when contact was made. The 3 bone shields as well. They became shattered white pieces as soon as Flying Flame hit them. The claws didn't stop there. They kept moving forward, and even the bone staff was destroyed. The claws went through Priest Daniel. They went into his chest. When they went out, a beating heart was in grasp. This marked the death of the first advanced priest, which was later signified by a light of soul which extended from the ground into the sky. Ooh-oh! A bunch of wolf howlings followed. Every virgin in the city knew what they were looking at. The only thing they could do was to mourn. Their respected priest just died. As painstaking as it was for them, there was nothing much they could do. They didn't even have the courage to run because all their mount wolves were dead from the shock released by Flying Flame's roar. They could try to walk, but walking wasn't going to bring them far at all. At the same time, Johnson also managed to score a kill. It one hand squeezed a metal stone guard into a metal ball, and the other hand was snatching onto an advanced priest. The priest tried to resist by casting curses and shooting spears, but the effect was so little that Johnson didn't even bother defending. Johnson just took all the attacks. It continued to grab the advanced priest in its hand. The white bone armor didn't do anything. It didn't even last a second before it became many white tiny dots that disappeared in midair. Next, the advanced priest screamed for a bit before he was squeezed into mush. After swatting the bunch of blood of flesh in its hand, Johnson began to switch its target. It looked towards Priest Cyrus, who was shooting bone spears at Abel. Meanwhile, White Snow and the 2 spiritual guardian knights were fighting one advanced priest together. The spiritual guardian knights couldn't do much damage to the advanced priest, but if it was about their speed and spell-casting ability, they could give plenty of trouble to the opponent. Actually, the advanced priest couldn't even move away from them. Worse yet, when he tried to cast the counterattack curse, the spiritual guardian knights would just switch into their bows. Their experience in the dark world made them very versatile in all kinds of combat situations. There was no escape, which meant that the advanced priest could only try to kill the 2 spiritual guardian knights. With his powerful spells, still with White Snow here, there was pretty much nothing that could be done. After stalling for a bit longer, the advanced priest became an ice statue that froze on the spot. After that, with a snatch of its claw, White Snow destroyed the ice statue and killed the advanced priest. On the other side, the spiritual guardian knight Captain Naga and another spiritual guardian knight were attacking one advanced priest together. Unlike the other fights, the advanced priest had the initiative. All 3 of the spiritual guardian knights were slowed by the aging curse. If it wasn't for their ability to move instantaneously, they would have been crushed and destroyed right away. After barely dodging a bone spear, 4 hands extended from Naga's back. Each was holding green light balls, and they were thrown at the advanced priest. The advanced priest had no idea what they were, but his instinct told him to pop them with his bone spears. That turned out to be a blunder. When the green balls popped, a green smoke began to cover the small area that he was in. Naga turned out to be a skeleton that could use poison. The advanced priest never saw that coming. In fact, the poison came from Andariel herself. It didn't contain all her poison ability, but it was enough to kill most things that inhabited the Holy Continent. The advanced priest took action very quickly. He held onto his breath as soon as he found himself covered in mist. Still, that didn't save his life. His skin became green very quickly. His movements slowed. He found it hard to control his bodily movements. In fact, he couldn't even think fast enough. The spiritual guardian knights didn't let this chance go. While Naga was busy strengthening its poison attacks, the others pushed their offense. The rune of steel continued to strike on the white bone armor. If it was any other type of rune attack, the effect would only appear once the white bone armor was gone. However, since the steel rune had a 50% chance of ripping the enemy's wounds, the spiritual guardian knights managed to make some very effective attacks on the advanced priest's body. Abel observed everything that was happening. He had gained a better understanding of how advanced orc priests fight. He was more certain of something now. If he didn't kill the skeletons at the start, things would be much more difficult now. Flying flame might be almost unbeatable to them, but the curses and spells would still do tremendous damage to the other units. Surprisingly, Naga's poison attack turned out to be extraordinarily effective. The spiritual guardian knights were expected to be much weaker than advanced wizards and advanced priests, but as it turned out, Abel's been using his minions wrong the whole time. Unless the enemies had some sort of special antidote, Naga's poison would almost certainly kill anything that lived on the holy continent. Several streaks of light of soul began to appear. The first one made the Wirgins howled very loudly, but when all 6 appeared, the whole Neon city became dead silent. It was just the Wolf Riders and 20 intermediate priests in Neon City. After the silence passed, there was soft weeping. The orcs were usually fearless, but they were so afraid when they saw enemies that they couldn't possibly match. After killing everyone in his sight, Abel used his telekinesis spell to retrieve everything he could. He didn't use his hands because he didn't feel touching the scraps of dead meat that he created. All the advanced priests died in a very messy manner. Once the war trophies were taken, Abel started checking on them with his power of the will. He started to realize just how poor these advanced priests were. As it turned out, everyone that came to ambush him was those that didn't do well. Actually, if they were respected in the Orc Empire, they would have never gone to do something as risky as setting him up. The Orc Empire had already done some analyses on just how dangerous Abel was. From his past record of having killed several advanced wizards, they discerned that he had some sort of secret weapon that allowed him to do so. The secret weapon's identity remained unknown. But as the advanced orc priests had it, killing Abel would be a very costly thing. After conducting many discussions, only 6 advanced priests agreed to come to the group on Abel. They were all rank 16. The older ones were stronger, but they also cherished their own lives more. Anyways, Abel didn't care nor know about any of that. He just thought that the priests that he faced had nothing good to loot. The bone portal items did have a few things that he was interested in. However, apart from some spell books, some skeleton gemstones, and some poison potions, there wasn't really much that he cared about. There was also another reason why these advanced priests were so poor. They had too few things that could save their lives. Some classic items would be the instantaneous movement spell scrolls, but they were created by wizards and not priests. Even if the priests could bribe humans into selling them some, not that it was likely anyways, the price was simply too high. Damn beggars, Abel shook his head. As for now, he had to worry about the whole of Neon City. If any one of them managed to escape here, he would be in very great trouble. With that in mind, he already told White Snow to fly in the sky. If any of the orcs left, he would know quickly. He could kill all 10,000 orcs if he wanted. Yes, he could if he wanted to do, but committing genocide was not something he would do without guilt. This wasn't the dark world, and his targets weren't some hell creatures that he could just kill without any second thoughts. Abel asked, "Hear me, battle command spirit. I want you to do a scan of this city. Tell me if there are any young orcs here." A reply quickly came, "Lord Elder, this city belongs to the military. The only inhabitants are orcs who are capable of fighting. There are no civilians that live here." Any remnants of Abel's guilt evaporated. Everyone was a soldier. Now that they were in the middle of a war, killing and being killed were nothing out of the ordinary. After putting Johnson, Black Wind, and the spiritual guardian knights into his portal beast ring, Abel jumped on Flying Flame's back. It might be the first time that anyone's rode a dragon on the holy continent. It was supposed to be something that he should be proud of, but he didn't want to be hunted by the dragons for the rest of his life, so there was only one way to shut up the orcs that saw him. Abel called through the soul chain. White cloud and white snow fly further from where you are. From what he could sense, both white cloud and white snow were already at very high altitudes. They were all gone from Neon City, actually. Higher flying flame, Abel commanded once more. Soon he was about 1 kilometer from the ground. Even from a distance this far, he could still see the orcs as they faced their imminent end. Some were kneeling, some just laid flat powerlessly, some were crying, some were watching their dead mounts. It all ends here. After murmuring the words to himself, took out 5 super death Kai exploding balls from his personal storage box. He didn't know how strong the effects would be, but since he used perfect red stones to make these, he expected that throwing those would create some sort of death Kai cyclone. A while ago, when Abel was using the super exploding balls, he remembered having to shoot it with his ballista so that the impact wouldn't catch him. Now that his arm strength was stronger, he could throw all 5 of them far enough so that they could reach the ground within 6 seconds. If that wasn't enough to get him from the explosion range, flying flame could still fly him away. The 5 super death Kai exploding balls flew towards Neon. The area that they covered was very even. The orcs didn't think that they would die this quickly. Most of them were still mourning. Some of them were still swearing that they would live to tell the others about the devil that did this to them. It was the first time Abel's ever attacked an entire city. He just watched and waited for the explosion to happen. Boom! The super death Kai exploding balls were thrown at the same time. They were also detonated simultaneously. So there was only one noise that could be heard. The buildings flew apart like paper houses. As for the orcs, the closer ones flew in midair before their bodies slammed heavily on the ground. The ones that were further were repeatedly attacked by the broken wall pieces that flew at them. The whole thing took less than a minute. Less than a minute was all that is needed for all the orcs to stop standing. Just when the surviving ones thought that this was it, chilling energy engulfed the city that they were in. Out of the 20 intermediate priests, at least 8 died during the first shock wave. It's Death Kai. But how? How is their Death Kai this volatile, this violent? This was what an intermediate priest said before blood filled his mouth. He was staring at the gray energy that was charging at him. From his perspective, it looked like a god of death was smiling at him while swinging a scythe. Countless years and countless dead bones were needed to create skeleton gemstones. Only the most deathly rich environment could produce skeleton gemstones that belonged to the top quality. If the quality was good enough, one could even be used to power a large-sized spell circle for years. So what would happen if 5 perfect gemstones were to explode at the same time when all of them contained a huge amount of Death Kai? The answer was here. The answer was what's happening in Neon City right now. The Death Kai swept across the ones that survived and perished all the skins, bones, muscles, veins, organs, and hair. Some tried to scream, but even that seemed to be a luxury. This Death Kai treated everything alive as its enemies. Everything alive it came into contact with would become mummies. It sucked away all the life energy in its sight. Soon, bodies were turned into lifeless things that were like old branches that were sucked dry. Ken's adventure squad was a powerful adventure squad, consisting of knights and wizards. Their captain was a head commander, and this adventure squad was named after him. This naming scheme was very common, since a powerful leader could attract powerful members. Head Commander Ken and his 54 members took advantage of Wolf's loophole and bypassed the defense. After they arrived at a depth of the Wolf Garden and headed towards Neon City. Darryl the patrol had the sharpest eyes. He pointed at a tall beam of light in the cloud and said, "Captain, what is that?" 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 soul beams made out of Earth Kai. Head Commander Ken mumbled to himself. He was stunned. Every soul beam signified the death of an elite orc priest. There were 6 of them, which meant 6 elite priests were murdered on the roads up ahead. How long a soul beam could remain depended on the rank of the elite priest, but normally it wouldn't be more than a few hours, which also meant those elite priests were killed long ago. "Is that Neon City?" Head Commander Ken turned and asked. A beginner wizard took out a map and looked at it in detail. He then nodded in certainty. "Captain, yes it is. Let's go have a look." Head Commander Ken thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Although he knew the risk, his immense curiosity didn't want to miss an opportunity to witness a rare scene. The reason a head commander like him had set up an adventure squad was that he didn't want to live a stale life. He had to keep stimulating himself between life and death, exploring the mystery of the world. 6 elite orc priests killed in one spot were almost unseen for the past 1,000 years, but it had just happened in front of him. He might be able to be a part of this legendary incident. Although he might only be playing a little minor role in this legendary incident, his age would still be known for generations. Captain, if the battle there still has not ended, it will be suicide if we continue, a beginner wizard warned. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will regret it for the rest of my life if I miss it, Head Commander Ken yelled with his eyes glowing. Yeah, for a thing like this, it's worth dying to see, another knight also yelled with excitement. Most of the members of the adventure squad wanted to continue. If you don't want to go, you can stay, but if you want to, follow me, Head Commander Ken yelled and patted his warhorse. Afterward, he speeded towards the soul beams. The other members of the squad also dashed forward. Even the ones who hesitated did not stay. They were in the orcs' territory. Staying at one spot with a small number wouldn't be safe as well. It was best to follow the masses. As they approached the soul beams, Head Commander Ken felt like he was approaching hell. Something scary was lurking within. His intuition kept sending him warning signals. Stop, he lifted his hand. After his members heard his voice, they quickly stopped their mounts. Jeffrey, use your power of the will to sense what is up front. Head Commander Ken turned and said to beginner wizard Jeffrey. He still trusted his intuition quite a lot. Wizard Jeffrey unleashed his power of will and carefully moved his mount forward. When he was 10 meters from the city wall, he suddenly came to a halt. His face changed. Captain, it's a death ground, he turned and said to Head Commander Ken. Death grounds was special to the orcs. It would never be seen in the human world. Just like the area outside of Miracle City, it was a death ground, a place piled up with countless years of dead bodies. It was drenched in death kai. Nothing could survive on it. Making a death ground was not easy. The reason now could exist outside of the Miracle Wall was because the Orc Empire had sent countless pecker orcs to death by attacking the Miracle Wall. According to the map, this place up front was a wolf city named Neon. Although it was not huge, it was still a decent-sized city. How could a city like this turn into death ground, and there were even 6 soul beams within it? For the death ground outside of the Miracle Wall, only powerful head commander level human or orcs other than wizards or priests could survive. If normal knights wanted to pass through the death ground outside of the Miracle Wall, the Miracle Wall had to open up with passage, blocking out the Death Kai with energy. Death Kai could drain the life force of humans and cause great injuries. So many adventurers had set out from the Miracle Wall because the Kingdom of St. Ellis supported them. As one of the 3 big kingdoms, no one would stop them if they wanted to avenge the Orc Empire. Even Miracle City had supported them a lot. They ignited their teleportation circles and teleported many adventurers and knights from the Kingdom of St. Ellis out of the Miracle Wall. Captain, look inside. Darrell, the patrol, yelled as he pointed at 20 less noticeable beams of light nearby. My spirit, what happened here? Head Commander Ken was horrified. Although the death of 6 elite priests was scary, elite priests were so detached from the common world they were almost like gods to Head Commander Ken. It was nowhere as scary as seeing the death of 20 top-level fighters like himself. Jeffrey, you go in and see. Head Commander Ken knew the power of Death Ground. Although he could go in, he could not stay for long. It would affect his body. Wizard Jeffrey was the only one in the squad that was immune to Death Kai. As long as that Death Kai didn't explode, he should be safe. Yes, Captain, Wizard Jeffrey said and jumped down from his horse. Warhorses could not survive in Death Kai. They would drop dead the moment they entered. Therefore, Wizard Jeffrey left his horse and walked through the almost fully destroyed walls of Neon City. After a while of walking, he spotted a team of wolf riders. Although he didn't know their rank, he was certain that they were very skilled looking at their gears. Those wolf riders were dried to their bones, laying on the ground like they were dead. Their mounts were even stranger. It seemed like they had just undergone some great trauma and were scared to death. Their eyes were poking out, internal juices and blood gushed out from their mouths. Suddenly, Wizard Jeffrey sensed something in the houses up front through his power of will. He slowly stepped forward. The houses were not destroyed, but there were 10 more wolf riders lying on the ground. Their mount wolves were just like the ones outside. They were shocked to death with internal substance pouring out of their mouths. The wolf riders were also dried up. Wizard Jeffrey felt his heart drop. If each house had this many wolf riders, how many wolf riders were in this city altogether? Were they all dead? He left the house and kept walking forward. All the houses 30 meters from the city gate were intact, but an unimaginable scenery soon emerged. What he saw was a demolished city. Everything was in scattered pieces. It seemed like the houses he just saw were the only thing still intact. In this city of ruins, Wizard Jeffrey saw the scattered pieces of wolf riders. The entire city had become a tomb for wolf riders. What power could do this? What could turn a city into a death ground? How could 6 elite priests, 20 top-level orc fighters, and countless skilled wolf riders die in this place? Wizard Jeffrey felt more shock with each step. He sensed no signs of life. Of course, that was because Abel had scanned this place with the commander spirit before he left. Father, we got news from Miracle City. The Wolf's Neon City in the Wolf Garden had turned into a death ground. Eric, the eldest prince, reported to Emperor Ambrose. Is that the city where our 10 griffins were kept? Emperor Ambrose knew about that city. He, too, also sent men there. Yes, the 10 griffins are gone. 6 elite orc priests, 20 head wolf rider captains, and tens of thousands of wolf riders died in the city. Prince Eric fixed up his documents and gave out the details. What, 6 elite priests died? Are you sure? Emperor Ambrose viciously stood up and gazed at Prince Eric. This news was too shocking. If 6 elite priests had died, maybe the Orc Empire would no longer be willing to make another for the next 100 years at least. Elite priests were not easy to cultivate. Losing 6 of them was like breaking the bones of the Orc Empire. Even if the humans had started a war with the Orc Empire now, the Orc Empire would be at a big disadvantage with 6 elite priests down. Father, many people saw 6 Death Kai soul beams. It shouldn't be a mistake. The eldest prince bowed. How could this happen? Emperor Ambrose heavily sat down again on his throne and mumbled. Although we don't have any concrete evidence, the investigation department speculated and unanimously thought that. Prince Eric paused for a moment and followed. There was only one person in the Holy Continent that had done something similar in the past. Who? Emperor Ambrose quickly asked. Grandmaster Abel. 3 rank 17 wizards had died outside of his castle. According to my record, there were only 4 elite wizards who died in the past hundreds of years, and they were all killed by Grandmaster Abel. So it is very likely that he has the power to kill 6 elite priests, especially if they were rank 16. Prince Eric replied. How is that possible? Is Grandmaster Abel really that powerful? Emperor Ambrose shook his head. Abel shook the entire Holy Continent by killing 3 rank 17 wizards, but he had only done so outside of his magic tower. Many people believed those wizards were only killed due to Abel's magic circle and contracted beasts. This time was different. The Orc Empire was not Abel's battleground. There were tens of thousands of wolf riders as support. How could he kill 6 elite priests along with all the orcs in a situation like this? Maybe we have underestimated his power. Maybe he has far more than one metal giant. Prince Eric said with a serious look on his face. It was very dangerous for a kingdom to be in the dark when it came to the power of one of their duchy's kings. What if he tried to overthrow the emperor? Luckily, Abel was a grandmaster blacksmith. The kingdom of St. Ellis had always respected him, so they had used some tricks and finally granted Abel a duchy specialized in farming. Although he did not grant the duchy of Kian, which had better geography, Abel was born in the duchy of Carmel. Therefore, granting him the duchy of Caramel made more sense, and Abel did not complain. Emperor Ambrose and Prince Eric began to recall the interaction they had with Abel, trying to see if there were any tension between them. Meanwhile, the Orc Empire began to react to their disaster. They pushed many troops to the Orc battlefield and used all the construction skills they had to form the strongest barrier. All the adventurers were forced back to the human world, and the kingdom of St. Ellis had taken down their avenge mission. The Orc Empire had never formed a defense outside of the Orc battlefield. This sent a clear message that they no longer wanted to have any interaction with humans. At the same time, they also stopped all the attack experiments. For the first time in 1,000 years, the Miracle Wall was at peace. 1,000 square meters garden was built on the left of Harry Castle. Since Harry Castle was in full lockdown, no one could enter. Therefore, not many people knew that it was actually a training base. Two types of mounts were living in this garden. One was the Mount Wolves for land battles, and the other was Griffins for sky battles. There were tens of backup Griffin Knights undertaking their training. Their trainers were 4 Griffin head commanders. Every day after they finished their mission, they would go to train those Griffin new Knights. These backup Griffin Knights were all selected from the most loyal Knight offsprings, from the Harry family and Bennett family. However, in order to unleash their full potential, it would take at least a few years. The power of Griffin Knights lies within their training method, which allowed them to unleash Knight skills on a Griffin like they were on a warhorse. The 4 Griffin head commanders had mastered perfect Griffin riding skills in the kingdom of St. Ellis. Normally, they wouldn't teach anyone about their method. But they had signed a magic contract. They had fully become Abel's Knight of Death. Although the kingdom of St. Ellis had enforced great amounts of loyalty on those knights, it could not stop the power of a dark world's magic contract. As for the Mount Wolves, the first batch of cubs was already pre-ordered by the Lord of Marshall, the Lord of Bennett and Zach. Lord Bennett and Zach came here all the way from Bakong City to wait for the birth of those Mount Wolf cubs. A Mount Wolf cub would recognize the first person they saw as their owner after they were born. This was more efficient and easier for the Mount Wolf to connect with its owner than pressuring them with Abel's dragon vigor. Ever since Abel became the king of Duchy of Carmel, he slowly pushed away from the shops and nobles in Harvest City. Harvest City was a strange domain. That place was originally granted to Abel by the kingdom of St. Ellis due to some business exchange. Therefore, all of the nobles with domain were kicked out, and not many other nobles stayed. Harvest City had become Abel's city. Under his command, all the unions had moved away. As the shops kept decreasing, the citizens were also slowly moving away. This was what Abel wanted. He wanted to turn Harvest City into an empty city and separate all the lands nearby. This would allow his 3 castles to expand. The third goddess Spring Water would water all the crops in this farming city, and the sprinkling system would save large amounts of manpower. The biggest problem with a sprinkling system for most families was the price, but the only thing Abel had too much was gold coins, even without selling much of his work. Most of his gold coins were spoils of war. From the elves, the Orc Empire, to the human world, the enemies he murdered had given him an endless stream of gold coins. He didn't even remember how many magic gold cards he had gotten. That wealth would soon turn into basic facilities, truly transforming Harvest City into how he wanted. A farming base without the hassle of watering. Ever since Abel had gotten the world's stone, his brain power and memory had reached a scary level. He could almost remember everything that happened on Earth. At first, some memories were a little blurry, but now they were cleared up. He could remember many futuristic tools, but they no longer interested him. If it was a few years ago when he first came to this world, those memories might be able to give his family a better life. But that no longer concerned him. The only thing that interested him was the farming machines. And the dark world had given him enough time to experiment. At last, he wanted to form industrial agriculture with crop harvesting machines. Therefore, the large patch of land in Harvest City could operate with a small number of farmers. Abel had become the king of Duchy of Carmel for a year. There were countless legendary stories about him. And the Duchy of Carmel became a special territory. However, Abel had not shown himself publicly in Duchy of Carmel for 2 months. Normally, this would cause a disruption in power, but not in the Duchy of Carmel. Abel was a wizard, a horrifyingly powerful one. There were rumors of him killing 6 elite orc priests as well as destroying an entire orc city. With a wizard like this as a sovereign, his duchy stayed without riots even if he never returned. And with the magic contracts, the duchy's stability was guaranteed. Abel sat on the top floor of his magic tower. He looked frustrated. His rank 10 wizard pattern had been in a fulfilled state for 2 months. He had to find a way to break through, but he could not feel it. Not only was his wizard rank, but his head commander Lightning Combat Kai was also fulfilled. This was even more confusing than leveling up as a wizard, because he didn't know where he could even go next. Even though he was a single attributed head commander on the surface, he knew he was a double attributed one. The first energy he grasped could not merge through Combat Kai, so he had always appeared as a single attributed head commander. His dimensional force could only be unleashed at once in one powerful blow, Even elite wizards and elite priests could not counteract it. The downside was that he no longer knew where to go as a head commander when it came to his training. His body had been altered by a dragon core. He surpassed human limits. No matter how hard he trained, his body would not grow. If he wanted a breakthrough, he had to know where he could go as a head commander. He slowly walked from the 16th floor of his magic tower to the first floor. He did not ask Tower Spirit Flora to teleport him, nor did he use the short-distance teleportation circle. He took each step by foot. Perhaps he would be able to find the hope to break through this way. When he arrived on the first floor, he teleported to Harry Castle. The knights bowed at him, and he gently nodded back at them as he walked towards the treasury of Harry Castle. "Your Majesty, Lord Marshal, is inside." The two guards guarding the treasury bowed. "Open the door," Abel bellowed back. Those two knights were family knights. They were loyal to the Harry family. The door swung open, and Abel stepped in. Everything in the treasury was Lord Marshal's treasure. No matter how little Abel cared about these things, he would not move any of them. They were Lord Marshal's pride, the leftover weapons of his enemies. They all held great sentimental value. "Abel, what brings you to the treasury today?" Lord Marshal asked, smiling as he was cleaning his treasures. "I want to free up some potions. I've made a lot of them lately." Abel smiled back. Abel had a lot of time in the past year, especially since he stopped exploring the dark world due to his ability problem. Still, he did not waste that time. Other than doing training, he kept making weapons and potions. They would be the foundation for the Duchy of Carmel in the future. With the sales of his lotion and conditioner, he no longer had to worry about ingredients. The Elf Alchemy Union had more than enough for him to use. His alchemy skills were developing quickly. Last night, he had fulfilled his elite alchemy pattern as well. He kept pouring out potions from his portal bracelet. He only had 2 portal boxes. One was in the Bennett family, and the other was here. Normal people could use those portal boxes. It was the best way to store large amounts of value for a family. Abel poured out a few thousand bottles of potion, and they only took up a corner in the box. "Abel, how come you have time to make this many potions? Doesn't it affect your training?" Lord Marshal asked, worried after seeing the scary amount of potions. "I have fulfilled my most recent wizard level. Meditation won't boost me. It's all down to luck now." Abel smiled and shook his head. "You've grown so much these past few years. It's okay to take it easy," Lord Marshal reminded. "I know, but I never had a long bottleneck like this. I'm just not used to it." Abel nodded. If another wizard had heard this, they would have felt incredibly incompetent. Abel had never been stuck in a bottleneck ever since he became an apprentice wizard. His longest period in one was only 10 days. It was normal for wizards to be stuck in a bottleneck for years, especially for lower-rank wizards. Being stuck for 100 years was not unheard of. "Abel, we have enough potions for the family to use for more than 100 years. You are still young. Why don't you take a break from alchemy and live like a normal youngster for a while? Go out for a walk and play around," Lord Marshal suggested. "Uncle Marshal, alchemy is a type of training. I will need to go to the elves soon. I won't be back for a few days. I'll leave the family business to you." Abel smiled and explained. Actually, Abel had been going back and forth between the Duchy of Carmel and the elves' Orwell Palace without anyone knowing. He really liked the environment of Orwell Palace. It was a peaceful place free from people's interruption. The gorgeous landscape relaxed his soul, which was better for his training. "Abel, be careful. You are no longer alone. You have a family and a duchy." Lord Marshal looked at Abel and said softly. Afterward, Abel left the treasury and went back to his magic tower. He then teleported to Orwell Palace's basement through the large teleportation circle and transferred to the first floor through the short-distance teleportation circle. Master Loka, the elven warrior, bowed. Loka had become a top-level warrior. He had mastered the strange wind attribute, all thanks to the dragon blood wall-breaking potion. Abel admired the breakthrough of those elven warriors. They didn't need a mana environment. They could rely on the forest's natural force. Loka was lucky to grasp the wind attribute. It could speed up his movements and strengthen his attacks. Elven warriors were already known for their speed, so the wind attribute had given Loka another leg up. He was the only elf who successfully broke through in Orwell Palace. Although Abel's potions supported the others, their bodies were still too weak for a level up. Is everything in the Orwell Valley going fine? Abel nodded and asked. Steward Brewer was busy working in the Orwell Valley, so the only one he could ask was Loka. Master, everything is in normal operation. The fruits ripen every month, and they are safely stored in the basement. Loka bowed and replied. Since Loka and Steward Brewer had never left Orwell Valley this past year, they were not aware of the elves' decrease in fruit production. They didn't know that Orwell Valley had become the source of food in Angstrom City. Under Abel, the domain of his in the elven world had almost transformed into heaven on earth. The entrance of the valley was protected by a protection circle, with surrounding tall mountains filled with thorns. In this domain, he no longer had to appear as Master Bennett. He could just use his original human form since all the elves in Orwell Valley had signed a magic contract. However, today he had to make a trip to Angstrom City, and he had to transform into Master Bennett. As Abel walked out from the Alchemy Union teleportation circle, he realized nothing had changed in the past year. He just didn't run into anyone familiar. He casually walked to the second floor and entered the library. His mission was to find some information about transforming an elite alchemy pattern into a master alchemy pattern. Although he had been stuck as an intermediate wizard, his alchemy level shouldn't be as problematic. He had been making intermediate to elite level potions non-stop during the past year. He had made more potions than most elite alchemists had ever done throughout the course of their lives. Also, Abel had never failed, and his work was far superior to any other elite alchemist. Every work of alchemy would bring energy to the alchemy pattern. This was the law of being an alchemist. If your work was successful, it would bring even more energy. Abel had accumulated more energy in just 1 year than most elite alchemists would in a lifetime. His elite alchemy pattern was fulfilled. But of course, most of this was due to the difference in the dark world, which gave him more time for alchemy. The library looked like it always did. Master Peter was still sitting behind the counter with the same dull gaze, like he was pondering something. Master Peter, where can I find some information about the master alchemy pattern? Abel asked with a bow. He had a lot of respect for this old elf. Master Peter's gaze suddenly sparkled when he heard the word master alchemy pattern. You are Master Bennett, right? Master Peter did not reply to Abel's question. Instead, it seemed like he had recalled something when he saw the Master Alchemist by Honor badge on Abel's chest. Yes, I am. Abel nodded and waited for Master Peter's reply. Your elite alchemy pattern is fulfilled, Master Peter added. Yes, Abel nodded again. Are you aware of the danger of transforming it into a master alchemy pattern? I have lost my alchemy pattern, but I still have my power of the will. I can sense that you are very young and lively. You still have a long road ahead of you. Why are you so desperate to become a master alchemist? Master Peter gazed at Abel and lowered his voice. Although his words might not have sounded nice, Abel could tell it was coming from a kind-hearted place. Master Peter, I feel like I am ready, so I need a master alchemy pattern. Abel was certain of his decision. You only became a master alchemist by honor these past few years. Although a master alchemist by honor is not a real master alchemist, the Union will treat you similarly. Why do you want to take this risk? There hasn't been a single successful master alchemist in the Holy Continent during the past 1,000 years, you know. Master Peter was still speaking from a kind-hearted place. Maybe you're confused, Master Peter. Becoming a master alchemist does not always have to happen when your life is coming to an end. If you don't have courage, why even bother becoming a master alchemist? Even if you successfully became a master alchemist before your life came to an end, it wouldn't be that useful anyway. Abel laughed and shook his head. Courage, Master Peter mumbled. He suddenly realized why there wasn't a successful master alchemist during the past 1,000 years. Maybe it was a lack of courage. All elite alchemists knew the success rate of becoming a master alchemist was very low, and you would become a normal elf once you failed. No elite alchemist could bear the thought of becoming a normal elf. The difference in prestige was too great. Therefore, all of them would only place their life on a bet before they die. None of them would even think about becoming a master alchemist the moment they fulfilled their elite alchemy pattern. Master Peter did not know that being an alchemist was not Abel's main occupation. He was not afraid of failing. Even if he did, he had countless full recovery potions to help him start all over again. It had only taken Abel a few years to get to where he was as an alchemist. Besides, with the experience he had gained, starting all over again shouldn't be too hard. Therefore, Abel was far more carefree than any other alchemist. He also had confidence in himself. With a logic-defying treasure like the world's stone, he could turn everything into a bunch of quantifiable numbers. This was extremely helpful when it came to alchemy. At least to this point, Abel had never failed once despite making countless potions. This was the power of the world's stone. "Master Bennett, follow me." Master Peter was no longer warning Abel. His words touched him. Throughout his years of research, he never found a good method to help the elves when it came to becoming a master alchemist. Perhaps Abel would solve his problems. If Abel knew what Master Peter was thinking, he would laugh and tell him he thought too much. Abel had a lot of secrets. As long as he was dedicated to something, he could become the expert. Abel followed Master Peter. They walked through rolls of books and arrived at the very back of the library. Master Peter pressed on the wall, and a door opened. This was a hidden door connected to a hidden room within the library. It was where the most important books were stored. Abel could sense the energy wave of magic circles, which meant the Alchemy Union had high surveillance on this place. An alchemist also could use the power of the will. Although not as powerful as the ones of the Druids, they could still detect normal magic circles. Master Peter led Abel into the hidden room. As soon as Abel entered, the door behind them automatically shut. "These are the cream of the crop in the Angstrom City Alchemy Union Library," Master Peter said proudly, pointing at a shelf of books. There were only a small handful of books, but they were not all made from leaves. Some were made of orc skins. However, his gaze was soon attracted by a wall in the room. There was a pattern drawn with red paint on it. This pattern was so complicated, it was enough to send a chill down the spine. The elf who drew this pattern must have immense knowledge when it came to patterns and drawing. The entire thing was entirely solid. The strokes intertwined with each other through midair. Their skill was on full display through the thickness and contact point of each stroke. Abel was deeply drawn by it. He ignited his world stone's sight and data analyzing ability and tried to memorize this pattern. Master Peter did not interrupt Abel. He was even more excited than Abel when he first saw this pattern. He also wanted to memorize this pattern at once, like Abel, but it took him a whole month in the end. The hardest thing to remember about this pattern was the intertwined strokes in midair. It was the biggest difference between this pattern and the normal ones. It was not flat, two-dimensional, or even three-dimensional. It existed in a dimension of its own. Although the creator of this pattern had tried his best to reflect the dimension on the wall, it still existed in an abstract dimension. The person looking at it must first create a dimension in his mind and fill the stroke one by one. This was difficult. It was the first challenge of becoming a master alchemist. After around an hour, Abel turned to Master Peter and asked, "This is the master alchemy pattern, right?" "Yes, this is the master alchemy pattern." Master Peter did not expect Abel to regain his consciousness this quickly. For an alchemist who had never seen this alchemy pattern before, obsessing with it for half a day was normal. However, what he didn't know was that Abel memorized this unbearably complicated alchemy pattern. It did not take Abel a long time. Most of the time was wasted on transforming that flat alchemy pattern on the wall into a three-dimensional one. "Master Peter, do you have any information about leveling up?" Abel asked desperately. He could no longer wait. He wanted to start building this ultra-complicated alchemy pattern immediately. "Master Bennett, this is a guide. Please use it carefully. Since there are no longer any actual master alchemists in the Holy Continent, the information they documented is precious." Master Peter carefully pulled out an orc skill book from the shelf and handed it to Abel. Abel could see why. Just take this master alchemy pattern on the wall, for example. Only an actual master alchemist could draw a thing like this. It was a seamless fusion between a person's alchemy skills and the power of the will, which was then manifested perfectly through their drawing skills. He carefully accepted the orc skill book. This book did not have a title. As he flicked it open, he noticed this was the record of 5 different master alchemists from different generations. Every master alchemist had written down their leveling up process in detail. Even their minor day-to-day activities was recorded. These records were not written with normal words. They were infused with the master alchemist's power of the will. As Abel was reading the words, He felt like he was leveling up alongside those 5 masters. "This book is too precious," Abel said while holding the orc skill book in his hand. These 5 master alchemists were the master alchemists of the Angstrom City Alchemy Union long ago. Every alchemy union shares a tradition, and if an alchemist had successfully become a master alchemist, the union would document their entire process for the future generations to study. Master Peter explained. "Master Peter, I think I should go back now and retreat for some time. When I come out again, I will either become a master alchemist or a normal elf," Abel said blankly. Master Peter couldn't really understand Abel. How could such a young and successful alchemist not worry about the risk of becoming a master alchemist? It was hard to imagine. "Master Bennett, there is a room for retreat in the Alchemy Union. It was made for the ones who decide to become a master alchemist. Some of the magic circles in there can come in handy," Master Peter suggested. "Where is it?" Abel was interested. Although he was very confident, a little bit of extra help wouldn't hurt. He really didn't want to start his alchemy journey all over again. No matter how easy it would still take time. If he wasn't stuck as an intermediate wizard and couldn't keep exploring the dark world, there was no way he would spend so much time on alchemy. At the end of the day, he still put most of his attention on being a wizard. It was his main occupation. Both forgery and alchemy were his secondary jobs. "Master Bennett, please follow me," Master Peter did a bow. They exited the library and walked towards the first floor. All the elves and alchemists they ran into along the way bowed at them. Although Master Peter had lost his alchemy ability, his status in the Alchemy Union was still very high. When they arrived at the first floor, Master Peter did not stop. Instead, he kept moving down the stairs. Abel followed him into the basement of the Alchemy Union. It was lit by illumination circles. The protection of the basement was even stricter than the surface. Abel had only walked for around 100 meters, and he already felt like he had been scanned a few times. If he didn't have a Master Alchemist by honor badge, he would have triggered the alert long ago. Master Peter stopped in front of a room in the basement and pointed at its front door. "Master Bennett, you can go in with your badge." Abel stood in front of the door. The floor he was standing on was filled with tightly drawn patterns. He could tell that these patterns were drawn with the most expensive material. The ones he could recognize were the protection circle and a barrier circle. He stepped up and placed his Master Alchemist by honor badge on the scanner next to the door. The magic circle on the door was ignited. A white light flashed, and the door was opened. It was at this moment, as the door opened, all the elite alchemists and master alchemists by honor in the Angstrom City Alchemy Union simultaneously received a message. An elite alchemist was trying to transform into a master alchemist. The elves in Grand Ducal Palace also received this message, and a chunk of energy was distributed to the retreat room in the basement of the Alchemy Union. "Which alchemist is leveling up?" Master Alfred stopped his tasks in the alchemy room of the Alchemy Union. The valuable ingredients on his hand would be damaged, but it still did not stop him from asking his helper beside him. His helper quickly looked up the details. Only a corresponding badge could open the door of the retreat room, so it had to be one of the very few elite alchemists in the Union. There was not a single elite alchemist approaching the end of his life in the Union. Why would any of them start their transformation at that moment? "It's Master Bennett." After a while of searching, Master Alfred's helper replied with a strange look on his face. "Master Bennett, didn't he just become an elite alchemist? How is this possible?" Master Alfred mumbled to himself in confusion. His helper followed up again and received a confirmation. "From the Union Spirit Master, it really is Master Bennett." He opened the door of the Master Alchemist retreat room with his badge. "My spirit, has he gone mad? I need to stop him," Master Alfred yelled. No one understood Abel's importance more than him. Every potion Abel made had a special effect. Even his hunger potion had something a high-level potion wouldn't. He had been using the blue howling rabbit flavor hunger potion he exchanged with Abel during his recent works. It had made his research more successful than ever. To maintain his hunger potion supply, he could not let Abel try to become a master alchemist. It was not a matter of luck. The experience of countless elite alchemists told him one thing. The success rate of becoming a master alchemist was so low that almost all elite alchemists had lost the courage to do so. He had to stop Abel for himself and the elves. A genius master alchemist by honor like that could not be lost. He knew that if the public found out that Abel was trying to become a master alchemist, all the elves, especially females, would go insane. Those noble elves could no longer live without their lotions and conditioners. Luckily, the female alchemists in the Union had not found out about this. Once they did, anything could happen. Discard the permission for any elf to access the user identity and details of the Master Alchemist retreat room. Master Alfred lowered his voice and said to his Master Alchemist by honor badge. Soon, countless identity requests were rejected. Master Peter, I will go on retreat for a while. Thanks for your help. Abel did not enter the retreat room immediately, turning and bowing at Master Peter. I hope to hear the good news from you. Did you remember the Master Alchemy pattern clearly? Master Peter knew that Abel did not look at the pattern for long. Although there was a copy of it in the retreat room, it was not drawn by a Master Alchemist specialized in drawing. It could only be used as a reference. Thank you for your kind words. I think the pattern is already in here, said Abel with a smile and pointed at his brain. Master Peter was caught off guard a little. He had always been known as a genius among the elves. Even though his alchemy pattern was broken, it did not affect his reputation. However, as he stood in front of Abel, he felt like a normal elf looking at a true genius. You are truly gifted, Master Peter bowed and spoke. Abel laughed. He then turned and entered the retreat room. As the door closed, the circles outside were ignited one by one, protection circle, barrier circle, and some other assisting circles. These magic circles were partly supported by the Alchemy Union power storage, and partly distributed by the large protection circle of Angstrom City. Every master alchemist has a different significance to the city, therefore Angstrom would definitely support a situation like this. It was a rule. Master Bennett, please wait. Master Alchemist ran down the stairs and yelled, which he rarely did. Master Alfred, you are too late. Master Bennett had gone inside. Master Peter said dully. Why didn't you stop him? Do you know how much damage it will cause to the Alchemy Union if Master Bennett fails? Master Alfred furiously. He no longer cared about his manners. Of course, I know how gifted Master Bennett is. But we don't have the right to stop his decisions. Master Peter lowered his voice. Master Alfred looked helpless all of a sudden. Master Peter was right. Abel was also a master alchemist by honor, just like him. The only reason he had a higher status in the Union was that he stayed for longer. This status could not grant him the right to change another master alchemist by honor's decision. He could only warn him as a fellow Union member at most. Master Peter, I'm sorry for my attitude. Master Alfred bowed. No worries, Master Alfred. You were just looking out for Master Bennett and the Union. Master Peter shook his head. There was an awkward silence, and their gaze shifted towards the magic circles in front of the retreat room. Master Mara's alchemy lab was not in the Alchemy Union. Although she was a master alchemist, she was not cultivated by the Alchemy Union in Angstrom City, so she did not have much emotion towards the place. She had mostly stayed in Angstrom City due to Grand Duke Edwina's invitation. At that moment, she also received the message saying an elite alchemist had entered the Master Alchemist retreat room. When she received this message, she did not look up who it was. She knew whoever it was would fail because even she herself had lost the courage to become a master alchemist. Meanwhile, a high-rank reporter quickly entered the Grand Ducal Palace. His speedy footsteps reflected the desperation in his heart. The prestigious Grand Duke Edwina, I have something essential to report. The high-rank reporter disregarded the counselors as he bowed at Grand Duke Edwina. Reporters had permission to enter any time if the situation was urgent. They would even be treated as a priority. All of you can discharge. We'll pick it up again tomorrow, Grand Duke Edwina said to the counselors. The counselors bowed and walked out of the main palace. Grand Duke Edwina then lowered her voice. Speak, what is happening? I just received the news from the city spirit saying Master Bennett had entered the Master Alchemist retreat room. The reporter bowed. Although Master Alfred had banned the Alchemy Union spirit from accessing the Master Alchemist retreat room's user's identity, he could not ban the city spirit. The city spirit had the highest authority. It could get any information it wanted. Master Bennett wants to become a master alchemist. Grand Duke Edwina was a little shocked. Afterward, a joyful look emerged on her face. And she added, that's great. Master Bennett will become a master alchemist soon. The reporter speechlessly looked at Grand Duke Edwina. Didn't she know the risk of transforming from an elite alchemist to a master alchemist? Grand Duke Edwina agreed with Abel's thinking. She knew Abel's true identity, and being an alchemist was only one of his occupations. After looking at what Abel had managed to achieve, his success rate of being a master alchemist was very high. Even if he failed, they would have no problem. The Grand Ducal Palace already had enough elven perfume to support them for tens of years. She believed Abel could regain his skills as an alchemist by that point. This was almost impossible for those failed elite alchemists, but Abel had only taken 2 to 3 years to get where he was. He should be fine. Your Majesty, if this news spreads, all the elves in Angstrom City will go crazy, the reporter warned. You are right, keep it a secret. Do not let any other elves know about this. We'll discuss after Master Bennett came out again from his retreat. Grand Duke Edwina lowered her voice again. The reporter bowed and left the palace. All this time Duke Albert did not speak. He shook his head. Luckily, I was smart enough to get a beauty potion from Abel earlier. If he failed, I would have looked old for a while, Duke Albert said humorously. Although he was only joking, he was still worried about Abel. At the end of the day, Abel was a master alchemist by honor and a grandmaster blacksmith. He could make potions that greatly impacted the elves, even a secret potion that could increase crops' production. Not worrying about his decision was hard. In the past few months, all the other elf cities have had a decrease in fruit production. However, Angstrom City had kept a normal supply. This was all thanks to Abel. Let's hope he succeeds, and the fruit production in Orwell Valley stays plentiful. Duke Albert's face looked serious. They knew the third goddess spring water was Abel's alchemy work. If Abel lost his alchemy ability, they might lose the crop's growing potion. Why would Abel want to become a master alchemist at this time? Couldn't he wait another 10 years? Duke Albert couldn't help but say. Abel is not an elf. 10 years is not much for us elves. But it is a long time for humans, Grand Duke Edwina said helplessly. Even an elf without training could live up to 500 years, but for humans who did the same, they could only live up to 100 years. This was why 10 years meant very different things between humans and elves. Abel was only 16 years old. He had only been training for a few years. 10 years was too long for him. Why is Abel so gifted? Duke Albert sighed. He almost forgot. It was only because of Abel's gifts that they had accepted a human pretending to be an elf. It was only because of his gifts that they had allowed Lorraine to interact with a human. Abel's gifts also changed elves' lifestyle from their desire for beauty, training habits, even to the fruits they ate. They all depended on Abel's genius. As more and more elves began to notice, Abel was sitting on a grass-weaved cushion in the center of the retreat room. He felt coolness forming from the grass. At that moment, he noticed the cushion was entirely made out of soul-calming grass, a type of grass only found in mana environments. They could take up to 500 years to grow. Therefore, no human would sacrifice 500 years of mana to grow this grass, even though it had a clear calming effect on the soul. Only a race that lived in nature, while having so much love for alchemy, would grow these grasses. Also, the lifespan of elves made the wait seem a lot less daunting. At least they could see its harvest once in their life. So, you can imagine how expensive it would be to make an entire cushion out of them. It was not something achievable just by spending gold coins. Abel sighed at the generosity of the Alchemy Union and calmed his soul. He was here to become a master alchemist, after all. There were many schools of thought inherited by alchemists. Potion making was only one of them, but all alchemy patterns were the same. It was the core of all alchemy skills. In this world, alchemists relied on their alchemy pattern to transform and purify their ingredients into their desired result. First, he needed to return his elite alchemy pattern into its liquid form through his power of will. The strength of one's power of the will was a defining factor. Therefore, Abel took out the invisible cloak and put it on. The aura on the cloak doubled his power of will to 600 points. Suddenly, he had more power of the will than normal elite wizards. However, this also required precise control of one's power of the will. If a normal alchemist had their power of the will doubled in an instant, they might not even be able to get a hold of it, let alone control it with precision. Abel had a huge advantage when it came to this. The world stone and his power as a rank 10 wizard allowed him to maintain perfect control over his power of the will, even if it had doubled. The soul-calming grass cushion also helped him out a little. It allowed his mind to think even clearer. The elite alchemy pattern slowly melted in his body. Unlike an intermediate alchemy pattern, it was tightly intertwined with the soul. Therefore, sharp pain was unavoidable during the melting process. The pain came from the soul. Most of the elite alchemists failed because they lost control of their power of the will during this process, leading to the breakdown of their alchemy pattern. Although Abel was drenched in pain as well, he had used a trick. He used his druid soul to withstand the pain. The druid soul was not conscious so that it couldn't feel pain. Meanwhile, his main soul kept slowly melting the alchemy pattern. Just like that, the first barrier of becoming a master alchemist was broken by Abel. Under the effect of his power of will, his alchemy pattern turned into a golden liquid. In this state, he forgot about the passing of time, the presence of the external world. A day had passed. That night, many elves in Angstrom City could not fall asleep. They all waited for one result. Master Bennett has broken the soul-torturing barrier. Master Peter lowered his voice and said, Master Alfred, and he was sitting on the floor outside of the retreat room without caring too much about their images. They had not left ever since Abel had entered. Master Peter had done the most research when it came to the leveling up process. He knew the soul-torturing process very well. The first 10 hours were the most painful. After that, the soul would slowly become numb to the pain. Although it didn't decrease the force of the pain, it could give the person a sense of hope. Yeah, it had been 24 hours. He should have passed the first step by now. I was not expecting him to make it this far. Master Alfred did not try to hide his thoughts since he was quite against the idea of Abel leveling up. Master Bennett is already better than 50% of those who tried to level up. It is almost unheard of for a person his age. Master Peter nodded and spoke. Both masters were feeling quite different. Master Peter wanted to believe what Abel had suggested. And Abel himself was the best testimony. Abel said that most elite alchemists had failed their level up due to a lack of courage. As Master Peter saw that Abel had passed the first barrier, and the hope in his heart grew. On the other hand, Master Alfred felt quite sorry for Abel. A genius was going to disappear. All he could do was think about how he should comfort Abel when he walked out of the retreat room in disappointment. Maybe he would use his privilege to help Abel construct a better path for his future. At that moment, the entire elite alchemy pattern inside Abel had turned into liquid gold. His power of the will turned into a rune pen, and the master alchemy pattern appeared in his mind. The rune pen absorbed all the golden liquid. Now, his task was to calculate how much golden liquid he would need to apply on each stroke through his power. The ratio had to be perfect, and he had to use every drop of the liquid. This was the second challenge of the leveling process. If you realize you have applied too much golden liquid through your power of the will halfway during the process, your master alchemy pattern would be useless before you could even finish it. If you did not use all the golden liquid, your master alchemy pattern would fall apart due to a lack of energy supply when you ignite it. Abel had the world stone to support him. Before he made his first stroke, his power of the will already knew exactly how much golden liquid it needed to apply. Once he made the first stroke, he could no longer stop. Even if he paused for a split second, the master alchemy pattern would be damaged and his level up would fail. The rune pen made from his power of the will kept swirling around, and strokes of all forms began to emerge. Halfway, Abel felt waves of pressure coming from the world. He realized why so many elite alchemists had failed. These challenges weren't too challenging for a genius. This world was not lacking in geniuses, and the elves were a lot more gifted than humans in the first place. It was hard to believe that no genius had ever finished these few steps in the past 1,000 years. However, when Abel sensed the pressure of the world, he changed his mind. Being a master alchemist was constrained by the world. Although this pressure from the world was not strong, it was enough to make countless elite alchemists lose control of their power of will. Abel also felt the same pressure when he was trying to become an intermediate wizard, but that time it was a lot stronger. In comparison, this pressure was almost like nothing. He continued to draw out the master alchemy pattern. Every stroke was still in perfect precision, just like the first stroke. The pressure from the world did not increase. It seemed like a test for the alchemist, but this test was enough to make countless alchemists feel hopeless. At that moment, his power of the will was pouring out like an upside-down bottle. Power of the will was the foundation for all his occupation. If it were completely drained, he would lose the power to do wizardry, knight skills, forgery, and most obviously alchemy. His power of the will was the core of his being. Suddenly, he felt his heart tense up. A large amount of the power of the will was being drained. As fuel, slowly turning, the master alchemy pattern changes from its original golden glow to a dark gold. This process had absorbed Abel's power of the will according to his body's ratio. Normally, it would only take 200 points of power of the will, but since Abel had more than 200 points, more would be forcefully drained for a deeper transformation. If an alchemist had less than 200 points, their transformation would fail, breaking down their alchemy pattern. Abel had read anything mentioning taking more than 200 points of power of the will. This was because an alchemist with more than 200 points was extremely rare. Normal elite alchemists used potions to replenish their lack of power of the will. However, Abel was very confident in his power of will. He did not think about replenishing it. Therefore, the transformation process did not stop, even after 200 points of power of the will had drained from him. When 300 points were drained from him, the transformation ended. This was because Abel only had 300 points of power of the will. The extras he had did not belong to his body, so the master alchemy pattern would not recognize it. The master alchemy pattern had fully turned into dark gold, and the pressure of the world faded away. Suddenly, strange energy surrounded him. The power of the will Abel had lost was slowly recovering under this strange, nourishing energy. Not only that, but the power of the will he got this time was even stronger. Something happened to it. His power of the will could move air particles, smoke, or even some extremely light objects in the past. But now, perhaps it could move some decent weight objects. The quality of his power of the will had changed, but its volume had decreased. Originally, Abel had 300 points of power of the will, but now he only had 200 points. This was massive because his main occupation as a wizard required the power of the will to unleash spells. For 300 points of power of the will, his spell range would be 300 meters. But with 200 points of power of the will, he would only have a spell range of 200 left. He felt irritated. If he knew this earlier, he would not have become a master alchemist. Although being a master alchemist could help him, it was not his main occupation. The last thing he wanted was to have his wizard ability affected. As he was contemplating in irritation, he noticed his strengthened power of the will had subconsciously entered a meditation state. He was not in a man-rich environment, so his meditation would fail, and his main soul had already entered a meditation state. There was nothing he could do other than distributing some power of the will to the druid's soul and take out the mana-gathering circle from his portal bracelet. Afterward, he ignited it. Luckily, he had done so just in time before his meditation state was broken. Slowly, mana was sucked into his wizard core and turned into magical power. An hour of meditation had passed. Luckily, there was a barrier circle. If not, the elves outside would realize a mana environment had been created. When Abel finished his meditation, he suddenly realized his power of the will had increased by 1 point. 201 points in total. He felt a lift in his heart. He could increase his power of the will through meditation in the past as well, but it was never this dramatic. One thing was clear, he had lost 100 points of power of the will, but it wasn't permanent. He could gain it back bit by bit. It might take a few months for a normal wizard to do 100 meditation sessions, but it would only take 5 days for Abel. He let out a long breath of relief. His mind began to relax and his heart softened. The master alchemy pattern within him began to operate. It was only at that moment he realized he had successfully become a master alchemist. Master alchemist was not a master alchemist by honor. This title was truly based on ability. No elf, human, or dwarf had ever reached this level in the Holy Continent during the past 1,000 years. Abel felt his heart lifted and softened again. In this joyful mood, leveling up aura suddenly emerged from him. The aura directly threw him into a state of level up as a wizard. This aura was so strong, it almost immediately sent him unconscious. However, he was uncertain in his heart. The world's pressure might suppress him if he tried to become an official wizard in this place. In this world, even a master alchemist was suppressed. Abel needed a place of his own. Where could it be? Of course, it would be none other than the rogue encampment in the dark world. He was the god of that place. Although his main soul could not operate, his druid soul came in handy again. He took out a scroll of town portal from his Kong spirit portal bag and opened a portal door. Afterward, the druid's soul dragged his body inside with its strengthened power of the will. As soon as he entered the dark world, he had arrived at the rogue encampment. Mana rushed towards him in pure excitement. His main soul controlled the leveling up aura, and the leveling up process began. The rank 11 wizard pattern compared with the master alchemy pattern he just completed was almost as simple as 1 + 1. The entire process was a lot easier than he thought. In the rogue encampment, everything from the sky to land was helping him. His body and soul were kept being nourished by the rogue encampment. After around 10 minutes, Abe had become an intermediate wizard. When Abel opened his eyes, he couldn't even believe what just happened. He had been trying too hard to find a way to level up during the past 2 months, and it was completed just like that. Learning some other skills was not a bad idea. Just breaking through this wizard bottleneck, for example, was caused by his level up as a master alchemist. But in reality, who would have thought about using a master alchemist level up as a catalyst for an intermediate wizard level up? There were many intermediate wizards in the Holy Continent, but not a single master alchemist. Still, this was not the time to celebrate. He realized he had entered the dark world when he was still in the retreat room of the Alchemy Union. If he stayed too long, some problems might occur. He took out another scroll of the town portal and ripped it apart. Afterward, a portal appeared, and he was back at the retreat room. Luckily, this retreat room could only be opened from within, as long as the person inside did not open it. The people outside could only wait. And with the support of many magic circles, such as the protection and barrier circles, it would take a long time even if the people outside tried to forcefully break in. Abel did not enter the dark world for long. Since time passed 20 times slower in the dark world, he had only been gone from the Holy Continent for a few short minutes. He checked himself. He was now an intermediate wizard, and his rank 11 scent was obvious. Since he had also just become a master alchemist, the master alchemy pattern was also giving out a strong scent. He adjusted the transformation necklace with his power of will to hide the rank 11 intermediate wizard scent, but not the master alchemist scent. Abel then opened the door of the retreat room. Immediately, all the magic circles outside stopped operating. The scent that was kept out by the barrier circle emerged in front of the 2 masters outside. The Grand Ducal Palace's city spirit in Angstrom City also stopped the energy supply and sent out a message. The Master Alchemist retreat room is now available for operation again. As Abel stepped outside the door, a strange scent rushed out. "Master Bennett, you succeeded," Master Peter said with an excited, shaky voice. Although he had lost his alchemy pattern, he did not lose his power of the will. He could clearly sense that Abel had the scent of a master alchemist. "Yeah, I got lucky," Abel smiled and nodded. Although Abel had confirmed it, and his scent was obvious, Master Peter was still stunned out of words. Master Alfred beside him had his jaw dropped as well. All this time, he had been thinking about how he should comfort Abel after he failed. The idea of Abel succeeding never even came across his mind. No one had ever broken this level in 1,000 years, and Abel did it. This was not as simple as Abel becoming a master alchemist. It was hope for all elite alchemists. Countless elite alchemists had failed during these years, and each impacted the confidence of future elite alchemists. In the end, all of their courage vanished. Becoming a master alchemist had become an impossible task. Only elite alchemists on the verge of death would try to break through, since they no longer have anything to lose, and their chance of success even lower. Abel gave other elite alchemists a sense of hope. It was actually possible. In the past, elite alchemists had come up with countless excuses to explain why they couldn't become a master alchemist. Some said it was the environment, and others the resources, and some say it was a change in genetics. All of these excuses suggested one thing: elite alchemists could not become master alchemists. The prestigious Master Bennett, Master Alchemist by Honor Alfred from the Angstrom City Alchemy Union, begs you to write down your leveling up process for the Alchemy Union when you have time. Master Alfred did a huge bow and said sincerely, "Master Alfred, that's my duty. I'm very thankful for the support the Angstrom City Alchemy Union had given me all this time. I wouldn't have been able to get where I am without the union." Abel bowed back. His alchemist journey was inseparable from the Angstrom City Alchemy Union. From the start, Lorraine had inherited the alchemy skills from the Angstrom City Alchemy Union. Later, Abel had gotten large amounts of resources from them. Although the resources were exchanged through his alchemy work, he still needed the Alchemy Union to gather those resources from all over the world of elves. This was why he could make enough potions to help him level up from an elite alchemist to a master alchemist in such a short period of time. Also, he obtained all the alchemy knowledge was through the Angstrom City Alchemy Union. It would be very reasonable for him to write down his experience for the Angstrom City Alchemy Union. Amazing. With your record, the Angstrom City Alchemy Union will be the most popular in the Holy Continent. You are the first successful master alchemist in 1,000 years. Your experience will be precious for reference. Master Peter was blunt. His only goal in his life was to help more alchemists become master alchemists. I'll head to the library now and write down my experience. Abel bowed. He knew his condition. Since he had become an intermediate wizard, these days of leisure would come to an end. He needed to shift all his attention to the dark world. It was best to settle everything here and get back to his wizard circle in Harry Castle as soon as possible to practice his intermediate wizard lifesaver move in a flash. This spell was the biggest motivator for him to become an intermediate wizard. "Master Bennett, please." Master Alfred bowed and said. Master Alfred could no longer treat Abel as a fellow. Although they say Master Alchemist by honor was a Master Alchemist as well, in reality, there was a big difference between the two. Actual Master Alchemists were 3 times more likely to successfully make an advanced potion than Master Alchemists by honor, elite alchemists. Not to mention those top-level potions, they were only achievable by Master Alchemists. Their formulas were extremely rare in the Holy Continent, and their ingredients were extraordinarily difficult to gather. Still, they had moved the hearts of countless due to their terrifying effects. With a new Master Alchemist, there would be newfound hope for this originally impossible task. Abel arrived on the first floor from the basement. Master Alfred then yelled at another alchemist, "Strike the alert bell 30 times." That alchemist was stunned. He couldn't remember what striking the alert bell 30 times meant. The Alchemy Union alert bell would only be struck during crucial times, and normally they would only strike it 24 times at most. "What are you waiting for? Go!" Master Alfred yelled again. "Yes, master." That alchemist snapped awake again and quickly ran out. After 10 steps, he suddenly came to a halt. He suddenly remembered what 30 strikes signify, so he speeded to the hall even quicker. Abel arrived at the library once again. The 2 masters by honor respectfully stood by his side and opened the library's hidden door for him. Master Peter carefully picked up that orc skin book with the 5 master alchemists' documented experience and handed it to Abel. Meanwhile, Master Alfred moved a desk and a chair from outside. The special inland rune pen was prepared. This ink and rune pen was crucial to the library. Even though no one had been able to use it during the past 1,000 years, it always needed to be at standby for a master alchemist. It was a special ink that could preserve its form for thousands of years, and the rune pen was specifically made for this ink. Those things were extremely high value, and they were all made from master alchemists to document his experience. Abel sat down and picked up the rune pen. He dipped it into the ink, opened the orc skin book, and found a blank page behind the 5 master alchemists. This orc skin book was not made with ordinary orc skin. Thousands of years had passed, and it looked as though it was just made. Abel thought for a moment. Other than the secrets he could disclose, he had written down every step of his transformation. Since he thought as he wrote, it had taken him more than 1 hour to complete. As he began to write, a barrier circle was ignited in this room to give him peace of mind during his documentation process. Bell sounds began to emerge from the sky of Angstrom City. These continuous bell strikes made many elves confused. They had never heard the bell being struck so many times. Master Mara minded her own business in her alchemy lab. At first, she didn't care too much about the bell sound, but as the bell went off, she suddenly felt her heart twitch. By the time the bell stopped, she was completely stunned. Someone had become a master alchemist. As a master alchemist by honor, she knew what 30 bell strikes signified. An alchemist had achieved the unachievable. Someone in the Angstrom City Alchemy Union had succeeded. Who could it be? Was it Master Alfred? Or other masters? Master Mara no longer felt like making potions. She stood up viciously, flew through her door, and yelled at her steward to prepare a carriage. All the alchemists from the Alchemy Union in Angstrom City went insane. It didn't matter if they were in or out of town. They all immediately stopped their task no matter how important it was and gathered around the Alchemy Union. In the Grand Ducal Palace, Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert exchanged glances. "How come I'm not surprised at all?" Duke Albert said with a smile. "Same, I have been shocked by him too many times. I've become numb to it." Grand Duke Edwina also smiled. Abel's level up would bring great changes to Angstrom City. This city had given birth to the only master alchemist. From now on, all alchemists would treat it as a holy city. As the manager of Angstrom City, a lot was going through Grand Duke Edwina's mind. Abel looked down towards the first floor from the second floor as he walked out of the library. It was tightly packed with elves, humans, and dwarfs. They were all alchemists. In a short period of time, the birth of a master alchemist shocked the entire holy continent. Each alchemy union quickly sent its own representatives. Those representatives had the chance to interact with this new master alchemist, not only to congratulate him, but invite him to their own alchemy union. A single visit could be extremely beneficial. All the attention gathered on Abel as he appeared. Almost all alchemists were stunned by his age. Under their power of the will, Abel was giving out an extremely lively life force, which showed how young he was. Even with the lifespan of elves, this master alchemist was no more than 50 years old. With such a young master alchemist, it would be surprising if they were not shocked. All the alchemists deeply bowed in the hall. They looked like they were looking up at a king, an alchemy king. "The prestigious Master Bennett, I am the representative for the Lion City Alchemy Union. I hope one day you can pay a visit to the Lion City Alchemy Union." A human alchemist stepped up and bowed. As soon as he finished, more human alchemists quickly stepped up and introduced themselves. "The prestigious Master Bennett, I am the representative from the dwarfs Mocha City. Although our paths are different, I really hope you can pay a visit to the Mocha City Alchemy Union. We will open up all our alchemy resources to you." A dwarf alchemist's voice was thunderous, louder than all the humans. It was hard to believe such a small body could generate such a powerfully scary voice. Alchemy included potion making and metallurgy. Potion making was based on the effects of herbs and plants. Most of their practitioners were elves and humans. On the other hand, metallurgy was based on the study of metals. They could alter the form and combine different metals to create new, even stronger materials. They were the foundation of weapons and magic circle making. Due to the special living conditions of the dwarfs and their talent in mining and forgery, most dwarf alchemists were specialized in metallurgy. Since the dwarf alchemists needed to do alchemy on metals, it was a lot harder for them to level up. They did not even have many elite alchemists, let alone master alchemists by honor. Therefore, the dwarfs needed a master alchemist to join their school of metallurgy. If Abel did, maybe it would make a night and day difference to the dwarfs' alchemy. "Everyone, please be quiet. Master Bennett just leveled up. He still needs some time to adjust. Please don't interrupt his rest." Master Alfred yelled as he saw the situation was not right. He knew Abel did not have a strong bond with the Angstrom City Alchemy Union. He rarely came to the union. If he wasn't so close to the Grand Ducal Palace, he might not even show up. Therefore, he wouldn't let other alchemy unions interact with Abel too much. At least before the Angstrom City Alchemy Union offered Abel enough benefits for him to stay for certain. Abel let out a long breath of relief. He didn't have time to care about any alchemy unions. He didn't even have time for a visit. He couldn't wait to go back and learn his move in a flash spell. He needed to grasp this wizard lifesaver as soon as possible. There was a common saying in the Holy Continent: a wizard did not know how to move in a flash and was not a real wizard. At that moment, he was exactly an intermediate wizard who didn't know how to move in a flash. He passionately bowed at Master Alfred and then gazed at alchemists in the hall. He said, "Thank you all for the congratulations. However, I still have a lot to learn with this level up. I'm afraid I won't have any time to join events in the near future. Please excuse me. Master Bennet, please follow me. Master Alfred felt his heart filled with joy when he heard Abel's words. He quickly walked to the second floor, bowed at Abel, and led him to the third floor. All of a sudden, the alchemists in the hall did not know what to do. They could see what the Alchemy Union in Angstrom City was doing. This Alchemy Union wanted to take full ownership of this master alchemist, but there was not much they could do about it. At the end of the day, Abel was still a member of the Alchemy Union in Angstrom City. Abel followed Master Alfred to the third floor. As far as he knew, all the important alchemists in the Union had their own alchemy room in here. Master Bennet, from now on, this will be your personal alchemy room. All the ingredients in here are free. As long as you ask, the Union will provide. Master Alfred opened a door and said. Abel walked into the alchemy room. He realized it was extremely luxurious. Everything in this alchemy room was a treasure. No wonder they called the elves the wealthiest race in the Holy Continent. From the alchemy bench to the range crystal glass, and even the supporting equipment was extraordinary. If a normal alchemist had made a potion in this environment, maybe his success rate would double. Most importantly, all the ingredients were free. This meant Abel no longer has to exchange his alchemy ingredients. He just needed to make a list and send it to the Union. Although this might not mean much for an intermediate or low-rank alchemist, it could make a night and day difference for an elite or above alchemist. Each ingredient in advanced or master potions was extremely high value, and some were not even for sale. The Unions themselves could only cultivate them. If Abel didn't have an income through his lotions and conditioners, his ingredients would have him bankrupt. However, Abel only glanced around at that alchemy room. Everything in there did not attract him too much. In his Akara tent, he had a full set of dark gold alchemy equipment, the Akara alchemy bottles. The Akara bottle had the effect of spirit flash. It could forcefully turn a potion into the first level. As Abel's alchemy skills increased, this effect would get even more powerful. Master Alfred, I can't stay in the Alchemy Union for long, so I don't need this alchemy room. Abel shook his head. No, Master Bennet, please don't decline. I will maintain this place for you. When you have time to visit the Union, this room will be waiting for you. It is the treatment you deserve, Master Alfred quickly added. Abel's rejection made him very worried. If a master alchemist did not have an alchemy room in a Union, what would other alchemy unions think? Okay, if it's like that, then help me keep the room. Abel knew what Master Alfred was thinking, so he helplessly nodded. Master Bennet, this is your badge. Please accept it. Master Alfred took out a gold alchemy badge. It was the one for Master Alchemist, and Abel had never seen anything like it. Abel reached out to grab it, and then used it to replace the Master Alchemist by honor badge on his chest. Master Bennet, we have prepared a Master Alchemist level alchemy inheritance for you. As a Master Alchemist, you need to rely even more on your own ability, because most of the ingredients in these ancient formulas had gone extinct. All the formulas and experience inherited by Master Alchemists the Union could find was gathered in this book, Master Alchemist said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Seeing Abel putting on his Master Alchemist badge, Master Alfred felt his heart lifted. The Angstrom City Alchemy Union gave out this Master Alchemist badge. It signified that the Union had invited Abel. The thing he worried about the most was that Abel would join another alchemy union before he accepted this badge. After Abel sent off Master Alfred, he flicked open the Master Alchemist inheritance. This book was not made with leaves, but the common orc skin of the Holy Continent. There were 3 potion formulas being recorded, as well as the research results of the past Master Alchemists. Age-increasing potion. This potion required 30 or more types of ingredients. Each time it could increase lifespan for 30 years. Although this potion could only be used once in a lifetime, it could still make you live longer. Even a single year would be great. The best thing about the age-increasing potion was that any life form could use it, and there was no special requirement for body attributes. However, 3 of the required ingredients had already gone extinct in the Holy Continent. 2 of them were the main ingredients, so making this potion was near impossible. Due to the extinction of certain ingredients, an illustration of each ingredient was clearly drawn out in this book. The elf who made this book must be highly skilled at drawing, Every stroke of detail was precise. Soul-nourishing potion, the injury of the soul, was the scariest injury of all. It was almost impossible to heal it easily. Minor injuries to the soul could only be recovered with time through the natural strength of the body. Major injuries to the soul resulted in death. Anything that had to do with the soul was a treasure, since injuries to the soul were impossible to treat. Two of the required ingredients for this soul-nourishing potion were also extinct in the Holy Continent. However, through the research of countless generations of master alchemists, a few substitutes were found. Although their effects were not as strong as the original one, it was still somewhat beneficial to the soul. Still, both the original and the altered version of the soul-nourishing potion needed a master. Alchemist's skills. Even though the altered version was achievable, its ingredients were still extremely rare. At least Abel had never seen most of them. Abel had emptied the storage room of the Alchemy Union, and he had seen countless amounts of ingredients over the years, so you can imagine how rare the ingredients for that soul-nourishing potion were. Of course, this potion was also beneficial to wizards. Besides recovering the soul, it could also strengthen it if your soul was not injured. If you wanted to become a wizard, your soul needed to be a lot stronger than a normal human. This way, the power of the will could form, which was the foundation of wizardry. If the soul of a wizard could be strengthened, the effect of their meditation would be a lot stronger. Although not many people would waste this master alchemist exclusive potion on strengthening the soul, Abel was tempted. His soul was already extremely powerful. Even a slight increase would be a good thing. Also, he could use this potion on his family or his children in the future if they were not gifted in wizardry. A stronger soul leads to a stronger power of the will. Then there was the lizard potion. This potion could regenerate severed limbs. Abel's mouth immediately dropped to the floor. Even his full recovery potion could not fully regenerate a limb. Some of its core ingredients were also extinct, and substitutes had been found after generations of research. Still, this newer version could only be effective when the original severed limb was well preserved and not damaged. Abel put down the master alchemist inheritance. If alchemy was his main occupation, researching and finding substitutes for these three alchemy formulas would be his future path. Or maybe he could even create the two altered versions of those potions to further increase his own alchemy ability. However, Abel did think about it too much. Doing alchemy research just wasn't his priority at that moment. The survival potion was quite good, but all of its ingredients were extinct, and finding substitutes wouldn't be possible without the help of at least a few other master alchemists. Abel bet the Alchemy Union could find a few ingredients for the soul-nourishing potion, but those things were too valuable. If he wanted to increase his ability through a soul-nourishing potion, the difference it could make was basically like adding a drop of water in a bucket anyway. The lizard potion could be a game changer, but the altered version was basically useless. If he could preserve his limb, even normal recovery potions could do the trick. Connecting a limb to a body was basically like healing a big wound. But the scary thing about the original lizard potion was that it could grow an entirely new limb from nothing. Abel skimmed through the ingredients for the altered soul-nourishing potion once more, and left his personal alchemy room. All the alchemists outside had left. He used this opportunity to give his ingredient list to the service assistants behind the counter on the first floor. After waiting for his long reply, he quickly stepped on the teleportation circle and went back to Orwell Palace. After he settled with Steward Brewer, teleportation yet again through the large teleportation circle and arrived at his magic tower in Harry Castle. The first thing Abel did was to find Wizard Morton. When Abel found him, he bowed and said, "Teacher, I am now an intermediate wizard. I want to use the spell training room for some time." Wizard Morton was stunned for a moment, but he was slowly getting used to it, so he helplessly said, "Abel, you shock me every time. The spell training room is ready. You can forbid anyone from entering at any time." The spell training room was actually located on the second floor of Morton Magic Tower. That room was filled with special fog, covering the cloudy aura of the rune word insight. This training room had become the favorite place for the Harry Castle Wizard Circle's core members. Normally, leveling up spells could take hundreds of years, but now they only needed 10 days. That feeling of endless mana had made every wizard's heart melt. Since Abel wanted to use the training room, Wizard Morton, as the owner of this magic tower, wouldn't want any other wizards to distract him. Afterward, all core members of the wizard circle received a message saying the training room would be closed for some time. The reopening was yet to be announced. Abel stood in the center of the training room. He needed to level up his move in a flash to the highest level in the shortest period of time. Normally, new intermediate wizards would take a long time to adjust to their new wizard pattern before practicing an intermediate spell like this, but not Abel. He had entered the training room before even learning the spell. Abel had studied the move in a flash pattern long ago. Every detail of it was clearly burned in his mind. He began to draw with his hand in mid-air. Through the direction of his fingers, his power of the will created a complicated spell pattern. Afterward, the wizard core in his mind injected mana into it. His power of the will then located on a spot in the training room and ignited the move in a flash spell pattern. As a white light flashed, his body disappeared and reappeared in the spot he located. Just like that, he had done his first move in a flash. In the past, he could do this through Black Wind or a move in a flash scroll. But doing it himself was a totally different experience. A dark gold glow flashed on his Horadric cube, and a symbol of a person's shadow appeared on the skill tree. From then on, all he needed to do was to ignite that symbol, and he could move in a flash. His success turned him into an actually powerful wizard. An invincible wizard.